presented with the Member of the Month Award for SGA. Cameron was known to be a caring, helpful student to staff and fellow students. His passion for music, leadership, and creativity inspired all those around him, and his dedication to the MacArthur High School community will never be forgotten. Cameron's light will continue to shine in the hearts of all those who knew him. He will be deeply missed, but his memory will forever be part of the Mustang spirit. I ask that you keep Cameron's family, especially his parents and his siblings, and the MacArthur High School community in your thoughts and prayers. Please join me for this moment of silence. Thank you.
Board Member Alston has requested a moment of silence for a student from Charles Flanagan High School. Mr. Alston.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam. Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. It is with deep sorrow that I announce the passing of Valentina Ruiz, a cherished member of our past program at Charles W. Flanagan High School. Valentina graduated in 2024 and had rejoined us this year. She passed away unexpectedly on Thursday, September 19th, 2024. Valentina is survived by her devoted parents, Patricia Ruiz and Oscar Ortiz. In this time of loss, we extend our deepest condolences to Valentina's family and the entire Flanagan High School community. May the memories of Valentina be a blessing to all who had the privilege of knowing her. Please join me in this moment of silence. Thank you.
Board Member Leonardi has requested a moment of silence for a student from Fort Lauderdale High School. Mrs. Leonardi.
Thank you. I ask that we recognize a moment of silence for Fort Lauderdale High School student Christopher Granados. Christopher tragically passed last week. I ask that you keep his family, friends, and the Fort Lauderdale High School community in your prayers. Thank you.
As we prepare to begin our special school board meeting, we're reminded that our vision is 100% proficiency for all of our students. As an A-rated school district, our vital task is to sustain this achievement. We will continue educating all of our students to reach their highest potential. Our theme this year is Believe, Empower, Achieve, One Broward. Today's special school board meeting will operate in accordance with School Board Policy 1020, and the board will review the items as advertised and presented by the superintendent. The superintendent released the revised agenda with certain changes for this meeting and published it on the school district's website. The chair finds pursuant to section 120.525 Florida statutes that good cause exists for such changes and accepts the revised agenda. May I have a motion and second to close the agenda?
So moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. All
Madam
in
Chair.
favor? Mr. Alston?
Thank you. Before we close the agenda, I know that we're now on day 14, where we had a prior meeting where the board had consensus on an investigation, and I wanted to ask both the superintendent and the chief auditor where we are now that this is day 14, before we close the agenda.
Dr. Hepburn.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the question, Mr. Austin. Yes, we do have an update. So I'll read it for the record. I want to provide an update on the joint investigation conducted with the Chief Auditor in accordance to Policy 4.9. We're in the process of finalizing the written investigation report, and I wanted to share some key findings. The investigation focused on determining whether there was any wrongdoing by BCPS staff in relation to the decision to send Mr. Witherspoon home. Based on the preponderance of evidence, it has been determined that there was no just cause for this action. However, it was also identified that a mistake was made by staff in handling the situation. It was an unfortunate mistake. We are already implementing changes to our process to ensure such errors do not occur again. On behalf of Broward County Public Schools, I would like to extend a sincere apology. I think I saw Mr. Witherspoon, he's sitting right there in front of me. We want to send our sincere apologies to you, Mr. Witherspoon, for any inconvenience this may have caused you in the past and currently and also in the future. Once the written report is completed, it will be shared with the board, and you will have the opportunity to determine whether any further actions are necessary. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Alston?
Fantastic, Mr. Superintendent, and I appreciate the update. One more question, because I know that was also a big question 14 days ago regarding the status of the head of the Broward Teachers Union. Did you and the Chief Auditor look into that? I know that this board, I believe back on June 18th, a part of agenda item H1, all 9 of us unanimously approved the head of the Teachers Union. I think in that case being a district employee. I know there's subsequent information that I received that shows something different. Was that also included a part of this review? Did someone determine if the head of the teachers union falls under board policy and board jurisdiction?
Yes, indeed. She is an employee technically on leave while she's performing her duties as BTU president.
So has a determination been made that she falls under district policies?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so that is definitive.
Yes, you concur too, Mr. Rhodes?
I do concur based on what we found in the policy.
All right. Could I also, and thank you, sirs, for that. Now I'm going to go to the ma'am, the other ma'am to the right of Madam Chair, who is my attorney as a board member. So I want to now go back to our school board attorney, general counsel. Ms. Batista, do you concur now? And I think now we have 2 yeses. Let's see if we get to 3 yeses that the head of the Broward Teachers Union falls under district policies.
Ms. Batista.
I concur that the president of the union is an employee on leave from the district.
Let me just make sure I understand your answer. Yes, that she does fall under district policies, and she is not exempt from district policies. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And the last question to both the superintendent and the chief auditor, because you jointly did this investigation. My understanding is that the allegation also stemmed around political harassment and bullying. Was that looked into? Because we were silent, I think, on that response. Or was that not looked into a part of your review for the last 14 days?
Yes, we looked into that, and we didn't see any evidence that lead us to political harassment or bullying by Ms. Fusco.
All right.
Yeah.
And my last question, counsel, I requested a public records request 14 days ago. I know that the district believes in transparency, and I know that public records typically are responded to in a timely fashion. I have not received those records. So I'm curious, because I haven't received those records, which I think would be helpful to both of you, or would have been helpful to you in your review. So I'm curious how, 1, I didn't receive the records, and then 2, how those records have not factored into the review that was, sounds like 99% complete. Yep. So let me start with counsel. Do you know where we are on my public records requests from 14 days ago?
Dr. Hepburn.
Mr. Sullivan.
Thank you for the opportunity. So yes, we did ensure that we followed on the public record as it relates to reviewing part of the investigation. So per your request during the board meeting, there was public records made for all communications as it relates to district devices, because that's our jurisdiction. There was no emails, texts as it relates to district phones, district emails, and there was also no calls into the department that handled the mistake in terms of the temporary reassignment.
Let me make sure I understand, if I could, Madam Chair, because I think a part of this investigation or review, I haven't been contacted, and it's been 14 days, so I have no idea, Mr. Superintendent, Mr. Chief Auditor, how you could do a comprehensive review, and I'm actually one of the subjects, a part of the investigation. So it sounds like what has been done, I'm hopeful, is 90% done, because you haven't talked to me. To the chief, and I have no idea who's over public records. I don't know that process. But sounds like you have made a determination that there are no existing calls between any school district landlines and cell phones. Is that correct?
Correct.
Involving all parties?
So we checked text message. We checked all employees' text messages as it relates to district devices, all employee emails the day before and the day of, and we did not have anything that was related to this topic.
So if I could, counsel, and what this is concerning to me, because I think on the record it's been explained that a school district employee, maybe someone, made a call to a school district employee. So if a call was made from one person to the other, how would that call have been made?
So if I may.
No. I'm not. I'm talking to my counsel. Give me 1 second, Mr. Sullivan. I just want to understand, how would and I don't want to know the investigation, but just stay with me on facts here. If on the record we have said that a school district employee made a call to another school district employee, right, then tell me how that is possible. Forget my public record. I'm going to get back to that. But tell me how that's possible. How do we conduct business as a district on non-district phone lines, if that's what's being alleged here? Because I just want to understand process.
First of all, as you know, the investigation was done by Mr. Rhodes and the superintendent, so I am not privy to the intricacies or, the responses to public records requests or any of the other material that they have reviewed. So I can't really answer your question. I don't think that anybody has said, from what I've heard here today, that the phone calls were made on personal phones. I think it sounds like there were no calls regarding the other matter that you were specifically asking about.
No, that's actually not the case. So
Okay.
I haven't said that at all. So let's be very clear, counsel, because I'm going to get back to the public records issue, because that is a big glaring issue, and I appreciate this being a public meeting. So if an official HR action was made and an official HR call was made from a school district employee, I'm assuming that's where it came from, to another school district employee, which is official school board action, I want to understand how that call and record did not go through an official channel. Can you help me understand that?
I don't know that that is the case.
I'm not asking Mr. Sullivan. I'm just, because I just want to talk about official action. So we're doing, because I don't, the investigation sounds like it's 90% complete. I have no idea, right? And the records, which haven't been responded back to me, I know does not meet what I asked for. So this is, again, we're now on day 14. So I want this to play out publicly. And then now on day 14, I'm learning, according to the chief communications and legislative official, that there are no responsive records, counsel, to an official call that would have come from a district employee to another district employee, and that was not captured. Okay? I want to understand, are we doing official school board business through official school board channels? I.e., I don't want to know what happened because you guys are still investigating, but it sounds like a big question mark right now. So if a school district employee reached out to another district employee, and I'm only talking about one person, I haven't gotten to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? That is a big problem. And I'm hoping you see the same problem that I see.
So official action has to be, there is no policy in the district that says that 2 employees of the district must communicate through a telephone that is provided by the school board. There's nothing that says that, and therefore they can communicate in their personal phones as well, even if they are conducting business for the district. Many employees of the district do not have a cell phone provided by the board, so they have no alternative but using their own phones.
So
I
an
don't know
official
if that's
action,
the case here.
Sure. Yep.
I have no idea because, as I mentioned before, I'm not privy to any of the details of this investigation.
Me either, and I've been an investigator, and this sounds fishy to me, so I'm hoping that the last 10% we get to the bottom of it, to our 2 lead investigators. But back to the question, counsel, because this is a very glaring issue. Before we close the agenda, and I appreciate the update from the superintendent, and I'm hoping the chief auditor will also say something as well, because it was a joint investigation. And it's just a question. If HR makes an official action or a decision, and if there's a call from HR to any district employee, it's appropriate for that to come from a personal cell phone? Is it appropriate to come from a personal email? I'm actually aware of board policy where if there's official actions, that there are some official steps that should have been taken. So again, I haven't looked at the 90% of the investigation that's been completed, but this sounds like there is a big issue and a big deal that goes against board policy. And I hope that everyone hears what I hear, because I'm very familiar with the board policy, A. I'm very familiar with official actions when HR reaches out to an employee, B, and this sounds like has not occurred. Let's get back to C. It's been 14 days of a public records request done right here. I think I sat in a different seat. And I've gotten 0 records. And I know what records exist. No one's asked me for mine. No one asked me what calls I made. Counsel, because you're my legal, I'm still looking at you, the attorney. No one asked me what calls came to me or what calls I made on this matter. No one. And the investigation is 90% complete. And 9 of us are going to trust this work. Not this member right here. It's a sham. And I'm not putting my head in the sand, counsel. Others can do it, but I won't do it. So, Madam Chair, before we close the agenda, I would hope that we can add a discussion point. How many items are on the agenda? Let's see, we now have 15 items on the agenda. Is that right, Madam
Correct.
Chair?
Correct.
Would you be open for good cause to adding item 16 on the agenda for there to be a discussion item on this topic? Since today is day 14 and there was general consensus by this board 14 days ago for the superintendent and the chief auditor to give an update to where we are. I don't want to know details. Let me speak for one board member. But I think
We could
The
add it
public-
as a discussion, just to discuss.
That's
We're
all I
not going to
need.
be voting on anything.
that is correct.
Right.
Anything, well, because it's official board action, the board can vote on anything that it chooses to. But yes, if you could add it as a
Sure.
discussion item. Thank you.
Okay. So it'll be added for number 16 to discuss.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
Thank you,
All in
board
favor of
members.
closing the agenda, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The agenda is now closed. The first item of business on the agenda is item number 13. May I have a motion and second to move item 13?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. Public comment,
No public comment.
board member comment, non-instructional appointments and leaves. Seeing none?
Chair?
Yes? Ms.
So,
Provolone?
yeah, so I just wanted to see if anybody had comments, but I did want to pull Miss Gail Williams, that is going to be at McNichol Middle School. Just wanted to announce that today is her 50th birthday, and I wanted to say happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. I know.
Come on, man.
Just hope that this is the best year yet. I just want to wish you a happy birthday. I know Austin started off a little rough, but I just wanted to say happy birthday. Thank you very much, Chair. To lighten the mood a little bit, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments on item number 13? All in favor of item number 13, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. Item 13 passes unanimously. Dr. Hepburn, do you have anybody that would like to speak?
No chair, no directors are above on this appointment, but congratulations to all our appointees. Welcome to the team.
Congratulations so much, and we'll take a 5-minute recess for a photo. you talking? Did Monica take them away? Welcome back. May I have a motion and a second on item number 8?
So moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by
Second.
Pokenholy. Public comment.
Ms. Jackie Lipscomb.
Hello, good morning. Jackie Luscombe. Thanks for putting this on. There's been good work done and good conversation had in here last year on bringing SLP's pay closer to where it should be to be a fairer, more fair and more competitive wage that reflects the skill level. But that work needs to continue. And you had a significant number of contract SLPs who left vendor companies and moved to the district employment. And we hear from the ESE department that most positions are filled. So that was a great migration and a good trend that we want to keep encouraging. So contracting $35 million for contract vendors isn't going to be making best financial sense, I would respectfully suggest, especially at a time when you're looking to save every cent. And I'm sure the community would rather see that you're making legitimate savings rather than cutting corners with kids in any other way. So here would be a suggestion. If contract SLPs have moved to BCPS, but not vice versa, which I think you'll find is probably the case, you've proved that you found the key to the SLP crisis that we had, but we have to maintain that. So how many SLPs came this way to BCPS? So if you shift the funds to have more in district positions than giving to vendors, where that money isn't all going to the SLP, it's going to the middleman or middlewoman at the agency. So you're kind of passing on dead money. It was rightly stated in here last year that third-party vendors should be the fallback for filling in gaps, not for the bulk of the service provision. And yet you currently got a roughly 50-50 split between staff and contract SLPs. I think Palm Beach has recently raised their SLP salaries. I'm not sure where Miami-Dade is at, but we have to stay competitive. We can't have another crisis where we have over 3,300 kids going without services, where people like me are standing here month after month saying there's a crisis and nothing got moved at the time. I love the fact that you've now started making inroads to the salary issue. At tops, contract SLPs get $79.95 an hour under your contract. So say if they work 7 hours a day, 180 days a year, that's just over $100,000, and that's going partly to the company. So that's a salary you could work out of around $81,900 for a contract SLP. By comparison, one of your staff district-employed SLPs, after all the various supplements and what have you, gets $62,000. So you could be paying more money to your district SLPs and still be saving money if you lessen the amount of contractors you're using. Also, please start a conversation on audiologists, and we would love to see items like this brought to ESE advisory so we can have this kind of conversation there, and it didn't. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Board member comment, Mrs. Hickson.
Thank you. I just have a quick question. Does any of the money for this item come through the IDA?
Dr. Hepburn?
Ms. Hollisworth?
Good afternoon, or good morning, goodness grief. Simone Hollingsworth, Chief Academic Officer. I'm going to let Ms. Andrea Ciotti, our Director over Specialized Services, come up and answer that.
Good morning. I'm Andrea Ciotti, the Director for Specialized Instruction, and I oversee all of the related services for our district, and speech is one of those services. Typically, no, IDA does not fund speech therapy because it is out of our operating and our general funds. All students, have a student allocation for that. There is partial support from IDA that can be had, but that is typically for above and beyond services.
Ms. Hickson?
Can you explain what that is? Because we often find that there's money rolling over from IDA, and if there's an issue with this particular service, you said we could, so what does that, can you just explain what you just
Above and beyond. So 2 years ago, we had 2 state systemic complaints where we had students that did not receive services adequately and timely. So that may be a situation where additional IDA dollars may have needed to be allocated to provide those services. But it is typically, allocated in the school's budget for regular day-to-day speech therapy services, just like a teacher or a support facilitator. It's on a general allocation like the support facilitation positions are.
So it cannot come out of IDA, or we just don't take it out of IDA?
We supplement what's happening, not supplant what is happening. So if there were additional needs for speech, we could look at the IDA grant. But there's a general allocation for all students to begin with. So that's where that has come from.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Dr. Zeman?
Thanks, Chair. I want to talk for a few minutes about the item that's before us, because this is important, and I'm going to pick up where Ms. Lunscombe left off, because I've been looking at this for the past week, and I think that there's a Plan B that Ms. Lunscombe talked about that is worthy of consideration by this board. This is a big item. It's $35 million. The item before us requests approval for an additional spend authority of $35 million. It says very clearly in this item that we need 200 additional SLPs. So I don't want to really bring up the issue of is it right or wrong, that number. It's 200 more than the 200 we have, give or take a few. So we need roughly 400 to meet the needs of Broward County schools. And all of this, to my knowledge, Ms. Hickson, comes out of FEFP, but it isn't fully funded. So this is stuff that we provide, but the state does not give us enough money to pay for these services. And what I'm worried about, as Ms. Lunscombe pointed out, is that we're willing to pay $80 roughly an hour for a contract SLP instead of doing something that's a little bit more creative and figuring out what the market wage is for SLPs, paying that, and maybe making some other adjustments in our talent acquisition recruiting business so that we can end up with a workforce that's a little different. What I envision in maybe 3 years or so is 100% of our SLPs being Broward County Schools SLPs. This reminds me a lot of what happened with nurses around 5 years ago when hospitals and hospital chains were running around hiring travel nurses and contract nurses, and they found that they were paying 2.5 times what they were paying their own nurses within the hospitals. Over time, they developed nurse recruiters, and they went out and they found nurses. Over time, nursing programs started producing more nurses, and all of them moved salaries for nurses significantly higher, in some cases 20 and 30% higher, so that they didn't have to pay the 150% penalty for having contract nurses. So I'm just curious about this, Chair. Is it possible for us to hire 200 more SLPs over the next 3 years?
Dr. Hepburn?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the question, Dr. Zeman. So I just want to also acknowledge the speaker. She knows that oftentimes we don't agree on everything, but I totally agree with her on this one. Mm-hmm. We obviously know that contracted services, the people who are performing the services for us are not getting all the money that we're actually spending on the contract. My team and I will have a discussion on how we can pivot and start recruiting, especially if these SLPs that we're providing money to for contracts are actually living in the vicinity, if it's in the Tri-County area, and see how we can best recruit them, pay them what they're worth, especially with the added benefits that we provide that most likely the contracted services are not providing to those SLPs that we're utilizing from them.
Terrific. Given that, Chair, how much money in additional spend authority do we need for one more year of hiring these 200 SLPs?
Dr. Hepburn?
I'll defer to Ms. Hollingsworth or Ms. Egan for that quick math.
Can you hear me? There we are. Ms. Ciotti can come up and answer that question again.
Sure. Approximately $19 million it will take for the year.
And Chair, how much spend authority do they have already?
Dr. Hepburn?
Right now, the total agreement for 36 months of spending authority of $57 million.
So I think the request is for $57 million, but what is the spend authority they have right now for this school year remaining?
22 million.
Terrific. So
for
there
a
is
3-year
22 million
contract.
already available in spend authority.
We've spent approximately 19.5. I would have to double check that as of today. We spend about $1 million a month on contracted services.
Terrific. How much, I'll try this for the third time, I'm sorry, maybe I'm not saying it in the right way. There seems to be consensus, at least amongst the people who've spoken right now, that we'd like School Board of Broward County to hire SLPs. They might have to come back with a different item and say, Mr. Superintendent, that, hey, the 62,000 is enough, we need 72 or 82. Anything south of 115 or 100 and low hundreds, Ms. Lungscombe estimated, or the staff estimated around 115 if they work 8 hours a day for 180 days. Anything less than that is going to be a benefit to us financially, but I also believe it's great to have SLPs actually in Broward County schools working for us and realizing the benefits and the teamly composition that we get for these people within our special needs students. So how much additional spend authority would you need to continue the current practice for this year while the new process is being developed to start recruiting Broward County Schools SLPs rather than hiring contract employees?
19 million.
So today's request
1 year.
instead of 35 would be 19 million to get through this school year.
Yes, it would have to be adjusted. We requested, it's a 3-year agreement, so we requested what it would take for the remainder of the 2 years of the current agreement, which would be 35. Because we do have that good faith that we are bringing contracted vendors back. We have hired 9 additional SLPs for the district and terminated 1 of our vendors that are on the current agreement. The current agreement was a 3-year agreement. We're in the 2nd year of that agreement.
Terrific. And I'm having trouble with the math,
Okay.
Which I guess happens now and then, but you're here asking for 35 million. Presumably that will take you through years 2 and 3, is that correct?
Correct.
But for the first year, it's not 17 and a half, you need 19 in the first year.
Correct, because that is what we have. We have 200 SLPs allocated right now, and we're presuming that over building culture, doing our recruiting and the efforts that we're doing right now, that we would see additional come back our 3rd year. It's a slow process, but we're making great gains, I believe.
Terrific. And are you absolutely sure about the 19 million being what you need, or do you need a little bit of wiggle room in that?
I think that's wiggle.
That is with wiggle. Terrific. Chair,
Can I interrupt, Dr. Zima? I just want to make sure, I asked that Mr. Azarito to come forward, just to make sure, are there any negotiations that we need to have to increase the SLP salaries?
Yes, there would be.
Okay, so I don't think we'll probably get any pushback about increasing
I
their salary.
don't
but
think there'll
just-
be much pushback from
Yeah,
a
but
dramatic increase in their compensation. And I think there's a recognition now of differentiated employment. So even within instructional staff, a teacher is not a teacher is not a teacher. An SLP is clearly not the same as a teacher. I think a special needs teacher is not the same as a gen ed teacher. So we have seen negotiated settlements that have allowed for differentiated pay in the last 2 years. So I'm not predicting any issues, but I recognize that there's a hurdle with that. What I'm trying to do is give a 1-year grace period for this so that that gives the superintendent and staff time to come back and develop this plan to determine what the market salary is for SLPs that would allow us to recruit in big numbers, not 9, but in my own view, if this takes 3 years, we need 75 recruited this year to fill positions next year, which is a hard lift, and it's probably not going to be done with the current system. But you think 19 million is sufficient to fund the contract agreement SLPs for this year?
For 1 year.
Yeah, terrific. Chair, when the discussion wraps up, I'd like to make a motion on that subject. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Pham?
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the discussions that we're just rolling over is why are we not paying our in-house employees higher or better than the one we're contracting out and getting from Kelly Services and other services? Why isn't this discussion about shifting funds to that and trying to attract more in-house employees? Because we do offer free health insurance. We do have dental. We do have some perks that would be very attractive to people. So let's have that discussion. And then, therefore, we might be getting the same people or the same caliber of people, but saving money, and we will have some extra money and funds to use elsewhere. So let's do that. Can I make a motion that we put that up for discussion?
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, my motion is that we discuss increasing in-house salaried employees, specifically special needs, as Dr. Zeman has just said apparently that they're not considered in a separate pay grade. And also, the ESE students needs SOP.
Is there a second?
Yes.
Moved by Pham, second
I was
by
second for
Alston.
discussion.
Public comment on the motion.
Thank you, Jackie Luscombe. I think that's kind of what Dr. Zeman was saying. I know you're broadening it out. I would love to see differentiation between all kinds of staff based on their skill set. But yeah, I think this is a broadening of what Dr. Zeman had already just said, so absolutely have that discussion. Thank you.
Board member comment on the motion? Mr. Alston?
Yeah, I was going to ask Ms. Pham if you would just clarify the motion. What's the intent, idea for this? Yeah, just clarify what you're trying to do.
Thank you. Generally, from my point of view, I like to start broad because you can always come in. To me, it's more difficult to start small and try to move out. So that's my rationale for that. But I would like all in-house people, as far as why I broadened the motion. As far as in-house people, I would like to start, if you want, Ms. Liscombe, we can start with your group alone and then move in. But like I said, I preferably normally start broad, and then it's easier to close in. But and an accommodation, I will gladly do that because I think this is urgent. I think this needs to be addressed. I think it's been glossed over, and I'd like to move forward.
Any other comments? Dr. Zeman?
Yeah, and on the broad concept, I think it's important to recognize there are times where contract staff's essential. We cannot recruit some skill sets. Sometimes we need a skill set for 3 months or 6 months or 12 months, and it's not appropriate to hire government people when you have an intermittent need. So there are places where either a short-term staff or specialized skill staff is appropriate as a contractor. In general, and we've heard from our chief operating officer, chief facilities officer of this hybrid model, which is a long-term thing, which is primarily to address an inability to hire high-tech engineers to kind of oversee our construction and facilities business. And so there's always kind of general economic rationale for doing things like that, but there's also tremendous kind of recognized advantages to having people on your team so that they are all part of one single team responding to one set of management, one set of policies and the like. Contractors are not, to one of Mr. Alston's points earlier, contractors are not subjected to our employee policies, right? Because they're contractors, not employees. They're handled separately, but employees are all managed as a single group. And they belong to one team. And in education, particularly K through 12 education, it's a team that makes things work, not individuals. And so I think in general, Ms. Pham, there's some clear economic reasons why sometimes you would have contractors, and then there's sometimes you'd want a hybrid model because that makes sense, and then sometimes you completely contract out like legal services because you need attorneys to handle specialized cases, or you just don't have the volume of general counsel staff that you'd like to have forever. So I think in general, there's a good kind of way, kind of a rubric for thinking, about contracted staff. And in this particular case, it seems to me that it falls in the case where it's better to have them in-house, like on the team, working for Broward County Schools. But it's going to take time for us to get there. You cannot, I don't think, unless David Azzarito and Dr. Hepburn are absolutely, they're supermen underneath their suits. It's hard to hire 200 SLPs in a year when you hired 9 this year. Yep. But going from 9 and ramping up and maybe taking 3 years is a plan to get it together. What I was talking about is giving the superintendent time to work out that plan and come back and ask us for the more money on the pay, and to put a plan before us of what he and his staff would do to get up and dramatically improve recruiting. Will it take 1 year, 3 years, 5 years? I think we need to let the staff kind of come back and give us the best plan B. I don't like plan A because this is just admitting defeat. This is saying Broward County Schools cannot recruit SLPs. I don't think that's true.
Mm-hmm. Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. I know we're discussing.
That's why I said.
Microphone?
I asked him.
It's on.
It's on.
That we're discussing the SLPs, but I remember not 2 years ago or 3, we went to Kelly Sub, and this same situation happened then, and we voted.
Just move it closer.
I'm sorry.
There you go.
Better? Okay, it's gonna be what it's gonna be. Thanks. Thank you. So my question is, the intent was to move away from Kelly doing 100%, to go back to internal subs so we could have our people on the bench. I mean, I can tell you 2 people in this district, and there's got to be a lot more, that started as substitutes, Dr. Canning and Nora Rupert. This is the way we build our bench. So has there been any movement to move away from Kelly and try to build that bench up ourselves? Because it's the same conversation, different employees, but it's the same conversation. I'm 100% wanting to have our internal people getting more money than a vendor does that has to come in and help us out, not the other way. So that's my question to the superintendent. Do we know, or maybe to Mr. Azzarito, have we started at all making any steps to move away from Kelly? And if yes, how did you do that? What was the time frame? So we can be working on that, just like Dr. Zeman and Ms. Vanden mentioned.
Dr. Hepburn.
Yep, thanks for the question. No, we have not made any attempt to move away from Kelly. I would suggest we probably give staff an opportunity to really examine the return on investment as far as that being addressed in-house, because we have, probably about 15,000 teachers for a very, very large school district. So the majority of the large school districts have moved to a service like Kelly Services for efficiency purposes, operations purposes, just to make sure it's effective. So we will have to analyze that in depth just to see if there's a return on investment for BCPS to handle substitutes. So.
Right, and wow.
You sound good now.
Here I am. Good morning. And I appreciate that. And of course, this was prior to you, prior to Dr. Licata, where we talked about this. So my question is, I don't want this just to be a commentary. I want this to have legs and us to be able to look at it as a board and decide, are we going to be investing in our internal employees? Are we going to continue to hire companies where our substitutes are making less than some that go to the vendors? So I'm looking forward to that. Thank you.
Mrs. Hickson.
Thank you. Dr. Hepburn, do we have substitutes that are Broward County substitutes that are not part of Kelly? Aren't they all part of Kelly now?
Mr. Azzarito?
Yes, we do. I would defer to Ms. Rockelman. She may have more specific answers on that, working with talent management, but we do have subs.
Hi, all. Hi, good morning. Susan Rockelman, Director of Talent Management. Yes, we do have our own subs for Broward County Schools in long-term assignments. They are hired by our school district and are our internal employees. So you've heard of them, interim subs. And also another reference is classroom monitors that are used to cover internal suspension, virtual classes for supervision of the children. So those are our Broward County employees.
But we don't have, through Dr. Hepburn, we don't have any Broward County subs that are daily subs. Those are all Kelly Services.
Correct. Day-to-day subs belong to Kelly Services.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Dr. Zeman.
Thank you. I'm just going to make a motion about moving forward on this.
So we already have a motion.
This will be a substitute motion, Chair.
Okay.
And the the first motion is a motion to discuss, and I get that, but I think technically this will be a substitute motion to that, which would approve $19 million rather than $35 million, and ask the superintendent to bring a plan within 6 weeks for the best timeline and expense to insource SLPs in less than 3 years.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Holness. Public comment on the motion.
think you can predict what I would say to that. I think that's an awesome plan. I think incrementally, like over a period, that's the migration you need to be making. Also, we are in really hard times, and we're being told you can't afford this, you can't afford that. This is a great concept to adopt for so many other things. So Mrs. Pham's right when you talk about broadening this to other areas. Absolutely, if you can have your staff in-house, why would you not? Pay them more, but still be saving money for yourselves to put in the pocket for other things too. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Pham?
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I would ask if Mr. Zeman would consider broadening his motion, and/or I can make a substitute motion based on just for that to include data on what the percentage currently is that we have in-house SLPs compared to that we're retaining from third parties. So at least we have an idea of what we're looking at and how much improvement we need.
I normally would. I mean, that's very consistent with kind of my approach to all management issues, but those data are in the item. We have 200 in-house SLPs, Broward County Schools SLPs, and this request would have us have 200 agreement or contracted SLPs in a mix. So a total of, within a few, give or take, 400. 200 right now are in-house, and they're requesting permission with this spend authority to retain 200 more over the course of the year.
If you feel comfortable that that's current data, great.
Yeah,
Thanks.
I do. Yeah, thank you, Ms. Pham.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Alston.
Thank you. Could I ask for the motion to be restated?
Dr. Zeman?
Yes, I move that we replace 35 million with 19 million to provide 19 million of spend authority for hiring contracted SLPs, and ask the superintendent to bring us a plan for insourcing SLPs within 6 weeks, with the plan to be concluded in 3 years or less.
Mr. Alston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a broader question, maybe superintendent, financial team. Is the intent, I thought, was the district is looking at reducing its footprint financially rather than increasing the footprint financially. So clearly I support the spirit of this. If we shift many of these contracted services to now become permanent full-time employees, because there are a myriad of issues that the new 9 will deal with starting in mid-November, which I'm excited about that. You'll have some other issues that will clearly now bubble up at that point. So it's just maybe a broader question. Is this the right approach? I mean, clearly I know the board is asking you to go explore it, but I'm just asking you because we're increasing we're increasing the number of employees, which comes with other things, right? And I get on face, it looks, I mean, there's a balance, right? From when you have contracted services to when you have employees. I thought the current board told you to go back because they rejected this twice now. I think they've given you to December to go back and look for $100 million of savings. If we had done that already, we would be in a different posture right now, but the board has not done that. So maybe this should be a part of that plan along with some other areas that clearly you will have your operation side to look at. I just don't know if you increasing the staff footprint because of everything else that the new 9 will have come mid-November, if that makes sense for you. So it's just a question. I don't know if the financial team have thought about it, and just a question.
Dr. Hepburn.
No, great question. I think what the motion is about bringing a plan, right? In that plan, it's going to talk about return on investment, talk about which are we spending more money on contracted services versus if we actually hired these individuals, we would spend less. Just from my rough math, I think we're spending probably over $150,000, $175,000 per contract service. So with fringe and benefits and salaries that we would negotiate, it would most likely be less. But this plan will bring it back to show the board, hey, maybe it is cheaper to stay the route that we're on, or maybe there's an opportunity to do a hybrid model and save the district some money while having staff in-house that's readily available and not worried about the change in people that are providing contracted services. I think we can bring back a very good comprehensive plan. We have a little bit of time to do that, so I think regardless if it's this board or the upcoming board, to be able to make an informed decision on how we move forward.
6 weeks is too soon. Push it back.
Mr. Fogarty?
Thank you very much, Chair. And I just wanted to add to this, and I appreciate the spirit of the motion. I think if we look at every position across our district, right, we can all get paid more, right? We could all look at the budget and different things like that. But for me, I've said this before because we've seen this come before us before. But I wanted to add, especially with SLPs and my experience of what I've dealt with, is it always the money, right? Money is a big reason why people leave. Everywhere. Teachers, admin, SLPs, all of the above. But my question is, what can we change? What can we do better? And I remember when my son was working with an SLP, she was working in independent business. And I remember talking to her, I asked her why she wasn't working for Broward County Public Schools. And she told me, well, Mr. Fogarty, of course the pay, right? But I challenge you, when you visit your school, ask to see where the SLPs are. Just start there. And I did. And I started asking, and I said, where are your SLPs? I want to see where their office is. Where are they? And it's not fair for our SLPs, a majority of our schools are stuck in a closet. They're stuck in a small room. And for people that dedicate their lives, and this is for everybody in this district, people that dedicate their lives to helping children, they should be treated with respect. We start there. Because that's one of the most disappointing things I saw with our SLPs. So I think money, yes, and this is something that we're talking about. We want to adjust that, but I think we should start there with everyone. Start treating people with respect. And I just wanted to say that for the record, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question regarding the SLPs. Is there in a bargaining unit where their salary is negotiated?
Yes. Yes, that's correct. Mr. Azarito, can you be specific about the bargaining unit they're a member of?
Yes, through the chair. SLPs are part of the BTU EP, the teachers union.
Okay, so I have great, how should I say, concern when the board decides to negotiate salaries up here on the dais. We need to go through the process. And we can't, when we Frogger jump the process and negotiate this in closed doors, then we run into problems. And this happened when we asked the superintendent to look at us starting our own police force. And then when he did do that plan, we saw there was a lot of gaps and holes, and it was a lot of money. And then the board ended up negotiating salary up on the dais. And I really hesitate for us to continue to do this. I think that we have to stick with the process, go to closed door, and then, we talk about it, and then it gets negotiated. Because if we don't stick to this process, and then this board, whether it is, it's genuinely wanting to fix this problem publicly, absolutely, but we have to, I just think, stick to the process. So I'm going to state that. And then my other thoughts and questions is in regards to the IDA rollover funds. So the last 2 years, there was $10.7 million and $10.9 million that were rolled over. So my question is, where did this money go to, and why we have to prevent the denying of services for our ESE students. And the 2014 Evergreen report said that special revenues that roll into future years represent funds that could and should have been used to provide higher levels of service to children with needs in the current year. This evergreen report was created. They gave recommendations. And even though, we're now in 2024, these recommendations are still becoming an issue. And we have to learn from the past, and we have to be able to fix these problems. So my question is, this money from the previous 2 years, where is it?
It hasn't been spent. That money is a rollover from vacant positions, with positions that staff was trying to hire and fill for the past couple of years, but unsuccessful to find candidates. And as a result, the money rolled over year after year for those vacant positions. The ESC team and I have since talked, and they have a better strategy throughout the year. Instead of waiting on having this large lump sum of money from a carryover at the end of the year, every quarter they'll be looking at the budget, see if a vacant position was filled. If it was not filled, a different strategy will be used to expend those funds to ensure that we're providing a high level of service. One of the things about our district, although we've lost enrollment in many areas, our ESC population has steadily increased, which for IDA funds, we increase allocation for IDA funds, and so over time we're trying to fill those positions, but if we can't, we have secondary services that we can provide with those funds looking at it on a quarterly basis instead of on an annual basis like in the past.
Okay, and the Florida Department of Education, it states that the IDA funds may be used to pay the excess costs of special education and related services for students with disabilities. And so, thank you, Dr. Hepburn. Moving forward, and the board, we really need to make sure we're looking at this and making sure that money is being spent, because at the end of the day, it affects our students, our most vulnerable population, our students with special needs, and we want to make sure that we are connecting their services and they're actually getting them in the classroom. Ms. Dixon?
Thank you for that. That was what I was trying to get at earlier. So if we look at what the spend authority is, and every quarter there's money not being spent, that was my question. Could we use that money for the SLPs that are contracted, and then we could free up that money for other things? So that was where I was trying to go with the questioning. We kind of cut it short that we don't traditionally, but if we can, we should be. And not just SLPs. I think Ms. Luscombe made a mention of audiologists, right? Physical therapy, OT. We have all of these things that I think speech, we don't contract all out, but I think PT and OT we do. So anyway, I think there's a way to use those monies out of IDA so we could free up our general fund money, and then we can do some of the things we're talking about here, increasing salaries, and where do we find the funds that we're looking for to make sure all of our employees are getting what we can give. We'll never be able to give them what they deserve, but what we can give them if we free this up. So I would ask that as we're looking every quarter, if it's possible to pay that bill then for SLPs with IDA, that we do that and free up our general fund money.
So let me just clarify, the IDEA funds cannot be used for that purpose. It can supplement but not supplant. So if you are already allocated in a general fund to provide a service or hire a teacher for certain reasons, you can't supplant that. So if I was, just throwing a hypothetical out there, if I was allocated out of general fund to, let's say, hire a reading teacher, I have to use those funds for that reading teacher. I can't just use the funds that were allocated for the reading teacher and go use it for something else and then use this categorical fund to pay for that. That's supplanting. That we can't do that. But in the world of the IDEA, when it comes to SLP services, we can go above and beyond, just like they described earlier. We didn't provide a level of service for a certain group of kids 2 years ago, and so they already are allocated SLP funds in general fund, but we need to go above and beyond to recover the services that we didn't provide 2 years ago. We can use it for that. So that's why that money is still sitting there, because we can't use it for a lot of different things. So that's why the ESC staff is going to budget differently for the IDEA funds to make sure we're exhausting those funds throughout the year instead of the huge rollover that we've experienced the past couple of years. So just a long answer for probably a short question is no, we can't use it for that. Yep.
I will just say it's very confusing because so what can someone be very specific, and it can be a follow-up, we don't have to
we can
keep it
provide
here.
a follow-up.
What can we actually use IDA funds for so that we have a better knowledge of what that looks like?
Yeah, we can provide a follow-up to the board just to make sure everybody has a clear understanding.
Perfect. Dr. Zeman, can you repeat the motion? We're going to vote.
Yes. To approve the additional spending authority of $19 million for the agreement between the School Board of Broward County and the 22 vendors listed in the background section of this executive summary district-wide, and direct the superintendent to bring us a plan to hire school board SLPs in 3 years or less. That plan should be presented to the board within 6 weeks.
Roll call.
School board members Al-Hadef,
No.
Alston,
No.
Pham,
No.
Fogenholy,
No.
Hickson,
Yes.
Holness,
Yes.
Leonardi,
Yes.
Rupert,
Yes.
Zeman.
Yes.
Passes 5-4.
Okay. Yep. All in favor all in favor of the item as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No. Alston.
No Aldef, no Alston, no
No
Pham, no Fognoli. Item passes. May I have a motion and second on item number 1?
Chair, before we go to the next item, are we going to go 1 through 16, except for
Yeah.
the ones we've already included?
Correct.
Thank you very much. Yes, item 1 is moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by
Second.
Leonardi. Public comment.
We have several. I'm going to call 2 at a time. If you can make your way up to the podium, please. Arthur Brown, Sandra Freer are the first 2 speakers.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Arthur Brown. I work for the Neil James Education Center for 40 years. And I'm here today to support the recommendation for 5 days of suspension for Dr. Shaw Kalitha Rowe. The documentation presented to you today does not include the multitude of violations against school board policy by Dr. Shaw Rowe. It would take all day if I did that. Not to mention her unprofessional behavior against personnel and staff. I took too many chances and often placed myself in compromising positions professionally to perform tasks, and I ran errands that were personal, questionable, and not in my job description. There's a culture of retaliation that exists throughout the district. I chose to speak at a time when I knew my future was secure. My retirement was set in motion, and I would not have to be worried about being retaliated against. As head facility service person, I gave the district the best of me. I was resourceful, and I went beyond the call of duty to perform tasks, and I did it with pride. If you ever step foot at the Neil James Education Center, you will see where I took pride in what I did. My work ethic made me respected throughout the district. Therefore, it would be out of character for me to come here and lie or say anything unfalse against Dr. Shaw Rowe. The recommended 5 days suspension, to me, is far too lenient in what I had to deal with. But it's better than nothing. Actions have consequences. And Dr. Shaw Rowe action warrants a level of reprimand. The work conditions she placed on staff was appalling. The verbal abuse, the non-work related demands, the disregard of policy is unacceptable. And to do nothing, what kind of message would we send? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Mr. Sullivan.
I believe she's coming up. Sandra?
Yeah, I'm Sandra Sheffer. I thought it was going to be in a different order because I'm actually counsel for Dr. Shaw Rowe, but if you want me to speak first, I will, but I'd prefer if she spoke before I did.
I don't think there's an issue with that.
That's fine.
Carly Shaw?
Okay.
He's going to give me his 3 minutes.
Please come to the microphone and say your name.
Community Leader, Pastor Jimmy Witherspoon. I would like to relinquish my 3 minutes to Dr. Shaw.
6 minutes.
Good morning. I am here because there are overwhelming facts in my case that say that I should not be here. I will address the 3 charges before you. First, failure to conduct a BTA. I did not fail to conduct a BTA because it is not my responsibility to do so. Initiating a BTA is the responsibility of the assistant principal and team. You will not find my name as the initiator of a BTA in this district on one BTA. The employee didn't ask me to initiate a BTA, she asked the AP. She copied me and the then cadre director on the email sent to the AP. I followed up asking for details that were necessary to successfully conduct the BTA because my responsibility is to look at the BTA to make sure that it complies with all district policies. The employee admits in her own testimony to the detective that she did not respond to my numerous emails and calls asking her for that additional information. So in summary, the email requesting a BTA went to the AP and the cadre director and I were copied, yet I am the one here facing discipline when it was not my responsibility to conduct. I also categorically deny the second charge of verbally abusing a student and threatening that student. And the facts that are presented in that case do not support that it even happened. This alleged event supposedly occurred on December of 2022, but it was only reported 9 months later on August of 2023. There is not one record on the school campus of this happening anywhere in the school files. The student in question was one that I recall with discipline incidents that occurred almost daily, sometimes multiple times a day with multiple teachers. The detective mentions that he and she talked about the incident off audio before going on the record. The adult who reported this alleged event had motive. I had disciplined her for ridiculing an ESC student. Her typewritten statement does not match the handwritten one. The accuser said the student wrote a statement, but the student never said she wrote a statement, and the investigator failed to ask her about it. The student's alleged statement could not even be located in the student's discipline file. The detective failed to question people who were reportedly involved and in the vicinity when this incident occurred. The AP does not recall the incident happening at all. He testified that he never heard me make this statement and has never heard me use profanity at students or anyone. He testified that it is the students at Lanier James who curse at adults and security has to be called to remove them. There were additional holes in this particular accusation, but I will go on to the third. The third charge involves wine on campus. I am a member of a wine club, and during my events, people place orders that are collectively taken and delivered to me. The warehouse is near the school, and I erred in having an order brought to campus and placed in my car. But on the date in question, school hadn't begun, there were no students on campus, the wine was placed directly in my car and driven home. I was not thinking at the time about the policy, but over the years, I have seen wine and spirits brought onto school campus and gifted to people during the holiday season. No one intends to violate policy. No one drinks alcohol on campus. This is the same in my situation. In fact, the employee who reported this gifted me a bottle of wine for Christmas in December of 2022, brought it in onto the campus, and put it on my office table. I even saw alcohol gifted to a director for Christmas during the time that I was at Lauderdale Manors Elementary School when I was removed from school. That particular director thanked the person and took it to the car. My last point is about process violations. I was denied student documents citing FERPA, yet the district used the same or similar types of documents from students when presenting its case against me. Student information could have been redacted from these documents that I requested and given to me. On September 6, 2024, just about a few weeks ago, I repeated the same public records request for the denied documents for my case along with some additional documents. To date, I have not received one document to help me prepare for this meeting. These violations of my due process rights break state and federal laws that guarantee me the right to face my accusers and to build an adequate defense. I was also demoted to a lower position at the end of the school year, which is considered discipline. For these reasons, I am asking this board that this entire matter be thrown out and I be made whole. This has gone on for over a year, and I have been through enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Sandra, are you coming up to speak now? As she's making her way up, Aretha Wimberly and Kimberly Morehorn will be the next two speakers. Thank you.
Aretha Wimberly, I'm going to be yielding my time to Sandra Schiffrer.
6 minutes.
No, that's Kim. That's not Sandra.
I'm going to go first. Wait, what? 3 minutes. Thank you. Wait, hold on. Who are you giving your time to?
She's giving it to me, but Kimberly Morehorn is going first.
Okay, no. So we'll have to do that again. You can go first, and then we'll say it again. No, go, Kim.
Oh,
All right. Okay. All right. Kimberly Mohorn, Margate, Florida. I stand before you to talk about a young lady, Dr. Shaw Rowe, who I worked for. And she values and embodies intelligence, toughness, fairness, love, and compassion for children and her staff. I had a privilege of working for her and teaching her daughter. Many people misunderstand her love for children and don't quite understand that her toughness comes from her heart. We work every day with children, and they need the best of us. And one thing that I must say that she absolutely brought out the best in her staff. I can remember a time in 2010 when my husband got sick and I had to leave the district. Dr. Shaw Rowe was at the hospital with us for 9 hours, praying and encouraging us. I want you to understand that not everybody likes accountability. And the one thing that I can stand here and say as a teacher, that when you did your job, she was for you. When you did not do your job, she held you accountable for it. A lot of that is missing in this district. And the reason why, because a lot of leaders are afraid to be leaders and actually put things in place and follow district policy because of the retaliation. I think that looking over all of these things, there is a problem. There is something that's not clean in the milk when it comes to the first set of violations that were brought before you, and now there's a different number of violations. I think that you should really take your time and look over this and say no to this 5 days, because you're basically punishing her twice. You've demoted her. You've taken money away from her. And then you're going to give her 5-day suspension when just a couple of weeks ago you were able to give someone else everything they did and they violated the law. So please reconsider. Thank you. Next speaker.
Ms. Wimberly, if you want to give up your time to Ms. Freer.
Aretha Wimberly, excuse me. I'm yielding my time to Ms. Sandra Schiffrer.
6 minutes.
Good morning, everybody. The last name is Schiffrer. It's just so, this shouldn't be so hard. It's Schiffrer. It's like very, very French. Good morning, everybody. My name is Sandra Schiffrer. Good morning, board. Good morning, superintendent. I'm here on behalf of the issue with Dr. Shaw Rowe. there was definitely some due process violations that, as we said, that took place. And I hope that the board actually took an opportunity to look at all of the documents that was involved in this case. The investigation and the file itself was over 300 pages. We provided a summary that was about 30 pages to the board. I hope you actually took a time to look at it and not only just a one-sided investigation that was provided by the superintendent. As Dr. Shoro had previously stated, she, with previous counsel, had made a request for public records, most of which wasn't provided. I myself requested those documents. They were not provided, even though they were also used in an investigation against her. So we have a constitutional right to confront our accusers, and that wasn't given here, right? Like if and statements are supposed to be cross-examined, there was no opportunity to do that. After the investigation that took almost 9 months for the district to prepare for, Dr. Schroeder was only given 20 minutes to respond, mind you, not having the documents that she needed in order for her to properly respond to the people who accused her, which she was not aware who they were, and she just had to basically respond to this blindly. But even with that being said, she still was able to provide sufficient information that puts you in a position where there's no other conclusion for you to draw, is that this matter should be dismissed in its entirety, right? Dr. Shoro maintained that if you look at the case where there was an accusation that was made that she said something against the students, there were 5 individuals that was interviewed in that. 3 of them said they heard no such thing happen. The one person who brought the accusation forward is a person that was disciplined for doing that and more, and did not say anything at the time. If this in fact happened, which we maintain never did happen, didn't say anything until 9 months later. And also, understand that Dr. Shaw was allowed to stay in the school the entire academic year. So if she was a threat to a student or causing all of these issues, how is it that she was allowed to stay at the school the entire school year without incident? Also remember, Dr. Shaw is a 35-year employee of the district that have exceptional ratings for her work, and it's not until when we have employees who all have motives, which was outlined in the document that I presented to the board and the superintendent, as to why it is that these statements are being made. Generalizations and statements that are not supported by facts should not be accepted, and particularly to put a person in a position where their reputation is at harm, they're going to lose pay, which she's already lost pay. If we just go into, so that's what the issue with the student. When we talk about the BTA, as stated, that is a function of the assistant principal. Dr. Sharo has been an administrator in the district over 26 years, and she's never had to initiate a BTA. What happened here, the statement was sent to the assistant principal because that's what the employee understand the process to be. For them to do a BTA, they didn't do it. However, somehow it was leapfrogged over the assistant principal, and now Dr. Shaw is being held accountable for something that wasn't even her responsibility to do. And say she did want to do it. She reached out to the employee. She wouldn't respond to emails or phone calls, and that is also documented in the sworn statement that she gave to the officer in this case. So for that, there's no way that charge can be substantiated based on a record that you have in front of you. I hope you all took the time to actually look at that, right? And then when we deal with the issue with alcohol, we always, as attorneys, you think of the spirit of the law, right? The spirit of the law is really that you don't want people coming to work lit. You don't want people to come to work drunk. That's why you do it. You don't want people consuming alcohol at work. That's what the spirit of the law about. This was really not about people putting things in their trunks, right? And then also, what you're going to start, you're setting up a space where at all the Christmas parties, people are going to start taking pictures, or they're going to go through their file and look at all the pictures of people who were gifted alcohol on campus, and then you're going to have a floodgate of accusations that you're going to have to deal with, considering this is what this is about. It was a time where there were no students on campus, there was no harm, no foul, and I can talk about alcohol, students being exposed to alcohol in situations that were absolutely inappropriate and doesn't rise even close to the level of what we have in this case. So we really, when I say we, I mean the district really need to think about, is this the hill that you actually want to die on when you're talking about wanting to discipline somebody for something that's being done? We acknowledge there was a lapse in judgment, but in no way does any of what you have in front of you rise to a level where there should be any additional punishment in terms of 5-day suspension. One of the things that you need to understand is that a demotion is discipline, right? A demotion is discipline. Dr. Charro was disciplined by being demoted from her position, again, after 26 years as administrator with exceptional recommendations, but as a result of allegations that she did not get to confront her accusers, she was given another position. You're allowed to do these things, however, you're not allowed to do them and retaliate when you do these things. So with all that being said, and with all the information that you have in front of you, there's no way there should be any recommendation of any 5-day suspension on behalf for Dr. Charro. Thank you for your time.
Our final two registered speakers, Mr. Bobby Henry and Mr. Vicente Thrower.
Good morning. My name is Bobby Henry, publisher of the West Side Gazette newspaper. I wasn't going to speak because I was torn between what I'm seeing at the board and what I see is happening to Ms. Shaw. My comments are this. I don't want to see the board continue to make mistakes. You yourselves mentioned earlier that you made some mistakes when it was dealing with Mr. Witherspoon. I would hate to see those same mistakes made with an employee of the caliber of Ms. Shaw. I met Ms. Shaw almost 30 years ago when she was a principal and my grandson was at her school. My grandson was experiencing some difficulties because of some home issues. He was very outspoken, a lot of energy, anger, and couldn't deal with his anger appropriately. I was called to the school along with my daughter to assist her in dealing with my grandson. When I got at that school, I met this vibrant, stern, caring person who was Miss Shaw. And in her office, when she was dealing with my grandson, she did it from a mother's perspective of a child who needed some stern discipline. She did not hide it. She did not try to covert her actions because she came from her heart, and my grandson actually needed it. So I said to her at that time, thank you so very much. And if you had to do it again, do it. Now here we are, attempting to hold somebody accountable to some actions that can't even be presented in a manner that's fair to her. There have been some allegations, there have been some statements made, and those statements and allegations that have been made came from a personal perspective and one that was not conducive to what this school system needs. I stand here as a parent and as a community activist and leader to ask this board to rethink their position on a 5-day suspension on something that couldn't even be validated from the dais before. Ms. Roll has given her life to this school system and has taken on the role of a parent. She has a newborn child that she adopted, and she's now taking care of that child and has lost money that has been misdirected and punished, losing her position to be placed in a situation that's non-conducive to what this school system needs.
Thank you so
I
much.
ask you again to reconsider and not leave a tarnished impression on who you are. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mr. Thrower is our last registered speaker.
Board members Vicente Thrower, Pompano Beach. Mr. Henry said it all. I'm just the chairman deacon, and I'm going to say what he just said. You know, growing up in this county, I'm 45, when we had principals, our principals back in those days could paddle us. They held us accountable to our behavior. Some of y'all don't believe in that type of discipline, but hey, it made some of us and many of us accountable and grown adults today that we are leaders in this city, in this county. What is wrong with accountability, and what message do you all send today to all the other principals? First of all, several superintendents prior to the current superintendent demoted an African-American woman along with several other African-Americans. They took that on the chin. All of them took it on the chin. Then you come back now and you want to slap them again when something else is before you. What are you telling us every time what are you telling the principals? That they cannot be leaders in their school districts? In their schools? I just wonder sometimes, does this board think about the decisions that you make and how it affects every other principal and how they view your policy decisions? Because guess what? They're the soldiers that are in these schools. And when you do it to them, you're doing it to everybody else. And last part about what I'm about to say, you already have heard everyone here today that came from the community. Where is the true opposition to the chair, to the superintendent, to say that what you all are about to do to her is fair? I sometimes ask myself, how many of you all have family members in the school district? How many of you all have family members in any position or children in the school district? We sometimes get represented by individuals that don't have a whole bunch of stake in it. And therefore you make decisions and then think that at the end of the day, when we come down here at 10 o'clock and then lately the chair been having meetings at 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, Madam Chair, we want to come down here and express ourselves. But this takes a lot out of us to come down here and do this. And we do it because we love this school district. We appreciate the board. But board members, we ask that you all appreciate our opinion when we come down here to you all. This is how we feel about those who are leading our children. You all should not go along with this. And honestly, I would ask the superintendent to take this off the table and reconsider his position. Thank you.
Thank you. Board member comment, Mr. Alston.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Happy to kick off questions, conversations, and a motion. Kim, you did not tell me, and you tell me a lot, and we didn't talk on this topic, that you worked for Dr. Shaw Rowe. So that was actually interesting to me. And yes, you are right. I'll speak for myself because I'm only one of the current 9. For 2 years, I have been Mr. A, not Alston, but accountability. And I haven't been afraid to speak up and speak out when I see something that's right and when I see something that's wrong. Mr. Thrower, I do have family in the district. There's some in district leadership in this building who I tell to keep quiet. I've told them that for 2 years. I have folks on different school sites all around this county. Deacon Henry, I respect you, I hear you, and I appreciate your words and your story. I think I'm one person up here who actually has dealt with investigations, both professionally and from a board perspective. I know that a demotion is considered discipline. I know that when you reduce someone's salary, that is considered discipline. I've dealt with the EEOC, FCHR, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. It bothers me that someone could be, and I'm going to use the words of one of you, and I wrote some copious notes, considered a threat. That actually stood out to me. Let me start with our general counsel, related to this matter. Has the individual before us been demoted or a salary adjustment based on what's before us today?
Ms. Batista.
I'm going to defer to Ms. Moore on this item. As you know, the
Ms. Who?
Maya Moore.
Oh, sorry. Yes, sorry.
Behind me.
Yep, I didn't hear you. Okay.
Because, as you know, this
Yep.
is an item that is coming from the superintendent.
Sure.
So he has separate counsel and I counsel the board. So just to make that separation, she will be responding to questions related to anything related to this case or the investigation.
From the superintendent's perspective?
Correct.
But you are still the board's attorney?
Absolutely.
In this administrative matter?
Yes.
Okay, so let's go there. Perfect.
Hello? Better. Maya Moore with the Office of the General Counsel. Dr. Shaw Roll was involuntarily demoted due to reorganization. So upon information and belief, there was a new position that was approved on a prior agenda item, and she was assigned to fill that position during the reorganization that took place over the summer.
Which I voted against. So let's go backwards. So I want to understand, and I know that you do report to the General Counsel, is that correct?
Yes, I do.
And I know technically, although this is a separation of roles, so I won't get to that. I thought, anyway, we'll get back to that separately.
We have a wall, so I have had no discussions with her about
I understand.
whatever.
I got it. I'm also in the public domain, so I want it to be clear that we do have two attorneys that are district employees, although one is the board's attorney and one in this case is representing the superintendent.
Yes,
Is that
sir.
fair? Okay.
Correct.
So to the superintendent's attorney, let me make sure I got that right, counsel, in this regard. Is a demotion considered discipline? Is a salary adjustment considered discipline?
So under the ASMAB handbook, there are two types of demotions. There is one due to an administrative reorganization where there is no change in salary for 6 months. So she would be receiving the same salary now, currently. And there is another form of demotion due to discipline, according to the handbook. So they do make a differentiation between a reorganization demotion and a disciplinary/performance-related demotion.
So
That's according to the handbook.
I understand. You would not classify the prior board action that I actually objected to, you wouldn't classify that as a demotion, and you would not classify that as impacting salary? I want to follow you first.
They are both demotions, but there are
Okay.
two types of demotions.
I
There is
understand.
one for reorg, and there's one that is disciplinary in nature.
Right. So you're agreeing that it's a demotion. You agree that it is discipline in nature, or you don't agree with that statement?
Well, based on the definition in the handbook, the disciplinary demotion has a salary impact immediately. This did not.
So I think I recall there was a salary impact to this individual before. So if you're saying if there was a salary impact, that does indicate discipline, I think you also agree that discipline has occurred for this individual already. So I may want to, if you could maybe just look back at that, and I'm going to just re-ask that question.
Sure.
Okay?
So at present, her discipline is a recommendation. The board has not taken action on any.
No, I got it. I know,
You're talking about the demotion.
I know what's before us. I'm actually going backwards. This board voted that I objected to, and I don't know, I do recall who else objected, on that topic. And my question, I want to repeat. The individual before us, has the person been disciplined? Yes or no? I think you've acknowledged, or maybe I'm trying to get you to acknowledge, because I know the answer, but we're in a public domain. Has there been a salary impact to this individual? So demotion, salary impact, is this considered discipline? Those are kind of the overarching questions.
So on the salary impact, I would probably defer to the superintendent for that factual answer. But on the demotion, based on the information I received, this was the part one of two versions of demotion. This was the reorg related.
Got it. So we agree on demotions. Mr. Superintendent, I defer to you, and I know our chief people officer is somewhere, and I think we all clearly remember the agenda item. So my question is, if the item that came before us before, was there a salary impact? That's kind of the question I'm asking, just for the record, in this setting.
In line with council, there's going to be a future salary impact because it is number one of two, what she just spoke about, which she maintains her salary for, I think, a minimum of, or maximum of 6 months. So I want to say probably in December, her salary will revert back to what the role that she was approved to be in our reorg meeting.
So let me restate what you just said. And HR, please, sorry, Mr. Chief People Officer. The board voted on a reorganization that included a change of position and salary impact for the employee before us. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that position change and salary impact will occur when?
The position change started July 1. The salary impact won't be till December, correct me if I'm wrong.
January 1st.
January 1st.
Got it. All right. So the board this board has already taken action on this employee before us. We've demoted the employee. We've disciplined the employee. I want to make sure the superintendent's attorney agrees with my language here. We've disciplined the employee. The board voted to reduce the salary of the employee. And this is considered discipline. I just want to go backwards.
If I may, Mr. Austin.
Yeah.
The change of position, which affected the employee's salary, it was for reorganization, not for discipline.
Well, there's a difference here.
I know.
Right?
Just
I
want to
know
clarify.
from your side as a CEO of the organization, you can reorg any parts of the organization. And I know there's another one coming, right?
Which, if I can add, she was not the only employee in that reorganization that got a title change and therefore a reduction in her salary.
I'm only talking about administrative complaint for Dr. Carletha Shaw Roll. So in this case, Mr. Superintendent, this person before me has already been disciplined. This person has already been demoted by this district. I'm asking questions, so I know that's not for me. And this has been stated on the record by the superintendent's attorney. Discipline, salary reduction, demotion. So now that we've passed that, when is the first time, Madam Chair, maybe the school board clerk, that this item came to the board?
Dr. Hepburn?
Because we've been on the roller coaster, the carousel of crazy for a long time. So when did it first come to us?
I can't recall, Mr. Azarito, do you know when we brought this to the board?
We're in plantation, so I'm trying to help someone.
Yeah, if it was in plantation, it would be July.
Is that July? Got it. Thank you, Vice Chair. So from July forward, so did the board vote on additional protections for another individual at that July meeting? Do we recall that, Mr. Superintendent, and or the clerk, who would understand what the board voted on at that time?
When you say additional protections?
Did the board make a motion dealing with another employee at the time on that July meeting that provided additional protections against an employee who also faced discipline at the time? That's my question.
Mr. Azarito, can you summarize any?
I believe there were
we had a
two
big
main
case.
employees that were brought up at the July meeting. Both were tabled, I believe, at that meeting to the next meeting.
And
the first one.
What was the outcome of the next meeting for that other employee, which
Dr. Shaw Roll was tabled again, and then the other employee received the 10-day suspension.
And what was that motion? Because that wasn't the only thing a part of the motion. So I would actually love for our school board clerk to pull the official record, because the school board made a public motion that not only included what you just said, Mr. Chief People Officer, but I recall this board and the maker of the motion providing additional protections along with the seconder of the motion of an employee at the time. So I would love for the school board clerk to give me that official board action, because I want to make something similar. I want to see if we're going to be consistent today, because I smell some union-related stuff that's been involved, which I'm very familiar with, and some party stuff that's been involved for these last several weeks. But I'm going to say it, and I'll let folks dance around it and see how they respond. But I would love for that, Madam Chair, while I have the floor, if the school board clerk can tell me what motion was made by this board. So while I wait for that, let me go on to the second part. This is also clearly another step, and I know we haven't gotten to item 16 yet, Mr. Auditor, as we deal with transparency. This district has been plagued with this for years. Not responding to public records is a no-no. I'm going to repeat again to my general counsel, and I know it's not your responsibility, but not responding to public records requests is a no-no. Okay. I've already dealt with it 14 days ago, and I'm still dealing with it, but I'll wait to item 16. But if the person before us in this administrative complaint is also dealing with the same issue, and she can't get the same information that I actually spent the last several weeks looking at, that's a problem. But I know all 9 of us, Council and Madam Chair, we believe in fairness, at least that's what we state when we're on the campaign trails or not. We believe in being transparent, right, as 9 board members who fall under a public body that believes in doing the right thing. Not giving an individual before us the same information that the superintendent and team has when making a decision, General Counsel, is wrong. And if 8 people don't hear that, shame on them. Due process? Forget about process. This is part 1 of part 2, and I can't wait for the part 2 on item 16. Due process? Transparency? You can't give me the same records that you have that I can review so I can at least respond to? And that's what 9 of us believe is fair? Madam Chair, my motion is to reject. My substitute motion is to reject the superintendent's recommendation based on all of these things that I've stated for the last however many minutes. It's wrong. It's not fair. It's not transparent. This district has already clearly demoted, reduced the salary, and impacted an employee. I wasn't one of them when it occurred weeks ago.
Second.
And I hope that this board does the right thing today. Thank you, seconder of the motion.
It's been moved by
Because it's
Alston.
wrong.
Hold on, Mr. Alston. Moved by Alston, second by Fogenholy. Public comment on the motion.
Thank you for putting the motion forward. Thank you so much.
I too want to say thank you, but I also want to bring up the fact that I have a public request as well. It goes back to August the 1st. I rescinded it and asked for another one on August the 2nd. I have yet to receive any information on that public request.
Would you please forward that to me, sir? Lori Alhadeff at browardschools.com. Thank you.
I think we're still in the morning. Good morning again.
Morning.
I support Tori's motion, and I also, Dr. Shaw Rose should be protected, her job should be protected, her salary should be protected. There definitely needs to be more transparency. I know I sent for several public records requests, not only just since the month of September. I sent some months ago, never got them. It's definitely problematic, and we need to do better, and this definitely should be dismissed. Thank you for your time.
I just want to echo and thank you, Mr. Alston, for your motion and the second. I just want to echo, I have been working for the district for 35 years. For 35 years, I have never been through anything like this. I've never been accused of anything like this. What you hear from people about how I lead is that it is how I lead. I understand board policy. I understand what I'm supposed to do. And yes, I do hold people accountable for the work that this board asks for schools and principals to do. And no, I don't think that my salary should be impacted because I did nothing wrong. And as it relates to the reorg, I do understand, Mr. Superintendent, and I respect you. I do understand that you have a right to do whatever it is that you do. But when your right to do what you do has impacted me so negatively and my family, I have to fight. And I hope that you don't take my fight as any way in disrespecting you.
Good morning, board, to each and every one of you, to Mr. Alston's and the recommendation, the motion. I stand in support as a community leader, as a pastor. But not only that, but just a person that knows Dr. Shaw Rowe. She's also has always been a very gentle person, very stern in her delivery and how she does things. But I love the accountability that she brings to this district. And so I rise to stand in support of this motion and look forward to see what the district is going to do as well. As it relates to the public requests, I want to stand publicly and say as well, I have not received any public requests documentation as it relates to my case as well. Thank you.
Please forward that request to me too, sir. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Olson?
I know I made the motion, but I do want to hear the result from the school board clerk on the motion that was made. So
I have it. I can read it to the record.
Mr. Sullivan?
All right, motion was made by Ms. Hickson, seconded by Ms. Leonardi, and carried to suspend Mr. Norton for 10 days, place her in a lateral position, and that she does not stay in the information management technical position.
could you repeat the motion one more? I'm sorry, repeat that one more time.
Sure. So the motion was made by Ms. Hickson, seconded by Ms. Leonardi, and carried to suspend Ms. Norton for 10 days, place her in a lateral position, and that she does not stay in the information management technical position.
You can add me back in the queue, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I would like to say to the superintendent, we're hearing over and over again about record requests. So there is a time frame, I think they give, that they have to reply. So if that's not happening, we need to see accountability in the district on why that's not happening and make sure that they're getting their records in a timely manner for whatever our policy says is the time frame. And I just also want to apologize to Dr. Shaw. The last time I spoke, I was reading off of a paper that was given to us, and I believed that what I was reading was something that was substantiated. Since then, even after asking a number of times, are you sure, and told yes, I was given by the press a paper that you got at home that I personally did not receive, and that it is in the packet now. So I do want to apologize to you. I said it publicly, so I want to apologize publicly for reading things that were unsubstantiated, but I did believe at the time that I was reading them that I was accurate in what I was saying. So I do just want to take the opportunity publicly to apologize to you. So thank you.
If I can add on the public records request, I'm looking at the two public records requests that were just mentioned. One is actually closed. Mr. Henry says they completed 8/28. So if you haven't, I'll find out where it was sent to. And Mr. Witherspoon, your records request was requested on September 13th, and that record request is still pending to get the information that you've asked for. So thanks for bringing that to our attention. I've also asked the public records request to send me weekly reports of what's been requested by the end of the week so I can keep up, because I hear these concerns all the time about folks not getting records that they've requested. So I've did my due diligence just to make sure I'm looking at those reports myself so I can pull them up when needed. And so we'll find out where your records were sent, Mr. Henry, and yours are still pending, Mr. Witherspoon. Thank you.
Any other board member comments? Dr. Holness.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a few questions. Dr. Hepburn, regarding the item before us, based upon what you've heard so far, is your recommendation still the same?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and there are three concerns before us. Do you consider all three to be still relevant based upon what you've heard today?
Yes, there's nothing in the documentation that has resulted in me changing my recommendations.
Okay, so I have a few questions on each of the items here in the recommendation. Before I get to that, was any demotion of Dr. Shaw in terms of her position disciplinary in nature in the past?
No, sir. As I stated before, we have several employees that got title and position changes just like Ms. Charro did, so.
Okay, so I'm going to go to count 3 on page 5. Let me just make sure. Okay, so it mentions here inappropriate conduct in verbal exchange with students. On an item number 28, line item, it says during the verbal exchange with TC, which is the student, Charro stated to the student that she would mop the floor with her. Were there witnesses that were there that confirmed that this was said, or was this reported by the student only without witnesses?
Dr. Hebron.
Let me have Mr. Azarito and whatever staff he needs that help with that investigation. They can provide details.
Okay.
Or Ms. Moore.
Maya Moore with the Office of General Counsel. I believe Detective Dimmler is here, but in the investigative report, there was a corroborating witness, Ms. Striggles, who testified under oath to having witnessed that exchange.
Okay, I'm sorry, you mentioned there was one witness?
One witness in the report that testified under oath to having witnessed the exchange, yes.
Okay, so for the record, the exchange that took place between Dr. Shaw and this particular student, there was one witness that ascertained these words were said, correct?
Yes, one witness and the student herself, yes.
Okay, so is it normal when staff is having allegations of verbal exchange, inappropriate verbal exchange, that is there a protocol for number of witnesses based upon prior incidents similar in nature?
Dr. Hebron.
Ms. Moore. Or whatever supporting staff you need.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. I would ask that the detective come forward and discuss his methodology.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Ms. Batista.
So I just want to make sure that the board understands that at this juncture, the board has delegated the authority to try the case and evaluate the evidence to the Division of Administrative Hearings. So I understand that the board also has the ability to change the penalty at this point, but having said that, this is not the place to listen to witnesses, figure out, all that happened. Basically, you have to take the complaint as true. Whatever is written in the complaint as true, and if you feel that what is in the complaint is rises to the level of penalty or discipline, then you would move that forward to the due process, which would be to send it over to the Division of Administrative Hearings to be heard by an ALJ, an administrative law judge, and then that person would make the evaluation of the evidence, would weigh and the testimony of the witnesses, and that's when the due process would take place. Having said that, as I said before, you have the ability to, based upon what is before you, make a change or, ask for a change as to the penalty.
Okay, Madam Chair, I fully understand that what's before us, we are taking the information as factual. However, I think looking at comparatives of what has been done before in disciplining other employees would help to guide us in making a decision about this particular employee. So the questions that I'm asking is not based on whether or not what's before us is factual or not true or true. It's looking at the degree of punishment as well as comparative from similar incidents to make a determination if this is fair to go ahead.
Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, so I have another question on count 3. If an employee is determined to have inappropriate conduct, do we have any past consequence of such employees as examples to which we can determine what number of days were given to such employee?
Dr. Hepburn.
I think we went through this exercise earlier this summer where we provided the board a list of staff that was disciplined, I want to say over 3 or 5 years. I can't remember the time frame, but what we all agreed on, at least from my standpoint, is there was inconsistency across the board of how employees were disciplined in the past. I think the only consistency was around BTAs, where there was an automatic one-day suspension. So I can't speak to this to superintendents or leaders of the district of the past, but I can only talk about my level of consistency that we're going to create moving forward.
Okay, so at the end of all of this, Dr. Hepburn, I'm going to make a motion regarding consistency in how we administer discipline. I'd like to go to count number 2, which is failure to conduct a behavior threat assessment. It indicates here that Linda Walker, behavior specialist, felt that she was threatened by a student. This was first brought to the assistant principal, John Hudson, according to what I have. Who had the initial responsibility of the BTA? Would it be the assistant principal, seeing that it was brought forth to the AP first? Or would it be Dr. Shaw, seeing that as the concern of threat escalated, that Ms. Walker then sent an email to both John Hudson and Dr. Shaw? So since the initial contact was John Hudson, and then subsequently an email was then sent when Linda Walker felt that the threat was more significant, who had the responsibility of the BTA? Would it be the AP or would it be Dr. Shaw?
Dr. Hepburn.
I can't specifically remember all that I've read in here, but there, like I said, there were subsequent actions. A teacher emailed an assistant principal about a specific concern. The teacher escalated the concern with more information about feeling threatening to the principal, and also the principal acknowledged that a BTA should have been done, and it was not done.
Okay, so with the concern of threat, do APs normally fill out BTAs as well as principals?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so if an AP receive a threat, would that AP, a concern of a threat, would that AP be under obligation to do a BTA once a threat is received?
Yes, they would.
Was an BTA filled out by John Hudson?
No, it was not.
Okay, I'd like to go to the count 1. Alcohol on school property.
What page are you on, Mr.
On
Dr.
page 2. Okay, so on page 2 and 3 rather, it indicates that alcohol was delivered on campus, that Dr. Shaw instructed Mr. Brown to put it in her car. Was there any student on campus when that occurred?
I'm not sure. I would have to, I'm trying to find the page.
I'm on page 3.
I think our pages are a little bit. Okay. School had not started yet.
Okay, so it was in the morning?
Correct.
So when school had started, was the alcohol still on the grounds? Okay, hadn't started. Okay,
Yep.
Got it. It hadn't started in general. when anyone is found with alcohol on school grounds, whether it is for the intention of transferring it somewhere else, what's the usual punishment?
I'm not sure what the usual punishment would be in the past.
Have we had incidents of that in the past? And
I
what
would
was?
I would have to review documents of the past.
Okay, can they tell us by the time this is over? And I'd like a second round, please.
Yeah, I think we could find the records we sent to the board earlier this summer.
Okay, thank you.
Ms.
So
Azarito.
I'd like to go to policy 2400. And in that policy, number 5, it states that, all right, never mind, that wouldn't be applicable to what I was going to say. All right, so my point is with the alcohol being delivered to the school, is there a policy in regards to directing staff to do something for you for personal reasons during the workday? Because that's what occurred. It wasn't like they did something to help or benefit the school. It was to benefit the person. So and that wasn't in the report, but that's what my thinking was. Why was that allowable? Dr. Hepburn? Well, not allowable, but wasn't addressed.
I'm going to defer to Mr. Batiste or Ms. Moore. I don't know the exact policies off the back of my hand, but I do know that there's a policy about alcohol on school board premises.
Right, that's the 2400. But my question is in regards to the person, the staff member who was directed to get the alcohol during work time. That should never have occurred. That was that person was using that person for personal reasons. It wasn't for the school. So do we have policy regarding that?
Ms. Batista? Probably have to do some research on that one.
So I can tell you that in paragraph 10 of the complaint, that's one of the items that, these employees charged with. It says, on or about August 12th, and during work hours, she contacted another person, that worked for her to pick up the alcohol.
But my question is specific to, is that in policy? Because this is one situation today. We could hypothetically have, whether it's a school board member asking their secretary to do something for, their personal benefit, or superintendent or another principal. If it's not in policy, it needs to be in policy. So that's my first question. I guess it's not in policy that we know of.
Well, we can research if there's a specific policy to that. I think more so you've asked a custodian or facilities person to leave their campus to go pick up alcohol and bring that alcohol back to campus.
Right.
There's a high school principal. I've sent custodians to go get gas for the lawnmower. That's for school purposes, but the large amount of alcohol that was picked up to bring on the school grounds is definitely called a question.
Right. So, okay. So I'm going to say a couple things. One, I believe that we have, and I think you addressed this, Dr. Hepburn, we do have an issue with inconsistency of discipline, but you address that, which I'm thankful for. Moving forward, that there needs to be consistency in
administering discipline.
Yeah, administering discipline. So that's one. Two, if there isn't a policy already, there needs to be a policy in regards to an employee directing another employee to do something to personally benefit that person when it has no regard to their actions in their position or to benefit the school in some capacity.
Madam Chair, I mean, that would be, misuse of their position.
Right.
I think that's something that's,
So is that in policy, though? I go back to the policy.
well, it's not in policy that I'm aware of, but I know that it's in the law. Right.
In what law?
So it's, for one, misuse, well, it's in the code of conduct for the education professionals. The use of your position, or, using perhaps government resources for something that is not appropriate.
Okay, so that all should have been put into this item because it is part of, it is what happened. There was the misuse of their position to ask somebody to go do something, and then obviously it was also in violation of the drug-free workplace policy. And then my third point is the behavioral threat assessment. We cannot afford to miss one behavioral threat assessment. We cannot afford to have a principal not feel, and I'm not saying that in this situation, but that a behavioral threat assessment is not important. It is vitally important that we make sure that every BTA is done and completed and thorough. And I know Broward County Public Schools, we are the leaders in BTAs, after the tragedy at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. But in this, there is an issue with the BTAs. The other thing I'd like to say is, and I know that there's always seems to be more to the story that what the board is receiving and needs to, as our general counsel said, take this information and make a decision about. But I also caution the board to constantly go against the superintendent's recommendation because today is this, tomorrow is going to be something else, and then we have to be supportive of the superintendent and his recommendations and the staff's work that goes and puts on this. So, Ms. Batista, after the board votes, what will be the next step in the process? You said there was a DOA hearing?
Correct. So as you are probably familiar with, because we have had those types of hearings before the board delegates the authority to the Department of Division of Administrative Hearings. So then after that, there is a hearing that takes place where evidence is adduced, the witnesses give testimony, that administrative law judge would make the determinations evaluating the evidence and weighing the evidence and the credibility of the witnesses, and then would put together a recommended order that comes to the board. At that point, after the board receives the recommended order, then both sides, the attorney for the superintendent and the attorney for the employee, have an opportunity to file exceptions to the recommended order, and then those items come before the board, and you act in your quasi-judicial capacity, and you would make, as an arbiter of that process, you would make a determination as to those exceptions and then issue a final order.
Understood. Okay. Any other board members?
Yes, ma'am.
Pam? Yes. Dr. Zeman?
Thanks so much, Chair. There's a few questions I have pertaining to this case. I understand that we have to make a decision based on the facts that are presented here, and to the Chair's just most recent point, in principle, I think the superintendent recommendations always are very sound and well thoughtful about it, but I will also point out that by following the superintendent's advice over the past 10 years, we've done very inconsistent consequences for behavior. So it's worthy for us, and it's our statutory responsibility to review these recommendations and make sure that the facts here are contained. What we have before us today is one step in a very long process. We have to accept the facts that are here. I'm curious if the person involved in this investigation has ever agreed to a 5-day suspension.
Dr. Hepburn.
Mr. Azarito? I think that answer is yes, if I'm not mistaken.
Terrific. And was she advised by counsel before she agreed to the 5-day suspension?
Mr. Azarito? Oh, go ahead, Ms. Moore.
Yes, Dr. Zeman, she did have prior counsel, and there was a stipulation agreement entered into.
And did she sign the stipulation agreement?
Yes, she did.
Given the evidence that is presented to us and given the process that we are standing in today to accept these things to be true, I can't imagine rejecting this recommendation. When you add to the fact that a stipulation agreement was drawn up, legal counsel was provided, and it was agreed to prior to the previous school board meeting and speakers who spoke then and speakers who spoke today, and based on kind of the community standards for what we expect of school leaders, we do not expect them to have alcohol on the campus, ever. The fact that some people have done that in the past does not excuse this. We expect them to report BTAs, Chair, as you have mentioned. No exceptions for that. And we all know that there's no exceptions to those two rules. The nation knows you don't bring alcohol on a school campus. And bringing alcohol to Lanier James, in particular, whether there's students there or not, is particularly troublesome to the community. I will follow another rule that I heard from a fellow colleague. If you threaten one of our students, I will do everything I can to make sure it never happens again. And there is a witness to what happened. This is not just hearsay. This is something reported, investigated. Witness came forward and said that a student was threatened by one of our school leaders. I cannot imagine rejecting this recommendation, knowing that it's still got to go before an administrative law judge, knowing that it's going to have to come back to us for a final decision. I am going to plead that we move this forward with the superintendent's recommendations and make sure that we tell the community that we don't believe the things reported in this investigation are acceptable for Broward County Public Schools. Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Pham.
Thank you. Let me go back. What's really surprising, thank you, Madam Chair, what's really surprising is that we are living in a situation where certain things are approved and people look the other way without consequences, then other things are disapproved and people zero in, target, and focus on taking them down or giving them punishment that other people have walked away from. And I hate it. I hate it. So I'm just going to give some analogies. We had someone come before us where they admitted wrongdoing. They said they did something wrong. They said they'd do it again. But yet board members here defended them getting the same pay. It wasn't made by motion. It was a statement made. I want to make sure if this person's transferred, that they've received the same pay. In addition, that person was receiving back pay. So where was the consequences there? Part of that involved bullying, which was alleged here, which has been dismissed. I saw and read that the bullying was dismissed. And the allegations that the student made, that they were threatened, one person substantiated that, while 3 others said it never happened. But that's omitted from the record here. The other 3 adult witnesses said it didn't happen. So I think that's a really important and relevant issue. In the other instance, we also had where the person said that a conversation had taken place, but yet I remember in reviewing the file, the superintendent said he didn't recall that conversation, but yet that person was given the benefit of the doubt, not the superintendent. And there was no official letter, any email or document substantiating that individual, but she was given the benefit of the doubt. I want to move forward. Because we need to compare apples to apples and not apples to oranges. I know of a situation where elementary students were taken to a bar on a field trip. Was there any demotion? No. That was looked upon as favorably. And as I recall, a newspaper article quoting saying, I'd like to do this annually. Was there any back pay taken? I don't know. I don't remember that punishment being levied. Was that person salary reduced? No, not at all. So how does this all seem fair across the table? It seems to me that favoritism is dealt out generously. And I can tell you the two different categories I've come up with that seem to be treated more favorably than others. But the problem is, these kids were taken to a bar, not where there's walking by a car, where there's a case of wine in the trunk. This was a bar that's promoting drinking, that has bottles up of alcohol on display for our elementary kids' schools. Is that right? That no penalty was issued in that case. In this case, from what I'm hearing, there was a lack of intent. There was no open container, no open bottle, no alcohol in the school. What this was is a delivery of alcohol put in a trunk. And it goes for a he said, she said. He volunteered. He said, she asked him. We'll never know the truth. Maybe it's something in between. Oh, that happens all the time. But why is Dr. Shaw not being given the benefit of the doubt like we did to these other two women? Why is that? How many years? 35 years? She's with the school district? But she doesn't get that luxury. Dr. Shaw's incident happened over the summer when the kids weren't in school. The bar incident happened on a field trip where they were taken from the school. Was there open container laws then? I didn't even think minors were allowed in bars, especially without parents. I don't know. In addition, there was no alcohol actually consumed. If you go through your policy, it talks about the consumption of alcohol. There was no drinking. And the alcohol wasn't even in plain sight. No one knew that it was in the trunk except for two people. The fact that there weren't any students on campus or even scheduled to be there that day, that's huge. You've already penalized Dr. Shaw. You've demoted her. And I looked up the definition of demotion. I'd like a little more time.
Continue.
And it is downgrading. It's penalizing. And that's what you've already done. In addition to what you've already made her go through, this woman of 35 years who has an infant, or 5-month-old, my God, is you want to take 5 more days and suspend her. This is like a slap down, in my opinion. I'm questioning, there was a complaint about the bullying, but yet it wasn't reported for 9 months by the adult in the room. That sends up a red flag. So I want you to think about what you're asking us to do here. And I want you to carry the same level of compassion and equity that you did for the 2 prior people, the 2 prior women that happened to not be of dark color, okay? Not to be an activist, and show her the benefit of the doubt here. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there a second round?
Yeah, Mr. Olson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now that we're on round 2. So let me just, what I was going to say on the round 1, I'm actually glad I saved it for round 2. You always got to listen to your colleagues. I thought I actually heard the then principal accept responsibility. That's actually what I wrote down on my round 1. Because I agree with 2 of my colleagues, and I think on everyone up here, the role of BTAs. It is important. And it really should be important in the gold standard, to your point, Madam Chair, to all of our school leaders. So I do hear a takeaway. Second point. If you got it wrong the first time, do you get it wrong again? I think the answer is no. If you have an incomplete investigation in front of you, do you accept it as the gospel? I think the answer is no. And I'm hoping that 3 other people will join me. You've openly heard in this public discussion, not fair, not transparent, withholding records, previous district discipline to an employee, previous district salary reduction to an employee, a previous action by the board, which is the district, to this employee. You've heard it in open forum. You got it wrong the first time. But there are some up here who want to dig in the sand and say, you know what? I'm okay getting it wrong again. I disagree with that. 120%. There was a prior agreement, and I actually looked at all the documents, and I'm actually appalled. So now I'm going to go back to our counsel, who represents the board, because I recall there being an agreement. The agreement now coming off the table and going back to the drawing board to a new starting place. That was not stated from the other counsel representing the superintendent. I want to be clear about that point. Yes, there was a prior agreement agreed to from Dr. Carletha Shaw-Roll, who was represented by another counsel. That counsel is no longer representing Dr. Carletha Shaw-Roll. Make sure I got this right in a public forum. She has new counsel. That agreement, because I am the board member who said, go back and have conversation. Nobody up here did that. I did. In that moment, I then understood that both sides agreed we're now at a new starting place. So let's talk about timeline, because the other side, and I respect you, I know you're representing the superintendent, so we're in a different space here, okay? And I respect you as well, Dr. Superintendent. I think that's the new term here. But the other counsel did not give the factual timeline for this board. So we'll go backwards if we want to do that, and I'm happy to do that. Because if I had not made a motion, this board was going to rubber stamp the wrong decision by this district again. We started for bullying, if I recall. 3 days? Maybe let's see if I get this right, because I think I know how to count. I know how to add and subtract, because I think we've added, we've subtracted, we've gone back and forth. So let's see if we get this right. It started at 10 days on one of them. Then I think it went down to 2 days. You're my counsel. I can't look at anybody else, and I can't talk to the superintendent, because this one board member has actually voted no against several superintendents when they do wrong, when their actions don't align to mine. And I'm not going to stop doing that, counsel. So let's talk about timeline. Let's talk about addition and subtraction. Bullying, I thought, was 3 days. I think SIU, let's see if I get this right, somewhere it started at 10 days. Then it got reduced to 2 days. And then somehow it got back up to 5 days. Let me make sure I got that timeline and that addition and subtraction right. Did I get that right, counsel? You're my counsel. I can't ask the superintendent.
Well, you can. You can ask the superintendent, because the review was done by HR and the superintendent.
Okay, all right. So I apologize.
And it was done, I believe,
Repeat
as
that.
a result
I'm sorry,
of your
repeat the
request.
question.
So walk the board. So let me give you the latitude to walk the board through a timeline that I think I understand well. It started with a recommendation of X, which included X number of days for these issues. Can we just turn the clocks off? I mean, for me, this administrative complaint is important, and I hope that board members don't have a time limit here. Then it went to a second recommendation of days for certain issues. It got reduced, which I believe was your reduction, but I want you to clarify on the record.
Correct.
For certain issues, and then somehow it morphed back up again. So ignore my premise. Can you walk the board through the timeline, the number of days, the issues, and then I'll pause and continue.
So I think when this case was presented, my days are all, as you know, with my job, my days are all crunched up together. But I know this is before June, probably in May, when the case was presented and reviewed. I think the original recommendation of days were either 12 or 13 days. I suggested 5. They negotiated with their counsel, with our counsel, came out with an agreed upon 5 that was signed. Came to the board. I want to say that came to the board either late June or.
Did that 5 include bullying?
It include everything.
Okay, all right,
everything.
Keep going.
Yes.
I want to. It's a reason I'm asking
Yeah.
these questions.
Yeah,
Okay,
it
keep
included
going.
everything.
Yep.
And then it came to the board, which it was requested after Ms. Shaw and spoke to look into this further. Fast forward, she acquired new counsel, and so in a sense the process kind of started over at the same time too, because you have new counsel.
Thank you for acknowledging that.
Yes.
Okay.
And the recommendation for myself stood the same at 5
With
days.
the same factors.
Correct.
So where would the 10-day come from? Where did I get that from? Was there a 10-day ever?
Not for me.
Yes.
During the summer.
So I'm looking at that. So there are a couple other numbers. That's why Superintendent.
Go ahead.
If you don't mind, let me just ask the Chief People Officer. There are so many numbers and recommendations and decision points involving different items before us. Can you walk us through that?
Yes.
And I think you understand what I'm asking.
I do.
Thank
so
you.
through the chair, there originally 3 days for bullying. That was done by the Employee Labor Relations Department with the supervisors of the employee, and then a separate 10-day recommendation from the PSC.
3 plus 10?
3 plus 10.
Okay.
So the Professional Standards Committee recommended 10 days for the 3 counts that are in front of you today, out of 6. So they found just cause for 3, no just cause for the other 3, recommended 10 days. In the negotiation Ms. Moore had with Dr. Shawroll's previous representative, that's when it was shrunk down to a 5-day stipulated agreement and as a whole package. Then that was kind of blown up at the one meeting.
That the board then directed you, which passed 9-0, to go back and talk both sides. Let's
Correct.
get a clear timeline.
Yes.
All right, so
we
let's
had,
make sure we understand. Keep
we had
going.
a couple of meetings with Dr. Shawroll and her new representative. The bullying part was removed.
So the bullying was removed from the 5-day. I want to follow your same number here.
No,
There was
well-
5-day that was included in the first stipulated
As a
agreement.
stipulated agreement.
Right. Okay, keep going. Now we're
Now,
talking.
when that
Yep.
was gone, now we went back to the table, so we looked at everything else. So now we're back at 3 days for bullying.
So everything
10
started
days.
over again.
3 days for bullying.
Okay.
10 days for the PSC recommendation.
Right.
So we decided that the bullying, we would remove those 3 days. We're sitting at the 10 days per the PSC recommendation.
So it went from 3 plus 10 to 5 back to 3 plus 10.
Correct. Minus
Okay,
the
I just
3,
wanna-
sitting at
okay.
10.
All right.
Recommendation is 5.
Got it. All right. So now that everyone hopefully understands that, my position hasn't changed, Madam Chair. I recall the individual on the record accepting responsibility, which a principal or a leader should. For me, that was important. I clearly heard in a public forum district employees admit that this school district has already reduced the salary of Dr. Carletha Shawroll. This school district has already agreed to demote Dr. Carletha Shawroll. This school district has already disciplined Dr. Carletha Shawroll. In open session, our employees have acknowledged that when you work for Broward County Public Schools, if you're not in the in crowd, you may not get all the public records and information that will help you defend yourself. I heard that in this public forum. which is a shame. I also heard in this public forum that the investigation before me is not complete. I've done investigations. You ask questions from all sides. You ask every party involved. Then you make some recommendation. This was not done in this case. Again, due process is questionable at best. On one hand, we go back and we said we're going to have both sides talk to each other. We did. I heard in this forum that district employees admitted we started in one place, we went to another place, and then we rewind the tape to go back again. That's wrong. Miss Lisa Bailey, yes, I do ask you to go to Dunkin' Donuts for me. I'm a Dunkin' guy. I believe there's a public purpose, Mr. Superintendent, because it helps me stay alert and sharp and asking every question I need to ask when I'm sitting up here. I do admit to going to Florida A&M University games. Yes, I've gone to a few UM games as well. I won't talk about that game. I think they allow alcohol on their campuses. I've gone to a few other public institutions that allow alcohol, unfortunately or fortunately, on their campuses. Maybe it's for a fundraiser. Maybe it's a foundation event. I've served on the University Board of Trustees. That is the norm. This was not that. I'll conclude with this, Madam Chair. Public records requests failed. Transparency failed. Due process failed. Investigation being complete failed. Accepting responsibility, I'll give Dr. Carletha Shaw an A, because that's what everyone on this board requires from all of our leaders. I hope the board rejects all the information in front of them, because everyone clearly has heard, if you don't ask the right question the right way, the first time, you won't get an answer. I'm used to that. That's wrong. I will not support an administrative complaint and recommendation that clearly is not fair, that clearly is not transparent, that clearly shows that if you're not on the in crowd, if you're not, or if you are holding folks accountable, if you're asking questions, then shame on you. I'm not going to support that. I never have. I never will. Thank you.
Point of order.
Thank you.
Point
What's
of
your
order.
point?
I just wanted to point out to the board that Rule 2400, policy number 2400, Rule 3, specifically sets out that each board employee must refrain from possession or use of, including alcohol, in the workplace. So if Dr. Shaw was working out of her trunk that day, I'd like to at least get some background information on that, because I don't see how this was in the workplace, in the trunk of someone's car on a day when there's no students. That's just me. Thank you.
On school campus. Ms. Rupert?
This has gone round and round and round, and I'm not even going to say the C word, carousel. I did. That's what it feels a little bit like here. However, I would like to ask, through the superintendent, would what we're looking at today be considered progressive discipline?
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes.
Is there anything out of the ordinary that that you see in this that you would never put in another employee's progressive discipline record.
If I understand the question correctly, if there's anything going on in this case as far as discipline that I wouldn't repeat for another employee, no, that's just pretty consistent track that we're trying to create.
Right, and that's what I wanted to ask about. Also, no, I think I'm just going to leave it there. It's difficult to look at these. We do have due process. Has it been bumped a few times? Yes, I'm not saying on this case, but we have to let the process play out. So the administrative law judge will kick it right back to us if that's what is, they find that's the fair moment, and we will look at this information again and weigh it fairly again. So, thank you.
Dr. Holness?
Madam Chair, if there's anyone else who needs to speak, because they're printing out the information that I requested, which is pertinent to what I'm going to talk about.
Mrs. Hickson?
Thank you. I just have a quick question to make sure I understand. Regardless of what happens today, this item is still going to DOA, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
No? Oh, Ms. Batista?
Okay, that's why I want to clear it up.
Right. No, that's not correct. So if the board decides that there is no penalty attached to this, to the issues that are before you, then it will not go to DOA, because there is nothing for DOA to try. On the other hand, if you approve the item before you, then it will go in the path that I described before.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Dr.
No
Holness?
problem. Okay, so I'll begin, Madam Chair, until we get that information. I'm being told they're printing that information out for count 1 that I requested, but I'll go ahead and make some more points that I have until that information is forthcoming. Basically, Dr. Hepburn, just for reiteration purposes, would you conclude that there are inconsistencies in terms of consequences for certain employee violation within the district or infractions?
Yes, as I stated before, I can confirm, acknowledge, put a stamp on it that there are inconsistencies in how employees were disciplined in the past prior to me being superintendent.
Okay, so on count 3, based upon what the superintendent said, on all 3 counts, there are existing inconsistencies in how employees are disciplined with similar incidents. On count 3, so that's 1 would be my concern, and then after this motion, should it pass or not pass, I have a motion that I'll be making. So on count 3,
the only count that is consistent is the one about the BTAs, which is standard 1-day suspension.
Okay, so BTA is a standard 1 day.
Yep,
So
that's the one that's pretty consistent.
thank you, Dr. Hepburn. So on count 1 and 3, there's no existing consistency in how discipline is administered, correct?
Not from what I've researched and looking at past patterns.
Understand.
Yep.
And I know we have a similar BTA concern that is a 1 day that's coming up. So on count 3, my concern here as a board member and looking at the information that we have is that I personally would have loved to see a lot more witnesses that would confirm that this did occur. I don't believe it's substantive enough to determine that this took place. With that being said, I am not ascertaining that it did or did not. I just don't believe that I have enough information on count 3 with 1 witness to determine that this did happen. So I have concerns with count 3. On count 2, in terms of the BTA, Dr. Hepburn, for when a threat is reported to a leadership staff, if that threat is reported to the assistant principal first, and then subsequently to another leadership staff, whose responsibility is it to do the BTA? Is there a protocol in place?
So initially the assistant principal, I think in this case, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Azarito or Ms. Moore, that the teacher emailed the assistant principal. At that time, the teacher didn't really articulate the events as very threatening. It was the subsequent email where the teacher really expressed that she's feel like she's threatened by the behavior of the student, et cetera, which included the principal.
Okay, so I'll ask another question. When the teacher made that first concern, was the teacher concerned about safety with the student?
I'm sorry, Dr. Holdis, I was a little distracted. If you could repeat that one more time.
Okay, so when the student made that first, when the staff, Linda Walker, the behavior specialist, made that first concern to the assistant principal, can we get a definitive answer if the staff was concerned about her safety?
Can we get a definitive answer from the schools, from my staff, or?
Okay, well, what I have in front of me is a sequence of events that occur. And what I'm trying to determine is whose responsibility was it to do a BTA, and what is the district protocol? And I know a BTA is done when there's a perceived threat to someone. So when Linda Walker expressed her concern initially about this student to the assistant principal, Mr. Hudson, the question is, did Linda Walker feel that her safety in some form or way, whether minuscule or not, was at risk?
Dr. Hepburn?
Need a little, Ms. Moore or go ahead, Mr. Lozano.
Ms. Walker expressed that concern in an email dated March 6th. I don't know what the substance of the discussion with Mr. Hudson, the initial discussion, was, but I can tell you that Dr. Shawroll was the person to which that email was directed, and it was copied to that AP that she had spoken to earlier that day.
Okay, so it appears that maybe I might have read this wrong. It appears that the first communication was to Mr. Hudson, and then subsequent communication was to both Mr. Hudson and Dr. Shaw. Is that incorrect for the record, or was the first communication to Dr. Shaw?
There was a verbal communication to the AP, Mr. Hudson, and a subsequent email to Dr. Shawroll copying Mr. Hudson and others.
Okay, so the initial complaint was to Mr. Hudson, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so at that point, verbally or written, if someone, a staff or anyone, a student, express a concern of threat, whether verbally or written, does it fall under BTA reporting guidelines?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so again, the first contact, based upon Mr. Lozano's comment, with a verbal communication was Mr. Hudson. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, was Mr. Hudson directed to fill out a BTA?
No.
Okay, would it be the first leadership contact of any threat that exists? Would it be that person's responsibility if they receive the threat first? Or what is the standard procedure?
So anytime a report of a threat or a staff member reports their safety is in concern, a BTA should have been conducted. So Mr. Hudson should have initially conducted a BTA. In the model at that time, the principals and assistant principals could initiate and conduct the BTA process. So we had many principals during that time initiate BTAs themselves, because in that model, principals and APs were fully trained and could conduct the threat assessment. That process changed where principals became the second layer, January 1st, 2024. So once the email was sent, the principal and the assistant principal had co-responsibility to ensure that a BTA was conducted.
Okay, so Mr. Lozano, do we have any current action for Mr. Hudson that is prior to now or current or pending?
We will have to look into that.
Okay, so just so I can understand this clearly, and this is even from my own knowledge, and I think as a district, we really need to have, very clear protocol on how things are done. So if I'm at a school and I'm an assistant principal and we have the principal, I need to know, and all APs and all school leadership need to know, if a threat comes to me first, is it my responsibility to jump on and do the BTA?
No, sir. In the new model, every school has a chairperson that is the mandatory person that all threats and concerning behavior must go to now, and that chairperson is responsible for leading the threat management process currently.
Okay, so as it existed before, if I were an AP and I received a threat first, I would have first obligation in filling this out, correct?
You should begin that BTA immediately upon receiving that report.
Okay.
Correct.
All right. So, Dr. Hepburn, on count 2, I do believe that based on what's before me, and Dr. Hepburn, I very much appreciate your recommendation. On count 2, I believe there was a level of responsibility on the part of the assistant principal receiving the information verbally first to proceed with the BTA. There was subsequent communication through email to Mr. Hudson as well as Dr. Shaw. At that point, yes, Dr. Shaw had some responsibility in ensuring, and if the protocol was the AP who was to do it, then she had some level of responsibility in ensuring that it was done by Mr. Hudson. Based on what I have here, I think the greater obligation of doing that BTA was on Mr. Hudson. I think Dr. Shaw had some responsibility in ensuring that Mr. Hudson gets it done. Now, I'll go to count 1. On count 1 with alcohol, we asked for some information, and Dr. Hepburn, can you, based on information we have, or staff, tell us what the normal procedure is should someone bring alcohol on school property, regardless if students are there, regardless if it's not for consumption on the property? What is the normal procedure in consequence in that staff?
Dr. Hepburn.
So I have Ms. Azarito or Ms. Moore with their history in the district kind of elaborate, but it would definitely start with an investigation, just like how it started here. If somebody made allegations or accused a person of having alcohol or bringing alcohol to school property or district property.
Once it's confirmed, what is based upon what we've done in the past, can staff elaborate on some of the punishment that we've given for just alcohol?
And I'll let you add, Ms. Moore or Mr. Azarito, in a minute. Based on the documents that you have, I don't see that we've had any allegations or acts of a person bringing alcohol on a campus. I think it has everything but that.
Page 2,
Page 2.
possession of a controlled substance, letter of reprimand issued.
Yeah, we don't know if it's alcohol.
So alcohol or marijuana.
No, there'll be, yeah.
Okay, so Dr. Hepburn, is there any staff that can speak to past history of consequence when someone brings alcohol on school grounds?
Sorry.
Go ahead, Mr. Azarito.
So on the document you guys have, some of them are labeled drug/alcohol offense, but I believe those are most drug tests, not necessarily alcohol possession. We do have one employee that was drinking on a field trip and had a 3-day suspension.
Okay, so Dr. Hepburn, and this is just if this was brought to us as only an alcohol on possession on campus violation, not just with Dr. Shaw in general, what would be possibly your recommendation as far as suspension?
Well, I don't want to speak to a firm recommendation. I would look at the totality of the situation, just like I did with this case, being suggesting or recommending a 5-day suspension. So
okay.
I don't want to preempt.
My time is running and I'm not speaking. Please stop the clock. I think I need 10 seconds more. My time was running when the superintendent was speaking. I need fairness in how we allow board members to speak, and I'm tired of this happening to me.
Yeah, but as I was saying, I couldn't give you a hard recommendation right now. I would have to look at the totality of the situation. How did the alcohol end up on campus, right? Did the person bring it, or did they order somebody to go pick it up and bring it? And it changes, the dynamics could change based on the circumstances and how the act happened on school district property.
Okay, so the only direct comparison that we have is a student, Mr. Azarito, through the superintendent, that was given a 3-day.
Mr. Azarito, I think you may need to repeat the question.
Yeah, please repeat.
Okay, the only existing similarity as far as incident with alcohol possession was a student that was given a 3-day suspension. Is that what you just said?
There was an employee.
An employee, and that employee was given a 3-day suspension?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you so much for your response. For me, there's not enough evidence or substantial evidence for me to support count 3. Count 2, although I believe Dr. Shaw had some obligation when she received the subsequent email to direct the assistant principal or to have the BTA done, I believe it was the primary responsibility of Mr. Hudson, since he received the information first and we had no clear protocol at that time. Regarding alcohol on campus, I believe having alcohol on campus, whether or not it's intended for use or not, or students are on campus, that is a violation. And so I am going to, should this motion not pass, to recommend less days based upon the alcohol on campus. The other 2 points, the third point, I just cannot determine if it occurred or not. And the second point, I think it's a procedural problem that we have to fix as a district. But number one, I think it's clear that there was a violation there, whether it was intended or not intended. It was shown on campus. It was there on campus. And so I will not support the current motion, but I'm going to support a reduce in the number of days.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I'm going to try to land the plane here. This 5 days, the value of that, we're talking $3,155. And for me, the position that this person went from and to, there was a reduction in salary of a little over $20,000. So I understand that it was not discipline action, but in reality, yes, the fact is they reduced salary by $20,000. There seems to be a lot of holes, I'll just say. We, as a board, this is our third meeting discussing this. We have been discussing this for hours and hours and hours. We are discussing adult problems, and this is taking away from our students and our schools. And what I am also concerned about is that whether it's a 1-day suspension, 2-day, 3-day, 4-day, 5-day, this will come back to us again in a DOA hearing, and we will spend hours again discussing this issue over this 5 days, $3,155. So I feel that, Mr. Alston's motion is appropriate at this time. We need to end this. We need to move on, move forward, and start talking about students and schools and redefining Broward County Public Schools and how to continue to keep our A. So I call the question. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no.
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 Roll call. On Mr. Alston's motion to reject the superintendent's recommendation.
It's on calling the question, Chair.
It's on calling.
No, everybody. They
I
want,
thought we just did. You want a roll
they
call?
want a roll call on, yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Roll call and call the question.
School board members Alston.
I'm consistent. I like every board member to speak, so I know it goes against, because I know how to count, but I'm going to support my colleagues who want to speak. I do that. They don't do it for me. So the motion to call the question was called, so I am going to object to that. So let me say no on calling the question.
Pham.
No, I'd like to hear from other board members.
Fogelholy.
It is 1 o'clock, highly in favor of.
Hickson.
Yes.
Honus.
No.
Leonardi.
Yes.
Rupert. Zeman.
No.
Ahodev.
Yes.
5-4. Motion. Well.
No.
Nope. Doesn't.
Fails.
6-3.
Okay, who would like to speak?
I'm done.
Who would like to speak? Nobody? Oh, so we didn't need to call, we couldn't call the question.
Chair.
Dr. Zeman.
Thank you very much. I just have a difference of opinion about this. I don't think this is about the $3,155. I don't think it's about the magnitude of the financial loss. This is about our solemn obligation to take care of students and to hold leaders accountable. And people want to talk about accountability, but to whom much is given, much is asked. It is wrong to ask a civil servant to do personal favors of any kind. And let me make it clear to our school board members and anyone else who's listening, the public gives us their money to do public good. And that public good is to educate students, to provide them counseling, to lift them up to do a higher thing. They do not give us money to wash your dog, to fix your child's laptop, or to do any other personal favors for you of any kind. To deny that is to deny the entire theory of government. And I would challenge anyone in this room or any room to challenge that theory today. To my knowledge, Chair, we have to accept this investigation in whole. And we have to decide whether or not this recommendation is sensible, given the facts of the investigation, to push it to a DOA hearing, to hear what happens, where there will be due process provided during that hearing, and then that decision comes back to the board, and we'll make a decision on whether we agree with the administrative law judge or we do not. In looking at this investigation, there is a link between a reasonable consequence and the things that happen. I will repeat my statement from earlier. Broward County does not accept this kind of behavior in our school leaders. Full stop. What has been alleged here has been corroborated by a sworn witness in some cases. And what's been limited in this particular investigation is things that are specifically against school board policy. And if we don't stand up for school board policy, why do we have it? I think we're all better than our worst days. And this is not a personal judgment. But our job, our solemn job, is to do what's best for Broward County. And I think in this case, rejecting this motion and moving forward with some degree of consequence, whatever the board thinks is most appropriate, I think is the will of the community. To say otherwise, I just think has no substantial basis. Thank you, Chair.
Any other board member?
Madam Chair,
Dr. Holmes?
is the motion on the floor a substitute motion?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Alston?
It is a substitute motion, just to clarify. You are correct, Madam Chair. Since I made the motion, could I just conclude with 60 seconds?
Does anybody else want to speak?
All right, so thank you, Madam Chair and Board, for having this very public conversation. Has it been 5 minutes? Okay, all right. Let's go.
60 seconds.
I'm not gone yet. The consequence, Madam Chair, actually has been what you just said. We've spent hours, and I think a colleague asked me how long it would take. And I did not opine how long it would take because I knew we'd land right here. Hours. We've spent days from July forward on this same topic. It was easy on some other decisions. It was hard on this one. I wonder why. We cannot continue with a culture of getting it wrong the first time and agreeing to get it wrong again. We've heard the non-transparency. We've heard the lack of public records requests given in its entirety. We've agreed that this clearly is not fair. We've seen data points that I think I asked for, Dr. Holness just looked at and went through meticulously again. We have not administered discipline, I'm going to use a term from my colleague from a different district, equitably. We haven't done that. We spent 3 hours clearly hearing that. It's our role, because 9 of us are responsible for the school district. 9 of us are. It's our fiduciary responsibility. When we see something, you should say something. And it's on 9 of us to do that. There are 3 people that report to this board, and they all do great work in a very challenging environment, answering tough questions from us all the time. But it's upon 9 of us to do the right thing, because Dr. Carlitha Shaw has actually been ridiculed for months. It's not just the $3,355. It's not just the salary reduction that's supposed to occur. It's the public shame that she's already taken from July forward. Anyone thought about that? Anyone thought about having your name in the newspaper when you're not 9 of us? I can take it. You can punch me all day. But what about a district employee of 35 years who doesn't deserve that? She's accepted responsibility. There are other folks, when we administer discipline, would never do that and would never utter those words. So I hope this motion passes, because it sends a message back to staff: get it right. I trust our law enforcement. I trust our staff. But when they get it right, it's upon this board to ask the tough questions. Thank you.
Can you just repeat the motion before we vote?
Reject the superintendent's recommendation. Highly in favor of.
Roll call.
School board members, Pham.
Reject.
Is that a yes? Just making sure.
Yeah, trick or trunk. Yep.
Holy.
Yes.
Hickson.
Yes.
Honus.
No.
Lenardi.
No.
Rupert.
No.
Zeman.
No.
Ahoda.
Yes.
Alston.
Yes. Highly in favor of.
5-4.
Okay, we're done, Ms. Batista?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Alston?
So now that the board just voted 5-4 to reject the recommendation, could council advise what are the next steps now? Or are
Ms.
there any next
Batista.
steps? This now goes away, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Good. Okay, may I have a motion and second on item number 2?
So moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. Public comment. Board member comment. Item number 2. Item 2. No comment? All in favor of item number 2, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say no. Item number 2 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and second on item number 3?
So moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Rupert. Public comment.
No register
Board
comments.
comment. Ms. Pham?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say, if the stats here are correct, that the improvement is wonderful, and the data shows very positive outcomes, so highly supportive.
Dr. Zeman?
Thank you so much, Chair. The experiential data, the results from what we would normally call pilot projects with J&J boot camp science intervention materials shows between a 20 and a 38% improvement in the percentage of proficiency in science. Those are awesome results. I want to ask, though, about the source of funds. In my experience, we're getting a little gray about where funds come from. And it's an important point. It'll seem like a budget geek is kind of picking at a budget geek kind of issue. But the public needs to know what funds are fungible and what funds are not. And if we take money from the operating budget or the capital budget or a grant, or we have some other very arcane source of funds, they need to know that, because those funds are funds we could use within those categories. If it's operating funds, we could use it for salaries. If it's capital, we could use it to improve our improvements. If it's grant money, we can use it for the specific purposes of that grant. And in these items today, we continue to say things like this money comes from school funds. Well, where do school funds come from? They come out of the operating budget, which means they could be traded for additional salaries for educators and the like. So that's just a kind of a point which I'd like to clean up these issues so that the public is very clear about the sources of the funds. And second, maybe for the superintendent, are all of our transformation elementary schools included in this program that's just showing incredible results for science proficiency?
Yes, that's correct.
Terrific. So we have 20 transformational elementary schools. They're all getting this. It's $20,000 per school. Do we expect the same results in these schools as well?
Yes, if implemented with fidelity, we expect similar results.
Well, I think implementing with fidelity is your job, Mr. Superintendent. So I trust that that will happen, and look forward to seeing the results at the end of the year. Chair, I'd like to add this to our performance monitoring plan, progress monitoring plan, to make sure we get the results as soon as they are available right after PM3. Make sure that the results that we get out of this, in fact, are the results that we expected. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other board member? Rupert?
Yes, and I want to thank staff for getting back to me. But I had asked about Charles Drew, and I wanted to see if they would be utilizing this program again, because they're not on the list and they did so phenomenally well. And I found out this morning that, yes, they'll be using their own money from the school. Would that be taking money away from any of the other programs they have? And have they been utilizing their own money for the last few years?
They've been utilizing their own money for the last few years for this.
Right. And we talk about inequities at schools, and I can speak well of that with Markham, Park Ridge, and Tedder. And the schools that are listed on attachment A, is that district money?
Dr. Hepburn?
Ms. Fulton?
Good afternoon, Angela Fulton, Deputy Superintendent. Mrs. Rupert, those schools that you see are from the school transformation office. So the monies that we're using for those schools are coming from a state grant.
Right.
To improve instruction.
Gotcha. Interesting, and we'll have another conversation privately, because I would like to learn how, how the process works with these schools, especially since they're near and dear to my heart, as is Charles Drew. So, but thank you so much, and I'm very excited about our transformation schools.
You're welcome. Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a few questions. Whoever needs to reset the clock.
I didn't even know it was going.
This is on the boot camp. How will the implementation and monitoring of this software be conducted? I just want further information on that.
Dr. Hepburn.
Dr. Fulton.
Good afternoon, Angela Fulton, Deputy Superintendent. Thank you, Dr. Holness. So we'll be monitored in many different ways through school visits, school walkthroughs, and also through our instructional reviews that we do with our schools on a day-to-day basis. Additionally, we just finished the beginning of the year science assessment. So now we're sitting down looking at that data and making sure that this particular supplemental materials is being used to fidelity, because if it's being used to fidelity, we're looking forward to results that we have had in the past.
Okay, so as you mentioned results in the past, how can we attribute the success data in schools currently using it to this software rather than taking into consideration other variables? Or did we consider other variables that lead to success? How can we know for sure that this is what led to the success in those schools using it?
So
I just need knowledge on how that has happened.
So there's many variables when it comes to a supplemental curriculum, because it's on top of the initial curriculum that we use that is dictated by the state. But this adds another layer. We actually use J&J Bootcamp for beginning and end of the year beginning and after school tutoring as well too. We also do tutoring in the school day where we're able to do small groups with the J&J Bootcamp. And then also that particular vendor does come in and do hands-on experiences with our students.
Okay, so you've noticed substantial increase in learning outcome when this is being used as opposed to when it wasn't?
Absolutely, because it provides additional experiences our students get above and beyond the initial curriculum that's provided.
Okay, and how will schools within the STO, let me get used to that acronym.
Correct.
Student Transformation Office, as I was informed yesterday when we met Dr. Fulton. So how will students within the STO collaborate with those using this software?
May I ask for correction, students, or you're talking about teachers? Collaborate.
Yes, well, teachers and I guess how will we apply this to the STO schools, and what will collaboration look like?
So with STO, the structure provides additional opportunities to bring our principals, our instructional leaders, our instructional coaches together, in addition to what our regular principals get. So we also do monthly professional learning communities where we bring our principals together. The first thing we do is we provide them to do walkthroughs at various schools so they can see firsthand some practices that are taking place, some best practices. And then they go to a POC environment where we sit down and talk about those best practices. How are they implemented? What makes it successful? What are the instructional non-negotiables that school has in place that can be transcended to other school settings? But once a month, again, we come together with all of our principals and STO and also all of our assistant principals to talk about all of the best practices that are happening across all of the 20 campuses.
Okay, great. Thank you, Dr. Fulton. That's all my questions, Chair.
You're welcome.
Okay, anybody else? Seeing none, all in favor of item number 3, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Item number 3 passes unanimously. May I have a motion second on item number 4?
So moved.
Second. Moved by Zeman, second by Rupert. Public comment? Dr. Zeman?
Thank you, Chair. I'm wondering about this particular item because we get on lots of items a report about whether small minority-owned or women businesses, women-owned businesses have bid. Were there any vendors and the like? This is particularly interesting to me because this is software to support our EDDC office, and it is not from a small minority or women-owned business, but it seems like a type of software that might. And so my question is, did we make aggressive steps to try and find a small minority or women-owned business to provide this software to our EDDC department?
Dr. Hepburn?
Ms. Andreo.
Good afternoon, Jennifer Andreu, Executive Director Operations. Yes, Board Member Zeman, all of our solicitations, we have what we call concierge service in which we contact all vendors with these commodity codes, and we let them know that the solicitation is advertised. We inform them of when there'll be pre-bid meetings. We let them know what the affirmative procurement initiatives are on the item and encourage them to submit a proposal.
Terrific. But after all those aggressive steps, there were no bidders from those communities?
Are you still referring to JJ Boot Camp?
No, ma'am.
I'm sorry.
I'm on EDDC management software.
Oh, this solicitation, sir, was a direct negotiation with the software vendor because we currently use this item now. We have been utilizing this software for a number of years. So this was a direct negotiation with them. This was not advertised.
Terrific. Was this competitively bid through the solicitation process?
No, sir, it was not.
Terrific. Thank you, Chair.
Any other questions on 4?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Olson?
Thank you. And I'll just supplement what the officer just stated, because I was in a different hat in a different district who's actually used this service. And I think at the time, although, and I don't know what's happened since, this B2G now is utilized by school districts all around the country, and I'm looking at our new COO, who also knows this as well. Utilized by the top 10, 20 folks who've done this work. They have been very successful with compliance. All the questions that this board has asked about. It's been very successful monitoring contract awards, contract payments. So I'm just adding to what's already been stated. So while it might not have been competitively, and I don't know what's happened since, I know other districts piggybacked on different districts who got great rates and services at the time, which is why they continue to serve districts all around the country. There were, to your question, Board Member Zeman, 1 or 2 vendors, I think at the time, who were minority compliance software vendors. I don't think they're still in the space, but there were probably 15, 20 years ago. So I just thought I would add that based on the question. So I'm happy to support the item.
Any other comments? All in favor of 4, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. 4 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and second on 5?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. Public comment. Public comment. Board member comment. Zeman.
Thanks, Chair. This kind of raises a red flag to me because I just have a few questions. Are we being asked to approve the purchase of books for our dual enrollment students through a single vendor?
Dr. Fullerton.
Yes.
And could you tell me why we've chosen this vendor?
Dr. Fullerton.
Guy.
Hello, Board. Guy Bramoja, Director of Secondary Learning. Yes, through the chair, we picked Barnes & Noble because that's the vendor that our colleges use, FAU and Broward College.
Terrific. Was this compelled upon us by a contract we signed with Broward College or FIU?
With Broward College and FAU.
The item says FIU, is that correct? Broward College and FIU?
Yes, sorry, FIU. You were correct.
Thank you. I just want to get my letters right.
Yep.
It was late at night when I was reading these
correct.
things, so I might have missed a letter here and there. So we've signed a contract with Broward College and FIU for a specific tuition rate and for providing books to students who are dual enrollment students, and they've specified the vendor for us to use in that contract.
Correct.
Does that give the best deal to Broward County?
Currently, I believe it does. We've looked at other options to buy books, and the other option is basically to turn Broward County Schools into another bookstore and house books and deliver books. So the best option we have right now is through Broward College. There are some processes we can maybe put in place, Dr. Zeman, to maybe mitigate some of those expenses, like the way we return our books. We currently have a buyback program at Broward College, so if our students do sell the books back, we do get a reimbursement check back. But as you know, if you were college students, when I was a little while ago, we get pennies on the dollar when you sell the books back. So we think we can have better processes in place to maybe keep those books on our high school campuses and reuse them until the editions go out of date and we have to rebuy them altogether.
Terrific. I appreciate that very much. we used to get state funding for dual enrollment students. Do we get any state funding for dual enrollment students anymore?
Other than FTE, that's the only funding we get. We have to use the FTE that we currently receive.
Terrific. So just for the record, we're going to spend $1.4 million for textbooks for Broward County students who are enrolling in dual enrollment classes so that they can have textbooks associated with those courses.
Correct.
Terrific. Thank you very much. There'll be more on this. I think it probably offers us a really wonderful legislative opportunity to go to Tallahassee and talk about this. We used to get 50-50 funding from the state for dual enrollment. The reason that's important is we're a K through 12 organization. We are not a college organization. It's a great opportunity for our students. Given that you mentioned our high school experience, I will share, Guy, that a few million years ago when I was a high school student, all we had was AP options. And so there weren't options to do college. If you wanted to enroll in college, colleges wouldn't accept you if you were a high school student. And so all you could do was AP. That was a limiting factor, and I'm glad that we've broken through that limiting factor. But at the same time, I think we have to be serious about priorities of our funding. And I think that we have a tremendous opportunity once the legislative agenda comes back to think about working with other school districts in Florida to think about this funding. It is something we love to do. It's incredible for our high-achieving students, but it is not something we're funded to do, and our funding is specific to K through 12 education. I hope the legislature in the future will consider going back to a better funding model so that we don't have to pay 100% of the fees. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Alston?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm happy to support this item. But I also have a slightly different view on the role of a school district and the role that I believe that we should be playing for our students. Since hopefully we can spend an hour talking about this, Madam Chair, I'm happy to do that. But I think our budget actually speaks to our values and the value of supporting kids, whether it's honors, dual enrollment, AP, IB. Why would the school district have a different view to support those going to college, those that may have career path opportunities, those who want to go and support and, enter the armed services? I just think that, to openly question, whether the school district of Broward County should be supporting our kids as they think about college while they're in, 11th or 12th grade or what have you. And actually even younger now, because the trend has actually started much earlier than when I was in school. So, I actually just have a different view, and I hope that this board, the new 9, hopefully will maintain in its budget a priority that dual enrollment matters, that AP matters, and that all opportunities for both high-achieving students and those that need some additional love and support, is what I call it, is also critically important. So that's what I wanted to offer. Thank you.
Thank you. My question on page 2, is this just the hard books, or is it also the online books?
Gabriel Moja, Director Secondary Learning. It's all instructional materials. It's the online textbooks as well as the hardcover books. Whatever normal college students would pay for is the same exact textbook that our dual enrollment students get.
So is there a cost difference in the online textbooks from the hardcover books?
Sometimes there are, but there's not much of a cost difference. And it's really dependent on the college. So the college tells us what books we have to buy for each course, because our teachers are basically adjunct teachers to the college, and whatever department head chooses, what we have to use as well. So if they use the online version, we use the online version. If they use the hardcover, we use the hardcover. But if there are opportunities to save money and if the online version is cheaper, we will direct students to do the online version.
So you know where I was going with that.
Of course.
All right, any other comments, questions, concerns? All in favor of item number 5, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Item number 5 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and second on item number 6?
So moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Rupert. Public comment? Board comment? Dr. Zeman?
Thanks, Chair. The only question I have on this, and again, we've worked tirelessly in this district, at least for the last 15 years, to improve opportunities for our students to earn high school diplomas. But how many additional graduates do we produce with the ACT testing every year?
Dr. Fulgen?
Thank you. Mr. Baum?
Good afternoon. Richard Baum, Director of Educational Assessment, Analysis, and Research. So we produced a chart when we did the workshop, and we showed exactly how many students met graduation requirements based on each of the assessments. I believe in each opportunity, ACT has an opportunity in fall and in spring, and it's close to 1,000 students altogether that meet the ACT non-college reportable opportunity and are able to graduate based on that. So I don't have the exact number. I can produce that chart in a follow-up, but I think it was around, for each opportunity, I think one of the opportunities it had around 700, if I remember correctly, and the other one I believe was around 400 or so. So over 1,000 maybe.
Terrific. So Chair, let's just assume for a second that this estimate is correct. If we have 1,000 high school graduates, and I think that this contract is completely for concordance score, or is this is for concordance score, the cost is $600,000 per year for 1,000 students. So we're paying $600 per student to get them a concordance score so they can be high school graduates. Is that correct?
Dr. Fulton?
Mr. Baum?
So this is the maximum spend authority. So we don't actually spend the $600,000 each year. It's based on how many students we need to meet graduation requirements. So I don't know if we can make that exact calculation, but we can go back and look at how many met the requirement based on, and how much the test costs, and how many students took the test, and do that calculation.
Terrific. Thank you very much, Chair.
Any other comments on 6? Pam?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a quick comment. I believe in this pretest for the ACT test, and I think it's really going to be beneficial. The only thing is that last year I heard some information from students that had said that teachers were assisting certain students in the classroom, just in preparing and actually helping to answer the questions. I'm wondering what guardrails have we put in place to make sure that this doesn't actually reoccur in the future, to make sure that this is actually a reflection of the test skills of the student and not the teacher or proctor assisting the student in getting higher scores.
So teachers cannot assist, and when it is brought to our attention, we automatically launch an investigation and come up with their findings, and then if there are findings that speak to that, then we take action.
Any other guardrails? So it's something you do after the fact? Is there any kind of repercussions you put out or discipline in advance to say if this occurs, this is going to be the outcome?
So that does come up with the training that we give to all test administrators and also proctors. They do sign that they have understood their requirements when there is an assessment. And so if there are any allegations that come up, we automatically launch an investigation to determine what the findings are.
All right, thank you for the clarification.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I just wanted to point out, based on Dr. Zeman's question on page 335, it says that last year we spent $244,187. So this kind of comes up every time we talk about spend authority, and we are looking for ways to save money so that we can give all of our employees a pay raise. So if we're only spending less than half of what's being asked for, is it, I know everyone tells me it's the spend authority, but it encumbers that money. So what is it? Is it possible if we could cut this in half? And that way, that would free up that money for us to be able to put into our general fund in our discussions with looking at salary increases for all our employees, since I don't know what the previous numbers are. I can only go on what we have here, so that we don't encumber that money
Dr. Fulton?
unnecessarily.
Thank you. Mrs. Andreu?
Good afternoon, Jennifer Andreu, Executive Director Operations. The spend authority is not the dollar amount that is encumbered. The user department, in this case probably Mr. Baum, would have to do a purchase requisition for the dollar amount. So it would not free up any money per se. So depending on what he's averaging a year, and to your point, the last quite a few months have only been about $245,000. So again, he can do the calculation and see exactly what he'll need for this next term of the agreement. And if it's less, he'll do the requisition for that dollar amount. But he would not be tying up $1.8 million.
Okay, so I hear what you're saying, but we have gotten such conflicting information on that. And there was another item that came to us in a different setting where we knew we weren't going to be spending that much, even though that was the number. But when I said we're not going to spend that much, so it should be okay, they said, no, it still has to go in our budget, so we can't spend that money. It has to sit in there. So can someone maybe clarify that? Is it true for some things and not others? Because if we're giving you spend authority for $1.8 million, and you have to actually spend that, and we didn't put it aside and we spent that money, we would be in trouble because we agreed to give you the spend authority. So it's not making sense to me. If we're giving spend authority, we have to put aside enough money to cover that cost. But you're saying we don't, but we had another item that came up and we did. So if someone maybe in finance could better explain that, because it's not really making sense
Is
to
it
me.
coming out of our budget or not?
Dr.
Yes.
Fullerton?
Ms. Andrea, could you address that?
Mr. Shim can address it from
Thank
a
you, Mr.
financial
Shim.
standpoint, but I will tell you that, again, this is not the budget in which, you know, we're doing the budget annually. So this is just giving the user department an up to amount so that they don't have to return and ask annually for a request. But that does not mean they'll spend this amount, nor are they putting this amount in their budget.
So again, that doesn't make sense because they can spend up to that amount. If we don't put that money somewhere for them to spend it, then how do they spend up to that amount? So I'll let, I don't want to, I mean, I hear what you're saying, but the answer is different in different items. So,
Can Omar answer your question?
yes, please.
Dr. Fullerton?
Mr. Shim?
Good afternoon, Omar Shim, task assigned Chief Financial Officer. The difference between the spending authority and the actual budget is that spending authority is over a contract, and it could actually be different terms than the budget. For example, you could have a 3-year term with the spending authority over that 3 years, which of course is different from the budget altogether. Now, as was mentioned, when you issue the requisition, that's what actually encumbers the budget. So I hope that clarifies the question.
It doesn't, because if we are saying we're going to spend we can spend up to $1.8 million over 3 years, and let's say in year 2, I'm trying to figure out how to ask this question. If we didn't put away $1.8 million or know that it's going to be in a budget over 3 years, and we get to year 2 and there's no money for them to spend on this, but we approved a spend authority, how do they get their money? We have to have encumbered it or set it aside, even if on paper, somewhere.
All right, through the chair.
Yes.
They cannot spend money that they don't have in the budget without asking for additional dollars. So even if there is additional spending authority, that's not what allows you to spend the funds. You can spend up to that amount, and that would limit you on the contract, but you can't spend money that you don't have in the budget.
I'm going to it still doesn't make sense, but thank you for your answer.
Mr. Alston?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This makes sense to me, so let me try to help the new 9. So, and I appreciate staff, and I sit on both sides of this. So, spending authority, well, let's back up. We all approve a budget. Spending authority is the ceiling that we give to staff typically in that ceiling, I assume, and you have to assume, that there is some cushion. We've heard that, I think, response a couple times. So there is a balance on to what I think you've heard this last couple items here. If the spending authority is the appropriate number, is it too high? And if there is some wiggle room, I'm talking to the board now, staff will clearly have a different perspective, where do you put those funds, right? That's really what you're asking. So there is a difference, Vice Chair. The spend authority allows the staff not to come back to the board. That's really what this is. So when you give them a certain number, staff does not come back, and now it's in the hands of procurement. I'm saying plain language what the staff has already said as well. Also, to the point around using the additional dollars to put certain places, that's why there should be more scrutiny on the spend authority, because typically it's not always your contract is $1 million, it has 5 renewals or whatever, right? Typically it goes higher than the contract. So somebody asked the right question. What previously was spent, right? Each quarter, each month, or annually, and then you use that as a baseline. That's typically how you should project the spend authority going forward for that contract. So there are ways around finding money. The issue in Broward schools is not that there is not enough money, board. There's plenty of money. It's how you allocate it as a board.
Ms. Leonardi?
So I think to Ms. Hickson's question, what is preventing us from reducing the spend authority on this item, since we have historically not spent even, more than half of what the spend authority is?
Okay.
Okay.
Dr. Fullerton?
Through the chair, there's nothing preventing you from reducing the spend authority. Again, when the items come, we don't know if they're planning on increasing, the user department plans on increasing the number of ACT exams given to students, and that's why they're predicting an increase. But there's nothing preventing you from reducing that number. And if need be, they need additional dollars, we'll come back to the board and we'll do another request for additional spend authority.
Thank you.
Dr. Zeman?
Thank you so much, Chair. I noticed in this item that the funding comes from both the educational assessment team and from school budgets. Is there a reason why we pay for some of these through central funds and others through I'm imagining it's our high schools that do this, through the school budgets at the high school level?
Mr. Baum.
Richard Baum, Director of Educational Assessment Analysis Research. So for ACT NCR, we do include this, we included that statement about school budgets, but for these major assessment windows, the fall and the spring, those are covered by our office budget. But sometimes there are schools that will ask, if certain additional students like juniors could take this for graduation. We focus on seniors to make sure that we're making sure that the students that absolutely need to take this for graduation are taking it. But high schools will approach us and ask for stipulation for other students to meet this, to have this opportunity. And in certain cases, that's why we put in a buffer here on the spend authority, because in certain cases, those schools might have a need. They see that these juniors might benefit from this opportunity earlier on than waiting till they're seniors. So we wanted to kind of put that in as an opportunity for schools that want to be either proactive or see a need for this assessment for those students.
Sure. Thank you very much. And a couple other quick comments. The spend authority is always over, not always over multiple years, but can be over multiple years. It's a procurement term. It's a limit for how much can be spent through a contract. When Mr. Baum wants to spend money, he still has to submit a requisition, and that gets checked by the finance guys for their budget. So you have the authority to spend 1.8 over 3 years, but you go in and ask for $50,000 for this and 12 for that, and you have to have that within your budget. So there's really two controls. The rigid one is the budget. The up to amount is to allow some flexibility in this case, high school seniors next year all fail Algebra 2. They need the ACT. You can double the size of the program without asking our permission to use another contract. You still have to go check with my friend Mr. Shim to see if you've got any money to do it, or he has to go find you some money to make it up in your budget. So that's really, budgets are annual concepts, and spend authority is really. I also need to make another comment, because I'll never end trying to spend money well. That's why sometimes I ask ideas that might not be good ideas. It may be the most amazing thing in the world that we pay for college classes and college books, and that's great if we land there. I will continue to point out, though, that we need, to Mr. Alston's point, to spend our money wisely. To counter Mr. Alston's point, our budget from the state is equal to $9,000 a student. The United States average is 13. We do education in Florida on the cheap. That is a fact. And so we can't just fix the problem by being wise spenders of taxpayers' dollars, which we should always be anyway. We need to figure out in Florida whether we want to fund education or not. And the answer so far is we fund it okay, but we don't even fund it to the national average by a big amount. $4,000 per student is not something you can make up by just wise spending. Thank you.
Mrs. Hickson?
Thank you. I have a motion, but before I do that, I'd just like to say I don't want to let it slide that someone called out the integrity of teachers that proctor these tests. I think that was very inappropriate to do that on this dais, and our teachers work hard. Sometimes there's bad apples, but the majority of them are not, and I really wish that we would stop doing that. I'd like to make a motion to reduce the spend authority on this item to $900,000 as opposed to $1.8 million.
Moved by Hickson, second by Leonardi. Public comment on the motion. Board member comment on the motion. Dr. Holness?
Madam Chair, I understand some board members' desire to reduce the spending authority, but I have concerns with regards to this item because I know that traditionally we have not spent up to the 1.8 million. If we reduce this to 900,000, and this item is based upon our juniors and seniors who need to pass the reading and math graduation testing requirement, whereby we will be able to provide additional in-school opportunities to meet the testing criteria. My concern is if we reduce this to 900,000, let's just say we have some of our students, you know, in my district we have concerns over performance outcome because of various factors. I need to know how reducing this will impact the opportunities that they'll have, because we will say to ourselves that yes, if they need more money, then they just come back to us and then we're going to look at the item. But I just believe that that adds a whole nother layer of task that someone will have to do. And what if we have a reluctance for doing that? So to me, the greater the spending authority, it provides greater access to funds that our schools may need, or students who are at risk for graduating. I don't want to risk that. I don't want to have, if more funds are needed, reluctance to come and ask for more, and then we have some students who fall through the cracks. So I am not in favor of reducing this. I think that there needs to be adequate funding available should they need it for our students who don't meet the criteria for graduation, for the staff to be able to do that without having to come back to us for more money. And reducing this by half, I can't support that.
Thank you, Dr. Holness. I agree with you. I think the unintended consequence, if we do reduce this, that maybe staff doesn't offer it because they know they have a smaller amount of money. So I don't want that to occur, and to make sure that all the opportunities are given to our students. Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. Ms. Andreu, through the chair, could you please address that? If there was, I mean, it would be good to have historical information, but if there was a need, to have more money, would you be reluctant to come back to the board and ask for more money?
Dr. Fulton?
Through the chair. No, we would not be reluctant. Actually, though, I had been encouraging user departments to do this in an effort to be more efficient with the board's time and energy as well as theirs. So if that is not the will of the board, we will revise that. But this would allow them, actually, the agreement says till 2027, but there are also 2 one-year extensions. So it really takes us to 2029. So they would have the 1.8 million all the way until 2029. But if the end user department needs additional funds, we will absolutely come through the board and follow this same process.
Thank you.
Ms. Charleston?
Nope, I think you got a few of those right here.
Way too many.
The way to do this, Madam Chair, is for the board to support cuts. The way to get to more money in the pockets for employees, along with all the other board priorities, is to support all of the cuts that we know need to happen. So I understand, I just gave the example, and I appreciate the motion on the floor, but I'm going to not support it for the reason of this board, the new 9, needs to support the millions of dollars of cuts that will not be comfortable, but staff has clearly demonstrated that there are cushions that exist somewhere. That's the way the board deals with it. Thank you.
Dr. Zeman?
Thank you so much. I won't support this either, largely because I think 100 items per school board meeting is enough. And this is just a reasonable kind of spend authority. And these funds have been spent in a very responsible way in the past, and they've generated, significant benefits for us. So I'd rather just have them have the management authority for the next, I'm sorry, I think she said it was 5 more years for the 1.8. So that just gives them a little bit of wiggle room in case there's a year in which we really, really need it. They don't have to come back to the board. You're already going to have to go get the money out of a budget that we pass every year. So we have plenty of authority to make sure that the funds are spent in the right way. Thank you.
Any other comment, Dr. Holmes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, as mentioned before, we already have layers of checks and balance. It's already indicated that if it's not within their budget, then they would have to go to Mr. Shim and try to get additional money, but at least they will have this wiggle room to work with. And, as a district, many of our schools in District 5 as well, to which I represent, boast wonderful graduation rates. I just don't want to take that chance that we miss even a small percentage of our students because of any reluctance to bring this forward, because we did not give that latitude that we needed to give. It's just too much of an important area to try to cut spending authority. I think that we should provide what's requested here to ensure that should they need it, for any reason, that we don't put any of our students at risk of not having the support they need. So I can't support a reduction. This item is just too important, and I'm going to respect what's brought forth to us. I just don't want to take that chance.
Okay. So, Ms. Dixon, the motion on the floor is to reduce the spend authority. Did you say 900,000?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Pham?
Sure. I think, of course, all the board members here want to see our students succeed. That's the whole goal why we're here, isn't it? And this money would be nice to have. But my question is, I just want confirmation from staff that we can afford to continue along this vein. Can we afford to have a cushion? Can we afford to have extra monies outlaid? If you say, yeah, we're not in the danger zone and we're not putting ourselves close to it, thumbs up. But if you're telling me we are at risk here because of our finances, we're looking for $100 million and we haven't found it yet, then that sends up a red flag. So I need clarity.
Thank you. Dr. Bolton?
Thank you. I'm going to ask Richard Baum to come up and speak to that, please.
So The question is, do we have the money in our budget to afford the contract? Is that the question?
We're running so tight, we're supposed to be looking to make cuts right now, approximately $100 million in cuts. So are we in the position to do this, or by taking this action, are we putting ourselves in jeopardy? Is this something that we need to cut back on? Or are we going to have $100 million fall out of the air somewhere else? Tell me.
So, respectfully, I don't think I can answer that question, but I can say that we do have funds in the educational assessment and analysis department for the agreement. But as was mentioned, we do take the stewardness of our funds very seriously, and so we work with the schools to make sure that only students that do need to take this assessment take this assessment. We have found that with the ACT NCR, it's one of our most successful vehicles for meeting the testing requirements for graduation. If of all of them that we have, which we will see for the next item, PSAT and SAT are other vehicles that we use for alternate concordance for graduation. ACT NCR is one of our most successful opportunities. We do have the funds for this agreement, and as was stated, also this is a multi-year agreement. So we are very careful with, and we have also in our department we have the controls in place that we are the ones that upload the student. The students for the pre-ID for the assessment, so we can control that schools are not over assessing or giving this assessment to students who don't need it.
Okay.
Sorry.
Roll call to the motion by Ms. Hickson to reduce the spend authority to $900,000 per year.
Roll call on the motion. Mr. Foganoli?
No.
Ms. Hickson?
Yes.
Holness?
No.
Leonardi?
Yes.
Rupert?
No.
Steven?
No.
Aladev?
No.
Austin?
No.
Pham?
No.
Motion fails 7-2.
Okay, going back to the recommended action to approve this agreement. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Motion carries unanimously. Item 6 passes. May I have a motion and second on item number 7?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Fognoli. Public comment?
No public comment.
Board comment. Dr. Zeman?
Thank you. Same as the last item, we're going to spend $800,000 a year. This is split between freshmen and then juniors and seniors. Presumably, the junior and senior allocation of this funds is to have another concordance score to provide high school graduation, to meet high school graduation requirements. How much of the roughly $800,000 a year would expected to be spent in order to provide concordance scores to meet high school requirement standards?
Dr. Fulgen?
Thank you. Richard Baum?
And you could tell me how many graduates too, if you don't mind.
So unfortunately, I don't have that information at hand. As was mentioned, so for the PSAT, NMSQT, the National Merit Qualifying Assessment, that qualifies for the math concordance, and we're very successful with that. I believe we have around a 35% pass rate on that. The SAT is not as we're not as successful on as a comparative as a concordance score. However, we put that into the agreement more for schools that want to use that believe in that product and want to use that. We wanted to provide that opportunity for them. So our department is not funding the SAT part of this agreement. That's going to be school funded. The PSAT aspect of this agreement will be funded by our department. And we have a long history of providing the 9th grade PSAT for all 9th graders as a census-wide. The state pays for 10th graders to take the PSAT. And we've also put in here for the 11th graders that need it for the math concordance score, and for students that need it for national merit, those 11th graders that take it there. Unfortunately, I can follow up with the numbers if you need it.
Those aren't required. Thank you very much. What would be interesting, I think, from the public's perspective, what is the passage rate for PSAT for concordance scores?
Yes, I believe it's around 35%. So
I'm sorry, for ACT, I thought you said it was 35%?
Yeah, both.
For both?
We have similar pass rates for PSAT and for ACT, but PSAT can only be used for math, whereas ACT can be used for the reading requirement and the math requirement.
Terrific. Thank you so much.
Any other comments on 7? All in favor of 7, say aye.
Aye.
Those
Aye.
opposed, say no. Item 7 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and second on 9?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Seaman, second by Hickson. Public comment.
No registered speakers.
Board member comment? Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I have a question because we put out in our FP, we put aside money for this, and this came back at 1.3, almost $1.4 million higher. So can someone explain why it came back so much higher than what we initially put a spend authority on, which, as you can see, had to come back to us anyway? Just making it.
Dr. Pepper?
Ms. Paul?
Good afternoon, board members, Dr. Hepburn, through the chair. This is what the vendor provided us. This is how they bid the proposal. So, Ms. Andreu, if you want to add any additional things to it.
So
or
I'll add a
information.
question to that then. In negotiation, because I don't work for procurement,
No,
we
I
had a
understand.
price, right? Was there no negotiation here? Do we just say, okay, we'll pay you an extra $1.4 million? We had agreed on, and I'm guessing the RFP, there was a lot of research done on what the value of that should be. We don't pull numbers out of the air. So is there some kind of, again, we're trying to find money to make sure we can do something, and everything that comes back to us is higher than we wanted it to be or it needs to be. So do we just accept what it comes in at, or do we try to negotiate here?
Dr. Hepburn?
Ms. Andrea?
So this was a request for proposal. So with that, they were sealed bids, so we did not direct negotiate. This particular firm came in with the lowest cost factor. Again, this is over 3 years. I'm not quite sure I understand your initial dollar amount that's being represented, but maybe that would be the average for 1 year, and this, again, is an up to $4.2 million over the course of 3 years. So I think it's within the budget you mentioned, but I'm not quite sure.
So this is coming to us on page 411 that says there's an additional impact to the project budget. An additional funding of $1,366,000 will come from the capital project reserves. This increases the total project budget from $2,924,000 to $4,290,000. So it's coming to us at an increase of the budget, which we had already approved when we put out the RFP at 2.9 at 4.3. So why, if in the RFP, did it not have what the total budget approved by the school board was? I don't.
Through the chair, no, it did not. The RFPs usually don't state the budget. The vendors, they propose what their price is to do the scope of work that is needed by the board.
So where did the 2 point, and that might not be a question you can answer, but we approved a 2.9 because it's coming back for additional money. Where did that number come from? Why wasn't, that had to have come from somewhere based on something. So where did we get that number?
Go ahead, Mr. Shim.
Yes, Omar Shem. Yes, the funding set aside in the 5-year plan for this is the 2.9. And then this item, with the way that the bids came in, required additional dollars of 1.3 or 1.4. So that's why the financial impact shows that.
I get that. The point is, do we not have the ability to negotiate? We set aside a certain number of dollars. This is how we got to where we are. We just keep saying, it's more, okay, like, did we question it? Did we say, listen, we put aside the 2.9, you came in way over that, can we negotiate, do it in half? Is there the ability to do that? We are looking for funds, and we just keep hemorrhaging money out and out.
So through the chair, I will tell you that there were 4 responders to this particular request for proposal. The other 3 responders were almost double
I get
this
that.
price. So there was not a lot of room for negotiation.
All right, my point's being lost, but thank you.
Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much, Chair. I've spent a lot of time reading the RFP and reading the contract. My assessment is we didn't do a very good job being consistent or clear about what we wanted. We mixed products when we asked for asset management and facility assessment in one contract, which is generally a no-no. You're not going to get a good price when you ask people to do more than one thing. It does ask us for a condition assessment report in 12 months. And I think that is incredibly important to us. We need to make decisions about future bonds. We need to make decisions about priorities. And we'll continue to have the perception from the public that I hear a lot about, which is we play favorites. And people come in and they show us projects that we have funded and approved, and they have perceptions that we are not doing it based on the requirements or based on academic contributions. We're doing it for other reasons. That condition assessment report, I just want to ask, Chair, are we sure, because it says this in the contract, that we're going to have a condition assessment report in 12 months?
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Paul.
Barring any unforeseen conditions, we will hold them accountable to the contract.
Okay. I believe that this is more important than that answer suffices, and I'll tell you why. We had a smart bond that was not executed in a smart way. Everybody knows that. Took too long, cost too much, a variety of other things. Go read the reports if you want to get all the content, but it didn't go well. We also have $6 to $8 billion in unfunded facility requirements. And we're going to go back to the community. We're going to ask them to pay for that. Again, thankfully, Broward County's never voted down a referendum. I think we're at risk, given our past performance and other things with Broward County Schools, of not getting that referendum to pass. And we really need it to pass. But for that to pass, we have to produce a list of projects based on strict criteria about what's going to contribute the most to our central mission, K through 12 education. If we don't have this done in 12 months from the award of the contract, the timing for going out for the next bond in a responsible way is going to be delayed by another, whatever the delay is in this period. Given the impact of $6 to $8 billion worth of unfunded facility requirements, I think we absolutely have to have this in 12 months. It isn't optional. It isn't in case of unforeseen anything. This is a condition assessment where a team goes out to visit facilities and comes back and says you need new windows, you need a new roof, your HVAC is broken, your cafeteria doesn't support. How many times are we going to hear cafeterias of 200 people when we have 1,400 people at a school, and it's a shock to the school board? We need these data so that we can get credibility with the community. It should not be a shock to the school board that we have a cafeteria in the middle school that requires 7 different lunch periods. But that's the world we lived in today. So I'm worried about this a lot. I wish that we had been very clear in this contract about what we wanted, which was a condition assessment report. The asset management could have been done in a separate contract with a different firm altogether. The reviews of this firm are not consistently good. Bureau Veritas has past performance things in databases that are not exceptional. So I worry about that. Does this firm have a local presence, to your knowledge, Chair?
Dr. Hepburn?
Ms. Paul or Ms. Andrea?
Through the chair, not that I'm aware of. No, they do not. But I will tell you, they did provide references, and those references were checked.
Well, there's no doubt that they provided their best references. I would do that if I was Bureau Veritas as well. But there's other references that we can find that are not hard to find about work that they've done where customers have not viewed them as exceptional talent. So I am worried about this, and this board has to be very clear that whatever the staff needs to get this done in 12 months must be provided, because we cannot go forward with the bond. We cannot stand up with any credibility about the decisions we make on facilities investments until we get an analytical solution in place that we can point to and say, we're building that school or that cafeteria or that room because that's where our greatest need is for the mission that we have as Broward County Schools. So I'm just going to point out that I don't think, and again, this is previous staff, but I don't think this contract was written in a way that allowed vendors to really bid competitively. It's very, it's ambiguous from what we would normally see for a facilities assessment or a assessment of this type. So I'm just going to put it out there that I'm worried about this. I'll be watching it every month, and I'm going to continue to ask whether or not we're on progress, because we got to get this done in 12 months. Thanks, Chair.
Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I do have similar concerns as Dr. Zeman. And I always say that basically you get what you pay for, right? So price to me should not be used in a criteria to select the service that we're looking for, because you can get the best price, you can get a much lower price from a company with 75,000 employees. But as Dr. Zeman mentioned, what is the past history of the company? What is the quality of work they've done before? To me, those are important in actually accentuating those positives in the selection process as the past history of the company, as opposed to price being our main factor. It should be a factor, but not necessarily the main factor. So, by the fact that, Ms. Andreu, I heard you mention price was a defining factor in selecting this company. Is that correct, through the superintendent?
Ms. Andrea?
Through the chair, that is not correct.
Okay.
Price was a factor, not the main factor.
Okay. Okay, so this company had 15 points. Is that correct? What was the you mentioned 4 companies that were selected. What was the difference in how they all fared out? In why this one was selected? So we had 4 companies. Can you kind of give us an overview of where the Bureau Veritas, is that what it's called?
Bureau Veritas.
Veritas. How do they compare to the others to the other 3 in terms of your point system?
Through the chair, so there were various rounds in which the evaluation committee reviewed the 4 firms. They shortlisted 3 of the 4, and so those 3 firms were then called in for interviews in a second round, if you will, and the evaluation score was relatively close. I don't know if you want the exact points, or I can send that to all of you, but it was extremely close. But at the end, this awarded firm had the most points based on several criteria, including some of what was mentioned. Their references, the pricing, their ability to have a diverse firm of staff members, all of the criteria listed in the initial RFP.
Okay, so Dr. Hepburn, are we privy to the information as to the end result of the rating system so I can get an idea. I just want to get an idea, how did the other firms fare? And if cost was not the major factor, what was?
So would you like me to review each firm's points?
Very, very briefly, and then the factors that really made this firm sort of emerge to the top.
So for Part A, this particular awarded firm received 50 points. Roth received 47.75. EXP received 50.25 for Part A, and the last firm, MGT, received 49.25. As I stated, then they were shortlisted, and then a second round was conducted. During that second round, the awarded firm received 69 points. Roth received 57.10. EXP received 65.5, and MGT received 53.25.
Okay, so in the proposals, are there any local or SWMBE in any of in the proposal that we have?
So,
or inclusion of local or SWMBE in any of the proposals?
through the chair, there was an affirmative procurement initiative of up to 15 points allotted for this particular RFP. Express received 5 points, and Roth received 2 points.
Okay. So the RFP, to me, it appears to have some contradictions. When we look at deliverables, how are there deliverables for space planning? When we look at like cafeteria, labs, libraries, and so on. Through the superintendent.
Ms. Paul.
So in their proposal, they outline the basic characteristics of facility condition assessment, as well as they outline the plan for the space utilization assessment. So we can provide you a copy of their proposal.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Through the chair, that was provided this morning to all of the board members.
Other board member questions? Okay, I have some questions. My first question is in regards to the process. Were there any violations of any Florida state laws that occurred?
Ms. Andrea.
Through the chair, no, ma'am.
No. Okay, thank you. With the roofing condition assessment, I know in 2014, the roofing assessment at the time was botched. It didn't peel back the layers of the roof to see really what was underneath, so we didn't really know what we were getting into throughout the Smart Bond projects. So was there a specific template used for this current RFP to establish what the roofing condition assessment would be?
I can speak to that, Chair. So we have a company under contract called Bluefin that is currently assessing our roofs. In this particular proposal, roofing is a non-visual, invasive visual. Part of the complications with the previous roofing situation was that, number one, they missed routes. Number two, they didn't price them appropriately. But we do have a contractor that is currently working in the district that is doing an assessment of our roofs, physical assessment of every roof.
And do they have some type of like template that they're using?
I'm sorry?
Do they have some type of template they're using to assess the roof?
Yes, they have a process, procedure, a protocol.
Okay. Do we feel comfortable, I guess, that this company that we're going to be using will be able to properly do the risk assessment for all of our schools?
May I answer?
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Paul.
Absolutely not. I am not comfortable about anything. Our goal and our role is to hold whatever company we have accountable. And so whether it was this company or another company, my approach would be the same. So I will not feel comfortable until this is completed, verified, and we have an approved bond down the road. So, and it's okay for us to feel uncomfortable and to ask these hard questions. If we don't, we'll get much of what we got before or what the district received before, and that is unacceptable.
Thank you. Any other comments, Dr. Holness?
Madam Chair, so I just want to ask a final question. So should we go with this company? Is there anything that would assure us that this company will utilize, in doing this work, any of our local or MWBE firms?
Dr. Hepburn?
Ms. Andrea?
Through the chair, no, they will not. That was not part of their proposal.
Okay, so they could, but there's nothing there that would force them to do that, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so they literally could come in with their own staff from out of Broward County, 100%, do this work, and not enlist any of our local companies to participate.
So currently, they have a project office in Coral Gables, Florida. So that's, I assume, how they would run the project. But as Ms. Andre, you mentioned, there is no requirement in this particular RFP
Okay.
that requires them to use a local firm.
Okay, and is there a reason we did not include some sort of a requirement that they use local or MWBE firms at least to a certain degree? Is there a reason that that's left out? I'm just trying to get a better understanding.
That decision was made by the goal-setting committee, a group of representing various departments throughout the district, reviewed the proposal and the scope of work, and they decided to allot points instead of a mandatory subcontracting goal.
Okay, so the decision made then has resulted in us voting on a company, and that decision did not consider the use of local or minority, woman, black firms to do this significant scope of work. Is that correct?
Yes.
So I have a problem with that. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question in regards if the board votes no, what would be the consequences of that action? Dr. Hepburn?
Ms. Andrea, the board votes no.
If the board votes no, we will not proceed with the facilities condition assessment.
And we have to go out for another RFP, correct?
Chair,
Not
could
necessarily,
I ask how
sir.
long that would take?
Hold
Chair?
on, wait.
Go ahead, Ms.
Mike,
Andrea.
you have the floor.
Through the chair, we would not go out with another facilities condition assessment unless there was a different scope of services or a different need. We would have to do something drastically different from what has already been solicited.
Okay. Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one more thing. can you help us through the superintendent, Ms. Andreu, to give us a better idea as to the relevance of price in the decision making? What percentage of did price play in this company? Because what I don't want is for a huge company like BV with 75,000 employees to literally buy a job based upon their ability to be able to bid at a great price. So I want to know, in your best opinion, what percentage did price play in the decision-making process? If you could give us, and then I have another comment, your opinion on that.
So price was not a percentage. There were points given as to price. And as stated earlier, this firm, it was very close between the awarded firm and the number 2 firm. So I believe that the price was probably what assisted this firm in being the awardee, because the points were so close in the evaluation. Did I answer your question?
Okay, so this company basically provided the best price that sort of tipped them over to have more points than the others, correct?
I wouldn't say that, because again, if we look
Okay,
at
can I ask the question another way? Okay, did they provide the best price from all of the companies?
Yes, they did.
Okay. So that is concerning to me, because sometimes the larger the company, the better the price is. It doesn't necessarily mean the better the quality. And so I have a concern with the RFP that price plays a kind of relevant role, it appears. And I also have a concern that there's no requirement to include local MWBE firms. So they could literally come in with 100% of staff and none come from Broward or locally. In addition to that, there's nothing there that includes minority firms, women firms, no requirement. Hispanic firms, and that to me is concerning. So I want to know, can we include that requirement when we have these RFPs?
So if I may, Dr. Holness, through the chair, I think that this is the procurement method. This was a RFP, a request for proposals.
Right.
This wasn't an invitation to bid. In addition to that, this was sealed proposals. So, you know, we didn't say, do this service for this amount of money. So I think we're, you know, when we talk about this, I think we need to be clear, and Ms. Andreu, you can help us on the procurement method. You know, this is not the same as doing an invitation to bid.
I understand, but what I don't like is the end result, because now we have a company that we are possibly could bring on that will not, the company does not necessarily have to include any local or SWMBE firms. So how can this be done? So when we bring a company on, they enlist our local and MWBE firms.
Through the chair.
Go ahead, Ms.
So
Andreu.
sometimes we have mandatory affirmative procurement initiatives or goals. Sometimes they are not mandatory, as in this particular solicitation. They were points given if a vendor chose to utilize our certified firms. Some 2 of the 4 that proposed chose to and received the points that I stated earlier, the 5 and the 2. The awardee chose not to, but still earned enough points in the scoring and evaluation process to be the awardee.
Understand.
So we cannot make it mandatory now after the fact.
Okay, but if we refuse this, we can go back for RFP that would make it mandatory, correct?
that would be at the discretion of the board and the superintendent.
Okay, so the board could make a decision that we have an RFP that would make it mandatory that a company coming to do work in Broward County cannot say that we're not going to choose the option of including local and minority firms. We can put something in there that would make it mandatory. So we could refuse, we could vote no on this and go back for an RFQ that would make that mandatory. Is that correct? Through the superintendent?
Dr. Hepburn?
Through the
Yep, go ahead, Ms. Andrea.
Not right now, I can't.
I would caution that, and I would probably defer to our legal counsel because we have an established procedure. So that would be going outside of our policy, in which we have a policy to have a goal-setting committee, and that committee decides on what the affirmative procurement initiatives are. So I'm not an attorney, but I would not suggest that that would be the route we would want to take.
Okay, so I have a question for the attorney, because I believe the board can make a decision on how to proceed. So Ms. Batista, rather, can you clarify if there's any legal concern if this board decided to vote no on this particular company and direct the superintendent to have an RFP that would make it mandatory that we include local and SWMBE firms for this particular item?
Ms. Batista. I'm calling on Kathleen Jack Adams.
I do agree with Ms. Andreu that we have an established procedure with regards to how we're going to proceed with our RFPs. The goal-setting committee is supposed to establish how we are going to proceed in terms of whether there's going to be a minority local participation, whether there's what the percentage minority participation is, whether or not there's going to be points established. The goal committee is the one that establishes that. So if we right now decide to, for the reasons that you just stated, decide to vote this down and do something other than what our established procedures are, then there will be some issues.
Okay, so the board would be in violation of a policy?
When you say violation of a policy,
Right, if the board direct the superintendent to, should this not pass, that we have RFP for this item include a mandatory requirement for inclusion of local and minority firms, would that be a violation of policy by the board?
That depends upon what, I'm not familiar with the policies related to the goal-setting committee. So I would have to look at that to see what rules surround the goal-setting committee. But if we are working against those rules, then we'll have an issue. And Ms. Andrea, do you have any responses with regards to the policies and procedures of the goal-setting committee?
If I may.
Through the chair.
If I may, Madam Chair. Pursuant to policy 3800, I believe that's the policy that has the goal-setting committee, or 1080? Well, there are a couple of different ones.
Policy 3320.
Okay, so there is 3320, then we have then we have 1080, which is the ethics for the board members. And in that policy, it talks about the fact that the school board members shall not participate or interfere in any manner with the functions or activities of the committees, and shall not interfere with the performance by the school district staff of their duties pertaining to the selection process. You are able to ask questions after, make a full inquiry as you're doing now, but I would strongly advise against changing the rules that the committee has established. Additionally, I think as Ms. Andreu mentioned, you can go out for another RFP if you are asking for something different from what is before you here today, if the scope will change in some manner. In other words, if you're looking for something other than what is being provided here.
Correct. and thank you, Ms. Batista. So let me just ask a question on that. And I understand clearly that it would not be advisable to change the policy. I get it. However, without changing the policy, can this board vote no on the current item based on the company not having chosen the criteria pertaining to inclusion of minority and local firms without changing the policy and go back out for an RFQ? Without implementing the mandatory requirement. Can we vote no on that basis?
I don't believe so, because that was not the established criteria for this process.
Okay, so can we vote no on a concern with the role price play in the decision making?
Again, no, because that was not the criteria that was established by the committee.
Okay, so can we vote no for the sake of just voting no without any reason?
Yes. Yes, you can vote no for no reason.
Okay, and is there any consequence to that?
There could be if you try to go out for the same services with another RFP. There could be consequences for that, because this firm would have some ability to perhaps go after the district.
Can we vote no based upon what we consider to be the past history of this company and the quality of work they've done before?
That's a good question. I don't know, Ms. Andreu, if you can help me with that one.
Sir, you can vote no as you so see fit. However, an evaluation was done. There were 9 members of the committee that conducted the evaluations, Part A and B, and this is what they are recommending to the board.
Okay, so I understand the recommendation, and Ms. Batista, I just want to make sure that I, as a board member, is not violating anything. Can I vote no and I'm okay? Yes. Without, I just asked some questions. I did not say I'm voting no because of this, that, or that. But can I vote no simply because I have concerns that I don't necessarily express?
Yes, you can vote no.
Okay, so I'm voting no on that basis.
Madam Chair.
Dr. Zeman? What just happened?
Thanks so much, Chair. In procurement situations like this, where there are multiple bidders that are double what a winning bidder is, one of the concerns is, did the winning bidder really understand the work that's required? Usually when you see a difference of 10% or 15%, that might be competitive energies. It might be the firm really wants to do work in Broward County. It could be that they love Dr. Hepburn and they just would do anything to work here with him. There's a million reasons why you might be 10 or 15% less expensive. When I find in procurement space, when someone is half the price of everybody else, I'm curious whether or not they understood the work. Now again, I've spent hours and hours and hours reading this RFP, reading this contract. It is not the classic kind of statement of work built into this, or a performance work statement that a company could look at and know exactly what they got to do, except for the amendment that says you will produce a condition assessment report in 12 months. That's an amendment because originally the contract said 9 months and it pushed it back to 12 months. That is the critical part that we absolutely need. And so the reason I'm going to be okay with this contract in the end is that we made it very clear they have one thing they got to do, which is a condition assessment report, and we absolutely got to have that in 12 months. And so I don't want to introduce the 3 to 6 months of additional time. I think we could break this contract, by the way, up into asset management and condition assessment report very easily. Those are 2 totally different workforces that do that work. But I don't support doing that. I'm going to be very, very hawkish on this one. I will be watching it every month to see where they are on the schedule that they need to get to be finished in 12 months. And I will report that to the public at every school board meeting. That's how concerned I am about this vendor and the wording that is in this contract. But I still feel like we have to do that. So the one question that I have, Chair, is did we do an assessment whether or not this award, this vendor that we intend to make an award to, or that we're being proposed, we're being asked to approve this contract, did we do an assessment, given how low their price was, to make sure that they understood the work that was in the solicitation?
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Paul?
Based on the proposal that they submitted, yes, they understood the different major systems that would need to be evaluated, as well as the space utilization study. And then if you look at their list of references and their experience level with large districts, that is also present.
How many past performances do they have to turn in for this solicitation?
Ms. Andrea?
I would have to read that section. However, I know that they turned in several, including, I believe, they had several large districts. I want to say Chicago was there. If you give me a moment, Boston, Maryland, Tulsa. So
Memphis,
I can tell
New
you
York
the
State. Yeah,
Terrific.
so they have experience.
Thank you very much. And those references we checked and they came back positive. How many references did we check on Bureau Veritas?
I would have to ask the committee members and follow up with you, but I believe
All right.
at least minimally 2 or 3.
Yeah, terrific. Now, this is a firm of 75,000 people, right?
That is correct.
Right. They do thousands of projects a year. The idea that they could pick a handful of references and get positive responses does not impress me one bit. I will continue to watch the execution of this as closely as I've watched anything, and we're going to report it to the community about staying on track. We must have this in 12 months. Thank you very much.
Ms.
Dr.
Batista?
Hepburn, if I may. So, Dr. Zeman, you referred to 12 months on the, or having the FCA completed. The terms of the contract is 3 years. So those are the terms that I
Okay.
read, so.
I appreciate that, but Amendment 3 to the contract says a condition assessment report will be completed in 12 months, does it not? Or did I read the wrong contract?
I don't have that amendment.
This is exactly what I'm worried about. I'm worried that we think we're going to do something in 3 years when Broward County School Board needs this in 12 months.
Dr. Hepburn?
I think we're looking for the amendment. If you can be specific on where you found it, Dr. Zeman.
I'm going from memory because it was a lot of reading, but I'm pretty sure it's Amendment 3. And Amendment 3 says that a condition assessment report will be done in 12 months. It's an amendment to what it said originally in the contract that we were going to do it in 9 months.
We have legal checking that.
There was
I'll get you a reference. My God, it's Amendment 3. The facilities assessment report is due 1 year after award. That's right out of the contract. I'm not supposed to be the expert in contracts, and I'm not supposed to be the expert in this solicitation.
Dr. Zeman, we're going to take a 10-minute recess. Okay, welcome back. Dr. Zeman, I think we have an answer for you. Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Paul?
Board Chair, Board, and Dr. Hepburn, what we did find in Addenda 3 was a staffing plan that said that the staffing plan is over a 12-month period. Nowhere did we find within there that the FCA would have to be completed within 12 months. But I understand your motivation and the sense of urgency of trying to get it done as quickly as possible. And we will do our best to make sure that happens. We'll set that as a goal.
Thank you very
to get
much.
it done as quickly as possible.
No, thank you very much. I misread the addendum, and I apologize.
Okay. Mr. Alston?
Mine is very easy. Thank you, Madam Chair. Could I recommend, I was actually going to go down a list of things: purpose of goal-setting committee, purpose of a disparity study, what we agreed to as a school district, why we have a goal-setting committee, what do they do, when do points apply, when do goals apply, when do I'm not going to do that. But I'm going to recommend for the new 9, Madam Chair, that you put on your agenda a workshop on a disparity. What is the role of a disparity study? Goal-setting committee, how you set affirmative procurement initiatives, what's the role of the board, what's the role of staff, just go through all of that around mid-November. That's my recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. If I may, Ms. Alston, thank you. That's the lesson learned for being two, just that we need to make sure our board is well educated and well informed as a corporate body, so we have a clear understanding. Yeah, we'll do it after in mid-November, so we'll make sure that happens.
Thank you. I have a couple questions. One was this vetted at all through the Facilities Task Force or the Long-Term Planning Committee? If I said that correctly.
I'll ask Ms. Andrea, but I'm not aware if it went through Facilities Task Force, because it was a previous Chief Facilities Officer that developed this one. Go ahead, Ms. Andrea.
If I could get more clarity on the question. So the QSET committee were the members of the evaluation once the proposals were deemed responsive. They reviewed, as I mentioned before, in sections A and B, and evaluated the 4 proposals. The user department worked with procurement in defining the scope of services that are outlined in the request for proposal.
Right, but my question was, the Facilities Task Force, did they weigh in on anything, and the Long-Term Planning Committee?
Not that I'm aware of, but we would have to ask the Facilities Department.
No, the Facilities Task Force, our committee.
Right, but they would be the staff liaisons for that.
I can't speak to that. That would have happened, I think, before my time.
We can check and follow up.
Okay, well, we kind of need that information now. But my question is, well, I guess with something this vitally important, and knowing that we've had past grand jury reports that specifically talked about this item with, in 2014, they used the staff, BCPS staff, to do the needs assessment, and the board at that time picked the lowest amount of money to choose to do the needs assessment. As we all know, that hurt us now in 2024 with the Smart Bond program. I just want to make sure that, Superintendent, you're comfortable with the cost and also the value that this company is going to bring for this assessment. And then my next question is, does this company have any school experience, like experience doing these assessments in schools?
Thanks for the question, Chair. Yes, I am comfortable. I've gone through their proposals also. They have experience working with large school districts, schools, and even entire states. I think for the State Board of Education for the state of Maryland, they did their FCA for many of their schools also.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Olson?
Yeah, just so I'm clear. So I know I recommended the other item for the coming weeks. Let me just ask a question since we're about to vote. Because I've heard, sounds like some issues, but I really haven't heard from a legal perspective, from a process perspective, procurement or the user department. So just so I understand, because I think you asked the question, Madam Chair, did we follow all procedures on this contract? Let me start there.
Dr. Hepburn?
Ms. Andrew?
Yes, sir. All procedures were followed.
Okay. Did we follow all applicable laws and board policies, council, on this process?
Ms. Batista?
Yes.
Are there any issues that came to light during the selection process on experience or past work? Yeah.
Ms. Andrea?
No, sir. Two references for each firm were checked.
Okay. So this was an RFP. I know the difference of the different procurement mechanisms. Is price the predominant? Sorry, actually, no, let me rephrase a question I think Board Member Holness asked earlier. There were different characteristics evaluated in the process. Price was one of them. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Out of the total scores, out of the total score that a firm could receive, tell us what that total score is. Tell us what is the total amount for price and all the other 3, 4, 5, 6 categories, because I'm not looking at it. Sorry. And I don't know if that's in front of you all, but I'm just trying to repeat, at least put on the record, from a process standpoint, because price is not the only thing that you all considered, based on what you've said. So if you could just explain what those other areas are, and what's the total amount of points a firm could receive, and then what's the total overall score that a firm could receive.
Ms. Andrea?
So there were a maximum number of points that a firm would receive or could receive is 100 points.
Okay.
As you stated, there were several factors that were evaluated. For instance, experience, references, and approach combined for 50 points maximum.
Experience, reference, and approach. Okay, yep.
And then it's further broken down as to the rubric. 2 points is excellent, 1.5 is good, so on and so on. The current workload, you could get a maximum of 3 points. So it's very detailed as to the rubric used and how the points are allotted. There were points, as you said, for using certified vendors. There were points for price. All of these are factors. Your team structure, as we discussed earlier, there was a maximum of 10 points for your staffing plan.
How much was price in that overall 100 points? Because it wasn't in the 50, the big number, experience. Well, how much was price?
Price was costs 0 to 15.
So 15 points out of 100 points was price.
Maximum,
up to
yes,
15
sir.
points.
Yes.
So price is not the dominating factor. The highest amount of points, the highest factor that you could receive, the highest scores was experience and workload. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So in the price category, because I heard at least 2 or 3 folks focus on price, if price was not a factor, would the scores or the ranking substantially change or change at all?
If price was not a factor at all.
I know that's off the, I'm being.
Then, yes, possibly.
Okay, so the difference in this case was, I'm assuming this firm offered the lowest price.
That is
or
correct.
best value price, whatever. Okay, got it. Are there any other last questions, issues that the board should know before voting on? Are there any protests? Are there complaints? I mean, just kind of all of that. Any of that?
There was a protest which delayed this item in coming to the board, and that was resolved.
Okay.
And that's why we're bringing the item forth today.
And the protest was one of the 4 firms, I'm assuming, or 3, I don't know.
Correct.
Okay.
One of the firms that was not awarded filed a protest.
Okay.
A protest hearing was conducted. The firm that filed the protest chose not to continue with an administrative law judge. That was resolved, and again, that's what brought us to this point today.
All right, got it. Thank you.
Mrs. Hickson?
Thank you. Just a quick question. Is traditionally, when we're doing RFPs that deal with facilities, do we bring that to the facilities task force? And was the facilities task force involved in at least the RFP part or any part of this particular item?
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Andreu?
Through the chair, we normally do not. Again, it's usually the end user department working in conjunction with the purchasing agent from Procurement Warehouse Services. I don't believe that this item was brought to any of our advisory committees, but I would have to confirm that again with staff from the end user department.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Pham?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair, I have two questions. One, I'd like a description of the nature of the protests. In other words, I want to know what the allegations were. And also, I want to know the vendor that brought the protest, if they have a prior history providing services to Broward County, and how long that history is, and what that involved, what kind of services. Thank you.
Dr. Hepburn?
Ms. Andreu?
Madam Chair, while Ms. Andreu is looking for that response, I just wanted to clarify that voting no on a procurement process such as this one, you cannot be arbitrary. And I'm looking at some of the legal precedent. So it says that to permit the soliciting agency to arbitrarily reject responsive bids would undermine and eventually destroy the integrity of the competitive bid process. Just wanted to make sure that I brought that to the attention of the board.
So are you saying, Ms. Batista, that if you vote no, you also have to state your good cause or just cause?
Well, no, but it cannot be, arbitrarily done, because at some point the district is going to have to post what the response is to the RFP. And so the response could be, if there is a vote of no, it would be rejection of all bids, and then the question would be as to what the reason is.
Are you speaking to the board as a whole or a single board member?
No, the board as a whole.
Okay.
Right. And the procurement department. Once that this is completed here, there is a posting that takes place. Mm-hmm. And so just wanted to bring that that standard to the attention of the board.
Okay. What are we waiting for?
I think the question that Board Member Pham asked was the vendor that filed the protest, and that vendor was EXP. If we get into the reasons why they filed.
Yeah, I don't need their name. I'm just looking for their reasons, why they brought, what the protest was based upon. I think the whole board should have that information. I think it's very valuable and relevant. And then if that vendor has a history of doing business with Broward County and providing similar or same services or other services, what that particular history is. If they're not a good, you know what I mean? If they're not consistent, if they're not reliable or whatever. I'm trying to compare apples and apples. If we have a new vendor, I would like to know their history as well, if they're reliable in other counties. That seems like they are. So now let's balance the other side and hear about the protester.
Ms. Pham, just so you know, it was emailed to the entire board.
Well, it's not a matter of public record. So.
Well, it is a matter of public record. If anybody were to request the information from the bid protest, that information is available.
Is there an objection to putting that in the public record now? I think the people have the right to know what's going on here. And this is the easiest and fastest way to get that information conveyed. This is a public meeting, public forum. So that's why I'm asking questions. Sometimes, a lot of times, I already know the answers, but I want people, at least my people, want to be educated on what's going on.
So just so that you know, the bid protest committee rejected this item. That was the resolution. The protester decided to walk away and resolve the issue, so they didn't even pursue it any further.
We still don't know the nature of the objection. We don't know that. What was it? Was it unfair bidding?
I think there were multiple reasons.
That's why I'm asking for the details. Thank you.
Ms. Andrell?
The vendor cited about 18 different reasons for their protest. As was stated earlier, after we all met and they did not want to move forward, after hearing the stance that the School Board of Broward County had, which included items like if they were not clear or on the evaluation criteria, there was a period for question and answers to get that clarification, or if they did not feel like cost should be part of the evaluation, they could have expressed that during that window period, in which they did not. So those are just two of the highlights, but as I stated, there were about between 15 to 18 different points that they made during this initial hearing, and as stated by Ms. Batista, they chose not to move forward.
My second question, if we had a history with this vendor, and can you please elaborate on that, and whether they have provided these or similar services or other services, and what that history was like working with them?
The vendor does currently do work with us, not these same services, but they do provide other services with the school district.
And I feel like I'm reiterating the same question over and over. What was the history? Was that a positive? They're reliable? I mean, you're just saying they have a relationship. Okay. Were they married? Are they concubines? What? Give me the relationship, please. Don't make me pull teeth.
They have a good relationship with the district.
So when you say good relationship, you mean reliable, and we haven't had any complaints against them in the past?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Andrew.
Any other questions?
Yes.
Dr. Holness.
Okay, so Ms. Batista brought forth new information that is in opposition to the response before. So as a board member, this item is presented to us to vote yes or no. And the chair had asked the question, do we need just cause to vote no? And the answer is no. So now I am unclear. Can I vote no? And what is expected of me if I vote no?
Ms. Batista.
The board can vote no. However, their responses cannot be arbitrary and capricious. So ultimately, when a decision is made, and if the decision is no, we're going to have to post that we're rejecting all of the, we're rejecting all. So in terms of the rationale, what rationale is going to be placed there? If the decision of the board is considered arbitrary and capricious, that's going to be an issue if it is challenged by any one of the proposers who did not win. Well, actually, all of them have a point of entry in which they can challenge the decision of the board.
Okay,
and so ultimately, if it's found that the decision is arbitrary and capricious, that can be an issue.
Okay, so on this item, when is the decision, when is a no considered to not be arbitrary or capricious?
Batista.
If the RFP contained information and guidelines that were properly evaluated by the committee, the fact that, you know, you may disagree with some of those guidelines at the back end is not sufficient reason to reject. Because it's something that was already set forth in the process with the RFP.
Okay, so if I vote no, do I have to give a reason?
You don't have to give a reason, but if the board as a whole were to reject, then there would have to be a reason, and the reason would have to be something that is not arbitrary or capricious.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Fogelholy?
Yes, Chair, I'd like to call the question.
All in favor of calling the question, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. Okay, roll call on the item.
School board members Hickson,
Yes.
Honus,
No.
Lenardi,
No.
Rupert, Zeman,
Yes.
Alhadeff,
Yes.
Alston,
Yes.
Pham.
No.
Passes.
Yes.
6-3, sorry.
Wait.
Yes.
Mr.
Oh, wait, Mr.
Fogelholy.
Fogelholy, but you said.
Yes. You said yes.
I was like, I heard.
6-3 passes. Okay.
Keep doing it, John.
May I have a motion and second on item number 10? Moved by Zeman, second by, come on, guys. Hickson. Public comment?
None.
Board comment? Dr. Zeman?
Thanks again, Chair. I'm going to ask again about small minority women-owned enterprises. This got flagged by a couple folks that wrote to me as this is the kind of work that small firms do all the time. But again, we're making an award on the $3 million spend authority, and no firms, small minority women business enterprises, either bid or were awarded. I'm curious what outreach we made to find firms that could do this kind of work.
Dr. Hepburn?
Ms. Centrell.
Thank you for the question. So this will be coming to you in multiple pieces, if you will. So this is the first round of probably 3 or 4, and you will see certified firms in some of the upcoming items that are before the board for approval. We're doing them as the agreements are ready.
Thanks, Chair.
Any other comments? All in favor of item number 10, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Item 10 passes unanimously. May I have a motion second on item number 11?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Rupert. Public comment? Board member comment? All in favor of item number 11, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. Item 11 passes unanimously. May I have a motion second on item number 12?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. Public
None.
comment? Board member comment?
Yes, we're
Dr.
on,
Holness?
we're on 12, right?
12.
Okay, great. Thank you. So, can staff clarify the financial impact of $400,000 for Acolectics supplemental software? It's noted that schools can purchase the software, but there's also a district financial impact of the $400,000. Will schools be responsible for a portion of this cost, with the district covering the remainder, or if someone could explain how that works? Because when I read it, it shows school budget as well as district.
Dr. Hepburn?
Dr. Fulton.
Good afternoon, Angela Fulton, Deputy Superintendent. I can kick it off, and if I leave anything out, I'll ask Melissa Holtz to chime in. But 20 of those schools are being paid from the school improvement grant from the state, and I believe that we have set aside $200,000, and the remaining amount are coming from our school budgets if they choose to purchase it.
Okay, so the district will allocate $200,000, and then the other $200,000 is from the schools if they choose to, correct?
Correct. 200,000 of that is coming from a grant we received from the state of Florida.
Understand. So I'd just like to say, because for me, I wanted to be sure that this software was effective, so I made contact with Dillard Elementary, and Principal Robinson's tenure as assistant principal at West Heights, during Principal Robinson's tenure as an assistant principal at Westwood Heights Elementary, they successfully, according to Principal Robinson, utilized athletics to improve math proficiency from 37 to 51%. Coinciding with this school achieving a B rating, athletics proved to be both engaging and effective in front-loading standards, ensuring comprehensive coverage of the curriculum. The software is research-based and has demonstrated significant improvements in learning gains by identifying and addressing skill gaps. This academic year will be Dillard Elementary's first implementation of athletics, and Principal Robinson is optimistic about its potential to enhance learning gains and proficiency. Also spoke to Principal Parent from MLK, one of my schools, and Principal Parent has been utilizing this program since 2018, possibly early as 2017. The program has consistently delivered impressive results. 1 year saw a 78% improvement in student learning gains, a 50% increase in proficiency. Despite experiencing a slight dip during the COVID-19 year, there has been continuous improvement annually at this school. Principal Parent strongly believes in this program, emphasizing its alignment with state assessment and its effectiveness in supporting student learning. So I will be supporting this item. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. This is some great stuff going on here. I love it. I wanted to give staff the opportunity to share some way better success than what was misplaced. Yes, yes.
Thank you so much. So we did get a call this morning from Ms. Melissa Holtz, Director Elementary Learning, I apologize, that there is a typo in the information. So Martin Luther King actually was a positive and not a negative increase in their data. So we did speak to the director and the principal and Ms. Hudge to apologize and explain that we would have that corrected. So they are positive, not negative.
I have a question on that.
Yes.
Thank you.
So I believe that was a negative 13.
Yes.
So what is the positive? Positive 13 or?
It is a positive 6.
A positive 6. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you.
Through the chair.
Yes.
If I may add, also Martin Luther King, when they were in F school probably about 5 years ago, athletics was one of the curriculum that we used over there that really accelerated their growth. They moved from an F to a C. And one of the accolades that they received from athletics, they were the top 1% school in the state that achieved tremendous growth in mathematics. I will also say, Dr. Holness, I was the principal at Dill Elementary in the early 2000s. I used athletics as well, too. And at that time, we were a school, and we contribute a lot of our success to math and athletics.
Okay. Anyone else? Seeing none, all in favor of item number 12, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Item number 12 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and second on item number
So moved.
14? Second. Moved by Zeman, second by Rupert. Public comment?
None.
Board member comment. Zeman?
Thank you. This is my third time seeing this list. And every time I see this list, I kind of bifurcated in my mind about being out of field, like in a way that's significant, and being out of field because you're a science teacher and you're working in PE. And I'm fine with a science teacher taking years and going to be a PE. They're probably fully qualified, and if they want to do it, that's wonderful. What I'm worried about is people with high school certificates trying to teach elementary school, or people who are don't have any math certificates at all, and they dive into calculus at the high school level and the like. And I'm not asking to hold up this item. I'm just asking the superintendent whether or not, when we see this list again, if we can bifurcate this list into things that matter and things that are out of field but aren't likely to have any impact on our students.
Dr. Hepburn?
Thank you, Dr. Zeman. Noted. So probably our positions are applied science, applied math content areas that are hard to staff versus some of the other electives. So we'll come up with a good way of presenting that information.
Terrific. I appreciate that, because telling the community that 900 of our 13,600 teachers are out of field doesn't settle well necessarily. But by my look, 2/3 or so of them are doing something they're fully qualified to do, but technically they're working out of field. About 1/3 of them are people who are probably stretching a little bit to do this work. And I understand it's hard to find people in some of these jobs, and maybe they're fully qualified to do this. I'm sure they are, but just not technically certified, and so they're working out of field. And I understand, and I've been told that there's a certain amount of time you have to get certified in these things, and that's all good, but I think the community would like to know when it's significant and when it's not.
Okay. Any other comments? Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. I have a little bit of a kind of the opposite side. And it does cost for each certificate that you get from the state. So you could graduate with your master's in exceptional education, and you can be endorsed in reading and ESOL, et cetera. But if you don't pay to put them on your certification, you actually still come up as out of field. So I know I brought this up last year, that it is a cost for especially our new teachers. I wholeheartedly agree with Dr. Zeman about stipulating, what we can and can't, accept in that. But I mean, you got 3 years, and most of the time teachers don't really have the opportunity to say yay or nay to an assignment that they get. So it's automatic that if you have an ESOL student, you have a certain amount of time to be able to get that certification. So I would ask that if there is any sort of incentives that we could put into help especially the young teachers that are just getting out of school right now, to be able to afford putting everything on their certification list that they want to. So that's my point. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert. Any other comments? Seeing none, all in favor of 14, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. 14 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and second on 15?
Second.
Moved by Seaman, second by Rupert. Public comment? Board comment? Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. I just had one suggestion, actually a question and then a suggestion. I'm looking at the job description pink page, and 1, 2, 3, under essential performance responsibilities is establish performance-based measures, blah, 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 meet with the chief of staff, key cabinet members. Do we still have that position?
Dr. Hepburn?
We might in the future.
But we don't right now.
No, we don't. We can take that out. So if the role, we can just take that out.
It was just a thought process.
I don't want to put
reading
another role in there. Then the name of the role changes, and then we got to bring let's just we can spread that out.
Well,
where are you, Ms. Rupert?
Fourth bullet.
I'm sorry.
I've
Fourth
got it.
bullet.
Fourth bullet
I have
under
it.
essential performance.
I believe we'll need a motion.
Yeah.
I know, but I have another part, so.
Go ahead, Ms.
You know
I'm
me.
sorry.
I give you at least a 2 for every once in a while. The next page, on page 2, under minimum qualifications and experience, the last bullet was crossed out, and I was going to move that the last bullet underneath the minimum qualifications should be put back in, and also the 4th bullet to remove meet with the chief of staff. So those are
Second.
Thank you.
Moved by Rupert, second by Aldeff. Public comment? Board comment? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. Carries. Ms. Rupert?
That is it for me. Thank you.
Okay, I have question first on the minimum qualification experience. It says you added in or eligible to obtain the Florida Department of Law Enforcement certification within the first 12 months of employment. Is anything prohibiting that from occurring in the first 6 months of employment?
Not possibly. We consulted with some experts in law enforcement, and they advised 6 to 12 months would be a good number of months for a person from out of the state or who's in the state and doesn't have the certification to acquire it.
Okay, because I was first thinking they should have it, but now I'm understanding why. So you're saying it gives you more flexibility,
Correct.
even though the goal will
Yep.
be within the first 6 months.
Correct. The current scope of the job description really narrowed the amount of candidates that probably could be successful in doing the work that we're asking them to do. So hence why we're bringing the job description back, just to make sure we're not screening out great candidates.
Right, and is the certification offered at multiple times per year, or it's only one time per year?
No, from my understanding, from the consultation we got, it's available multiple times of the year.
Okay, so because it seems that it is offered multiple times a year, I feel more comfortable for being within the first 6 months of employment, because it's so vitally important. And you know how things get put on your plate, and then you keep pushing things back. So I move to change it to the FDLE certification within the first 6 months of employment.
Second.
Moved by Aldef, second by Holness. Public comment, board comment. Dr. Holness?
Madam Chair, so for this particular certification, can staff inform us as to what's involved in achieving this certification? Are there courses they have to take? How long does that take? That kind of a thing. I just want to have a better idea.
Dr. Hepburn?
Mr. Azarito?
I'm not sure of the specifics, but I know if they have if they already have a similar out-of-state certification, or if they're a federal agent, it's easy for them to get. It's called equivalency of training, but I'm not exactly sure. We have a couple of people in the back that may know more about it.
Okay, so
go ahead.
Okay.
Chief Nasowitz.
Good afternoon. So the equivalence of training, what that entails mostly high liability. It's Florida law, firearms, defensive tactics, those topics. And so that would be like somebody coming from out of state, let's say Georgia. If it's a chief or somebody that has a certificate in that state, they can go through that training, and they'll be able to attain their FDLE certification.
Okay, so through the superintendent, so that training, is this something offered online? Is this something they have to do at a college or at an institute? And I need some idea of the timeline for, if you don't have it at all, what's the timeline in accomplishing that?
I believe the course is about 6 to 8 weeks. They offer it at Broward, the Broward Police Academy. They offer it at up in West Palm Beach and Palm Beach's Academy. So it's offered at multiple locations, and it's offered a couple times a year.
Okay, so it takes 6 to 8 weeks, and you said a couple of times per year. For me, a couple means two. Are you saying several times per year? Because my concern is, and I appreciate the item, but if we vote to reduce the timeline requirement to achieve it to 6 months, and it takes 6 to 8 weeks, and it's only offered one time within that period of 6 months, then it may be a bit difficult for that person to achieve that if there's some other issue that with his schedule or her schedule that would prevent the person from attending. So can you elaborate on the frequency at which this is offered, so I know for sure when I vote that this person have access to this course multiple times in order to accomplish the goal?
Right. I don't know the frequency that it's offered in either county, and I know Dade County Police Academy offers it as well. We have 3 local police academies here within, probably 30 miles, 30, 40 miles either way.
Okay, so they would have to, if let's just say the time in Broward is once and it doesn't fit the schedule, they would then have to commute to Dade County to be able to take this class, and the commute would likely be a daily situation.
Correct.
For 6 to 8 weeks.
Yes.
Ms. Pham?
Thank you. I would ask that we made a change to page 3.
Oh, wait, on the motion, Ms. Pham, the 6 months.
Oh, okay, let's finish that motion and I'll make mine. Okay.
Okay, so with that information that I just heard, I think it is even more vitally important what that certification, what they need in that certification, that it makes it a priority, that we make sure they're doing it within the first 6 months. When rules aren't followed, there's lives at stake. And so I think by the board setting that standard, it makes it to the top level that, you're going to come in and you're going to get this certification if you don't have it, and make sure they'll get it done.
Madam Chair?
Yep.
Real quick. So with what somebody mentioned, like if they don't have it at all, So if they don't have any equivalent license in another state or a federal agency, they're starting from scratch, so they would not be eligible. So we're looking for people that already have certification in a similar FDLE training. That's why it should be easier to get, and that's why
Yeah.
we put it on here.
And we're the sixth largest school district in the country. I think our chief of safety and security should be the best of the best of the best. All in favor of the 6 months for the certification, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say no. Item passes. Motion passes. Ms. Pham?
Okay, on page 3, this would be considered on the preferred qualifications and our experience. Line 4, it says graduation from advanced international public safety training program. I would like to just change that to, my motion would be to amend that to attend ongoing, here he is, attend ongoing public safety training programs, including state-of-the-art technology innovations. And the reason I'm saying that, I think we should have that as a requirement in order that evacuation procedures are always continually reviewed countrywide, get that input, and also that we understand and are made aware of new technology, at least annually at minimum, once a year. So I would add that language be added. So that's my motion to
Madam
include
Chair.
that language.
Go ahead, Ms.
I
Azarito.
was
You're probably
saying
about to say the same thing I'm about to say.
If it's about attending ongoing, that would kind of go over in the essential performance responsibilities, not necessarily qualification.
Okay, can we move it over there then? That doesn't matter to me. My motion would be to move it over to the attending.
But hold on, Ms. Pham, I believe it's already there. Dr. Hepburn?
Oh, no, I thought you were asking if it was too, is it
Is it there?
better to go there?
Did
Yes,
you-
it's better to go in the essential performance responsibilities, but let me
perfect.
take a quick glance just to make sure that we don't already have that in there.
It's two-part. One is, like I said, it would cover evacuation procedures, and then new technology that comes available.
Dr. Hepburn, the fifth one from the bottom, participate in training programs offered to enhance the individual skills and proficiency related to job responsibilities.
I would still keep my motion in there because I want it specific. I want to know that we're getting the best evacuation knowledge. I want to make sure that we know what technology comes available. So that's the general statement I'm targeting.
Ms. Pham, can you repeat your motion?
Sure. It would be, again, attend ongoing public safety training programs, which include state-of-the-art innovations. And then we can add my other language, evacuation procedures and new technological advancements made available.
Is there a second? Moved by Pham, second by Alston. Public comment, board comment on the motion. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Motion carries. Any other motions on this item? Mrs. Dixon.
Yes, also on page 3, the same bullet point that Mrs. Pham was just mentioning, but I'm just wondering why these two items were crossed out when they're preferred qualifications. I think it's great if they would be a graduate from an advanced international public safety training or a high-level experienced person in the United States military. So why were those crossed out?
Dr. Hepburn?
Ms. Azarito.
So with the military, the one right below it, prior enlisted commissioned officer status in U.S. military, I figured it was redundant to have two things in there about military. The graduation from an advanced international public safety training program, I could not find anything that is an international public safety training program.
Okay.
So I looked on all the resumes, plus talking to other people outside. Nothing's listed, and I'd already passed them. Don't bring it up.
I appreciate that. I would just say the one underneath, prior enlisted commissioned officer status in the United States military. I mean, that's fine to have too, but high-level experience in the United States military doesn't necessarily mean they had to be an officer. So I don't know why.
High-level experience and a commissioned officer. To me, commissioned officer status is high level.
But there could be other, yes, but there could be other positions
I understand
that
what you're
aren't
saying.
just commissioned officers that would fall under this. So
There could be
I
a
don't think
civilian
there's a
and
problem keeping both.
high-level.
I understand the
Would you like
first
to make a
one.
motion?
Yes, I'd like to move that we keep high-level experience in the United States military as one of the preferred qualifications.
Moved by Hickson, second by Leonardi. Public comment, board comment. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Carries. Next, anyone else? All in favor of 15 as amended, say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Item 15 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and second on item number 16?
Move. Second.
Moved by Elston, second by Fogelholy. Public comment.
We have two registered public comment. I don't see them in the audience, but I would name them just in case they're out in the public. Kimberly Morehorn and Sander Shafrier. French names.
Seeing none. Mr. Alston, you want to kick us off?
No, I think it's the superintendent and chief auditor.
All right, Mr. Rhodes?
I'm listening.
Superintendent, do you want me?
Yes, we'll have Mr. Sullivan kick us off.
Okay.
Dun, dun, dun. All right, so as it relates to the public records, so for text messages and emails as it relates to district devices, that did include anyone with those devices. We don't have any communications. As we also included, I don't know if it was a part of the original one, but we also include in the public records any calls to our professional standards department, because that was the department that had interactions with the school as it relates to the placement or the temporary confusion about the reassignment about Mr. Weatherspoon. There was no hits on that either. So the only one that is pending, because you included every single employee, is calls to district cell phones. That will be completed Thursday. However, with that said, we did interview part of our investigation, the employee who had interaction with Ms. Fusco. So I think it was important for us. There was obviously it was a joint investigation between the chief auditor and the superintendent. I was a part of those investigations. So we wanted to make sure a couple of things. One.
Wait a second, if I could, Madam Chair.
Mr. Alston?
So I have a question to the superintendent and chief auditor. And I appreciate you being the chief spokesperson. So my question is, are both of you delegating the update to the individual who was not tasked with doing this? Is that the intent today? Are you refraining from making comments today? Is that the intent, just so I understand?
Not at all. No.
Okay. All right. So then what I would prefer, but I appreciate you, Mr. Sullivan, and I appreciate kind of, at least for me, I'll let everyone else opine. I would appreciate hearing from the two of you because you all are doing this work.
Yep. So I'll defer to you, Mr. Rhodes, first, and I can follow up. But just to surmise what some of the public records requests that Mr. Sullivan just mentioned, the rest of it will be wrapped up on Thursday because there was no essential specific scope on an employee group. So essentially, we're looking at public records of all district employees. And so that's why for IT to scrub that much data is taking some time. Go ahead, Mr. Rose.
And also, for purposes of maintaining continuity of the investigation, it was Mr. Sullivan was leading up the request and the gathering of these documents that we were attempting to gather, only to find out that many of them that we thought would have existed did not. And we believe that we've gotten accurate information that the information did not exist. However, we will find out on Thursday what else happens to come in. So I think the most important thing that I would talk about to begin with is that we had an initial meeting so that we could talk about what is the scope of what it is that we're looking at. And what we were trying to look at was what was it that triggered the situation that caused what we've concluded is a misunderstanding that Mr. Witherspoon was going to be reassigned. We had to track that chronologically to find out how this thing happened and to find out what happened with regard to any of the law enforcement who was initially involved in this before we came into the situation to begin looking at this process. So what we found out was that indeed there was a BTU meeting, which was not specifically in our scope because that
that was the situation that caused the activity that included employees, but it wasn't specifically in our scope to go in and investigate what's going on inside the walls of the BTU or the BTU's procedures. So once we got past that part and we took a look at the requirements of Policy 4.9, we realized that we had to have some investigative supervision by SIU is what the policy calls for. And we were really also including one of their detectives with us at all times who was able to take sworn statements, who was able to administer oaths in order to do that, and also gave the Garrity warnings. And for anybody who doesn't know what that means, a Garrity warning is essentially giving a warning to a witness that's about to give testimony that anything that you say administratively that could incriminate yourself will not be used against you or will not become subject to a legal proceeding unless you lie in the course of this interview. And so we gave the Garrity warnings as required by the policy. It's not unusual for that to happen in an administrative situation, period. We took the sworn statements, which were recorded. We would ask open-ended questions initially to make sure that they gave us their full and complete understanding of the situation as they saw it, as it unfolded, and it became clear to us very quickly that this thing was triggered by a misunderstanding and a couple of very similar sounding names as opposed to them using the names of the schools. We got that information that was not just corroborated, but it was from all of the sides that we interviewed. This information continued to just show the same fact pattern coming together repeatedly. There was nearly no instances in which there was a complete difference in the story as to how this stuff unraveled, beginning with the communications that came out of BTU after the incident happened, right up to the various individuals who identified that at law enforcement levels, outside of the district, inside of the district, and contemporaneous with the items going on. Just for example, a Fortify report that happened simultaneous with the event. There was information all throughout that identified that this did not represent a threat, and so Mr. Witherspoon was identified as no threat to anybody inside or outside of the district. The individual who ended up becoming the person that this investigation kind of centered in on was the person who mistook the information that she had in the morning with a communication with the task assigned chief of safety and security, and accidentally contacted the wrong principal, gave the wrong information. That's what caused this whole thing to kick into play. We spoke with firsthand witnesses. We did not find it necessary to go and speak with secondhand witnesses when the firsthand witnesses gave us testimony under oath as to what it is that they said when they spoke to these different people that they admitted to speaking with. And so the end of the day, it was a situation where everybody who was involved in any potential wrongdoing, as was identified when we were originally tasked with putting this investigation together, it was as though everybody was vindicated as they gave us testimony that supported one another's claims. And this was even the people who were supposed to have been adversaries.
I concur with everything that Mr. Rose says. As we worked side by side and fact-finding and reviewing all the facts, and I came to the same conclusion also.
Great. Madam Chair, question. So you are 90% complete with your work? Is that my assumption? And what are the final steps before, I guess, issuing some report back to the board?
Go ahead, Mr. Rose.
Okay. So as Mr. Sullivan said, Thursday we're expecting some information to come back, at which point there could be some new things that unfold between then and the next time we were to speak. to put an actual percentage on it, that information is going to make that determination, because right now we could be 99% complete with this investigation if there are no new revelations from the information that we gather from those 30,000 records. Other than that, I think in talking to folks, there were some other discussions about some potential other complaints that are they're likely to come forward, but at this point, closing this out and completing this investigation is the priority.
Like, you made a statement, so I have a natural question. Sure. You alluded to likely complaints related to the specific subjects.
Yeah, and just to, I'll do a very shallow dive on
and
this.
I don't need to know who. I'm just assuming.
No, I'll just do a shallow dive using just a policy. Policy on bullying and harassing. We all have known and have found out over periods of time when these investigations go on that with bullying and harassing, there's the acronym RIP. It has to be repeated, it has to be purposeful, and there has to be an imbalance of power. If you have somebody who's waging the complaint, who is actually the source of the power, it's very hard to imagine that that is going to get past the intake and routing position of a complaint, because all three of those elements have to be met. Not 2 out of 3, not 1 out of 3, not 2 out of 3 in an egregious way. All three of them have to be met. And if the imbalance of power could not be met, that's just an example of how a potential complaint could be routed into the unsubstantiated or unfounded basket early on.
Got it. Madam Chair, last question for me. My assumption is you have spoken to all of the direct parties involved, and whoever they are. Is that a yes?
Not only a yes, they have been recorded and interviewed under oath.
Okay. Is my assumption that includes the principal? You alluded to someone in professional standards or HR. You alluded to Mr. Witherspoon. You alluded to Ms. Fusco. I'm assuming all of those direct subjects, yes?
You made a great point with regard to the principal, but the principal gave us a written statement and advised us that that was true. All aspects of that were true.
Great.
So and with that, in regard to the remaining portion of your question, everybody else that you just listed has been personally interviewed under oath.
Great. So with one question that was a big conversation open, my assumption is you all will make some determination, at least on one individual, if that person is covered. I don't know if that's a part of your scope under school board policy or not. Is that a part of the scope that you're answering in your review?
No, not initially. That's not part of the scope of the investigation, but we can confirm that that person is an employee on leave.
Right. My question is that in your report? Because that was a huge conversation by this board. Or your assessment. I won't even call it an investigation, whatever you're doing.
We can provide it probably separately from the scope of that investigation, because the investigative report is going to go through the totality of all the statements that we received, be it under oath or like the principal verifying that what he's stating is true.
Right. Yeah. Is someone going to talk to me, the person who actually made the motion and made the allegation of bullying and political harassment? Is that the last 2% of your work, or does that not happen?
Go ahead, Mr. Russ.
Because we've already gotten the answers from the first-hand witness, the information that you might share, specifically when you're talking about bullying and political harassment, that falls outside of the original policy that we were told to conduct this investigation under, which was employees, which was under 4.9. So if there is an additional complaint that would be talking about bullying and harassment, that would fall under, some people call it 5.9 or 5900. I think that would be a separate complaint for us to be able to look at that and conduct that under that policy specifically.
Great. So the employees, since you've made a determination who they are, there's agreement now, sounds like it. You're going to make that affirmative statement somewhere? How will you do that?
The affirmative statement where that's concerned will come in the report, but it's also going to come in the report based on information that came out of witness testimony with regard to what that person that we're alluding to, the position that they're in now, that they're in you said earlier this.
Yeah, leave.
On leave.
Professional leave.
But they are an employee, they are on leave, and there doesn't seem to be anybody that's sitting around this table that we've either spoken to during these meetings or during the course of the investigation that disagrees with the fact that that person is indeed an employee of the county.
Well, 14 days ago, that wasn't the case. So thank you for the clarity openly. I'm looking forward to seeing that in the report. So last question on that, because that individual, from my understanding, made the complaint, and you used the right framework, a person of power, a part of an organization, with another person also in the organization, both teachers in Broward County Public Schools, right? So when you look at levels of influence, as you pointed out perfectly, you know I understand. I hope that that is a part of your analysis that the board and the public will see.
Again, because that is not a part of what 4.9 causes us to ferret out, that information may not be spelled out in the way you just described it or in the way you may be expecting it, but it doesn't mean that it couldn't be ferreted out. It just means that when you're talking about bullying and political harassment, you're talking about something different than the confines and the four corners of 4.9. It doesn't mean that we couldn't get that information for you, and it doesn't mean that there's not a different finding or set of findings that could come out of that. It just means that I am not certain that I can sit here today and tell you that based on the scope of the investigation that we performed and conducted under 4.9, that we would be able to answer those questions. If you'd look at 5.9 or 5900 at the bullying and harassment area, you would see that there's a series of different elements that would have to be proven.
Thank you both for your work.
Thank you. I have Ms. Leonardi.
Yeah, I had a few questions, and I also wanted to correct the record on something. 2 weeks ago, when this was brought up, Dr. Hepburn said the process of an investigation had already begun. So it was my understanding at the time that the board did not direct that investigation, that Dr. Hepburn had taken it upon himself to begin that, because it was news to me at that board meeting. As it relates to this investigation, will there eventually be, or could there be employee discipline as a result of this investigation?
Dr. Hepburn.
There could, but reviewing the report and really seeing if there's any violations of any policy for anybody involved in the investigation, it could lead to some form of consequences or discipline.
Got it. Thank you.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. So if an employee, based on what Mrs. Leonardi just asked, an employee on leave, do we typically render out consequences to an employee on leave?
They're still our employee, yes.
Okay. And the other part of that, which was kind of the conversation we had before, if they're an employee, if they're not an employee, what does that look like? So that's news to me. That was not what we were, the conversation we had, to Mr. Alston's point a couple of weeks ago. We were unsure as to what that was. So the other point to that is, I think we all agreed on an investigation of what happened with the people in our districts on that day. But part of this is something that happened that didn't have to do with the district, that had to do with an outside organization, and whatever happened in there. So is that really is that our lane to be looking into what happened during a BTU meeting? That was really my question last time. I 100% agreed we should be looking into what happened where we had an employee tell another employee not to show up to work. And that was a miscommunication, and as you indicated, it had happened before, so we definitely need to look into that and apologize to Mr. Witherspoon for what had happened. But I don't know that it's on any of our business or our lane to be looking into something that happened in a BTU meeting. And I said it last time, and I'll say it again this time. It isn't taking sides. It's just, if something happens again and there's a miscommunication or a disagreement in a BTU, are we going to be doing this all the time?
No. So let me clarify. So just to use some of the analogies you use as far as lanes, something happened where information was given to the principal that got us here today that was conveyed to Mr. Witherspoon. So we had to backtrack enough to stay within our lanes just to figure out what caused the reaction that led up to Mr. Witherspoon receiving a call about not reporting to work.
Thank you, because it just seems to me the conversation was moving towards another investigation that would backtrack it even further into a meeting that didn't have anything to do with us as a Broward County School Board. And I'll repeat that again, and it may put me in a bad space and write another article about me, but that's not our business. That's just not what we should be doing. I don't agree with what happened, but I don't think we as a Broward County School Board should be using resources or time to investigate something. What if they were at McDonald's and they got into a fight at McDonald's? Are we going to be I just see this mushrooming out to someplace that was a separate entity. I agree 100% with investigating what happened on our campus to our employee, but this was outside of something that the school board has any control over, and I don't and will not agree that we should be investigating something beyond what we've already are investigating. So thank you.
Mr. Rose, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, I'll be happy to jump into that.
Share microphone.
I'll be happy to jump into that boat with you because we had very in-depth discussions at the beginning to try to make sure that the scope was contained to the appropriate policy and that it didn't take us outside of school board employee behaviors and activities that led to this situation. And so had we puddle jumped and went into another policy or tried to go in and investigate business under their corporate headquarters, we would have been out of our lane. I think there are some places where the behaviors could arguably be brought under some of the policies that we're working with, but I think the precedent, because it didn't match the allegation and it didn't match the scope of the audit or the investigation, would be that we're better served to try to stay out of those family feuds and let the appropriate authorities handle those feuds because they are outside of our business.
Thank you. And just to comment on that, there was something put in motion, right? Someone made a call to an organization. They went out and investigated. It was unfounded. So in my eyes, Mr. Witherspoon has been vindicated of that. There was no finding that he was of any kind of threat. And so that piece is really done. I mean, as an individual person, you're allowed to, if you feel threatened, to call authorities and have them investigate it. That's what happened. It was found that he was not, and the situation should be closed. It was, I just don't think that that's on us to be investigating.
Okay, any other comments on the investigation conversation? Ms. Pham?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm on the opposite seat. I think this happened. It's a school-related activity. I think that Mr. Witherspoon has every right to have a full and complete investigation, especially by us, since this was our employee, whether she's on leave or not. I was on leave on workers' comp. People were hounding me constantly, to get in my lane, stay in my lane. So now all of a sudden we're reeling in. We got the favored and the disfavored people going back there. In addition, I had made a specific request to get a copy of the transcript of the police telephone call. And I asked as well as for the police report. I was told that the Broward County School District doesn't have that. So you guys never access that, obtain that, put this in your investigation? Because how do you know? How do you know the employee that made this phone call to the principal that her version of what happened doesn't parallel that phone call going in to call to the police department. How do you know? That will show that there was communication, there was discussion. If that person communicates exactly the information that was made during that police, to instigate that arrest and investigation, then that says something right there, a pattern. The other thing is, if the police investigation report indicates anything that substantiates what Mr. Witherspoon said, that's also going to be beneficial to enlighten us all. We want to keep it fair and impartial, I thought. That was the goal here. So why are we're putting our hands in one direction but not the other? That's not right. He has every right to know. We have every right to know. And the fact that you said, we're not going to get this and give it to you when it's a public record, which you guys should need and want as part of your investigation. So give me the rationale behind this, please.
If I may, Super Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Sullivan.
Yes, so the detective who assisted with this investigation has made a public records request for both the recordings of the phone call and also the police report.
So your investigation, which is we're concluding maybe 90% done, hasn't even seen those records yet. And I was given misinformation, told you don't have them, go get them yourself.
I'm not sure who communicated that with you. I don't believe that any of the three of us did, so I'm not entirely sure.
I was told that you didn't have them in their possession. I had to go get them.
Well, we're doing the public records request for it. We did that last week, so I'll follow up with the detective, but we absolutely made the request for those two items.
And will that be part of this investigation? Or is this investigation going to be concluded before you even see those records?
Determines of, it's public record, so we anticipate they will have to hand it over to us. So I'm not sure if it would be within the confines of the scope of the investigation, but we'll review it and make that determination once we receive it.
Okay, any other board member? Ms. Leonardi?
Yeah, so just to be clear, do we or do we not have the police report and the recording from the call?
We don't have
Mr.
possession.
Sullivan.
We don't have possession of them, but we've made public records requests
Right.
of both items.
So it is not inaccurate to say we don't have that information, correct?
It's accurate to say we don't have them in our possession, correct?
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Alston?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, as the person who initiated this conversation 14 days ago, because I actually wasn't surprised of how the conversation occurred. So I'll repeat for one of my colleagues. And I think I understand very well what general consent means, because when I made the recommendation, 8 people were silent. And because of that, that's called general consent. And I know the past president and head of the Florida School Boards Association understands that very well. So because of general consensus that was taken by the board, it was my recommendation to proceed, and I thank the board for doing so. I just have a question on process and a comment based on, sounds like you've already done some work. Do we know if the head of the Broward Teachers Union made a phone call to any district staff of any of the days involved as you consider your timing and your process?
Yes, we
Yes.
do.
I'm sorry, whoever. Go ahead.
No, yes. Go ahead, Ms. Sullivan.
Sorry, yes, not only did we know who the individual was, but as Mr. Rhodes had indicated, we took a sworn statement. So they were under oath when they gave us that statement to collaborate.
No, I got it. So, but you verified that there was a call from a district employee, the head of the teachers union, to some district employee.
There was
Has that been verified?
We verified there was a call between the teachers union and one of our employees, correct?
Okay. And you have not verified the official channel that went from the district employee to Mr. Witherspoon, is that correct?
Are you speaking about the initial conversation that?
I have no idea who. So I'm asking you a part of your process.
So the principal, so we started from the beginning. We went to the principal. The principal gave us a statement, a written statement. That was the only person that we interviewed that wasn't under sworn.
So here's what I'm asking. I don't need to know your details because you're doing your report. Because I'm still waiting on a public records request, and you're answering a lot of questions already. So I think you've said that there was some communication to Mr. Witherspoon, is that correct?
Correct, from a district employee,
right.
The principal.
And it sounds like there was some communication formally from some district employee to Mr. Witherspoon, is that correct?
Correct, beyond the principal. I believe the next call that Mr. Witherspoon received beyond the principal was the employee apologizing for the mistake.
Okay, so there was a call from someone to Mr. Witherspoon.
Correct.
Got it. Would that or any calls that I'm still waiting on a part of my requests, would that be captured in what I'm going to receive on Thursday?
It would be captured in the sense if it depends how the communications was made. So we know it was a phone call, but we don't know if it was a district phone or a personal phone. So the sweep that we're doing is district because that's the only ability we have to sweep. But Mr. Rhodes has his hands up, so.
Mr. Rhodes.
Yeah, but the answer to your question is, in the sworn statements, we have the various witnesses giving us that information that you're talking about. So as we summarize those statements to put this report together, the question that you just answered will be answered in the report.
Great.
Okay, any other comments? Ms. Leonardi?
So if any of those calls were made on personal devices, in what way, how can we go about getting that information?
So we can request from the employee to provide that, but Ms. Batista might be able to jump in, but without a subpoena, I'm not sure if we can compel them.
Ms. Batista?
So if there's a call made on a personal phone or a text or anything else, that constitutes a public record, and therefore it would have to be turned over by the employee, whether it was done in a personal phone or the school board issued device.
So I guess my question is, like I understand the district devices were being swept, but what are we doing to get the information from personal devices then?
So I think if we're going to go that route, we're going to have to be very specific because the original request was for all employees, and that's a lot of employees. So it's way easier for us to make that sweep of all our district devices because we have access to that. So if we're going to tailor it specifically, I would suggest we tailor it a way smaller universe because, again, the request from Mr. Alston that there was all communications for all district employees.
So if I may,
Ms. Batista?
so based upon, the findings in the investigation thus far, you will be able to narrow down to certain individuals and ask for their personal information.
And I would also add that no one ever denied not speaking to her.
Yeah, I was just about to say the same thing. Nobody denied not receiving a phone call or making a phone call for the two subjects that we're talking about.
Yeah, I want us to be very clear because then I don't want anyone to be able to come back and say, like, look, we didn't do the public records request correctly, we're not being transparent. So I just want everyone's cards to be out on the table.
So we'll go ahead and do the specific request for anyone that we've interviewed for communications as it relates to their personal devices because we've already done the sweeps for the district devices, as Ms. Batista said. So we know who we interviewed and we know who were the players in terms of the interaction. So we'll just ask them just for personal communications if they have it.
Okay, I think you need to check with the person requesting the public records request to see if that is satisfactory.
Mr. Alston, that suffice?
Well, thank you, Ms. Leonardi. And I know you were present 14 days ago as well as everyone up here. I think my request was very clear. So I'd encourage the investigative team who's doing that to look at my words that no one responded to, which is why it went forward via general consent by the board. If I could, Madam Chair, I'm sorry, do I have the floor or does Ms. Leonardi have the floor?
I'm just asking to be back in the queue again.
Yep.
Do I have the floor?
Keep going.
Okay. Let's play out if the phone call, wherever it came from, was the proper channel. So when district administration calls an employee on a proper channel to put them, I'm assuming, on leave. I don't want to say the wrong term. What policy does that follow? And could you just explain that process to me? Because I want to understand if it was an actual person being placed on leave. I think there are some formal steps that are supposed to take place.
Yes, I'll ask Mr. Lozano, because there was a specific person that they were actually contacting, but the mistake happened. Go ahead, Mr. Lozano.
testing. So what happens is sometimes there's a situation where we have staff that maybe assaults a student. So as per the directive of this board in the past, we look at that issue, and sometimes before we begin the investigative process to protect the employee and the school community and the students, we would ask that individual to stay home so we can prepare the written notice that somebody's officially under investigation and being reassigned. So there was a situation that I was dealing with that morning that specifically addressed a staff member in an incident with a student. So again, it takes us, usually we can do it, so if it happens in the morning, we're pretty efficient and we could get that letter usually ready and prepared and served by the end of that day. Sometimes this situation that I was dealing with happened that night before, so we were dealing with it throughout the evening and then working on it first thing in the morning. So to assist that principal, I wanted to make sure we provided that principal the support to deal with that employee on that campus before that employee arrived, so they handled it correctly. So there are times for the safety of a school, we might ask an individual and use managerial rights to have an employee stay at home. So in this situation where the mistake was made, it was brought to my attention immediately. I immediately reached out and apologized to Mr. Witherspoon. So at no time was he asked to go on leave, and that was a clear miscommunication from me to one of my subordinates. We addressed it immediately. I apologized, and we now have put some new processes in place so that we have clearer communication.
And by the way, several folks told me you did the right thing, so I'm not questioning, I'm just understanding process.
Absolutely.
So process is a call is made first, then there is a formal letter that's given to the individual? Is that the normal process?
If you're formally under investigation, you're going to receive a written notice.
Right, but a call precedes that, or you just only receive?
In cases where, so that call was made because we were, again, supporting a principal who might needed that staff member to remain at home for the safety and well-being of that campus.
Got it.
Unfortunately, so those are rare instances where we would have somebody just say, please stay at home till professional standards provide you further information later, because that was an immediate situation we were addressing. That's why that was a possibility in that situation. So I had directed my employee to reach out to that principal in the morning so they knew the proper way to handle that situation prior to that employee. Unfortunately, the wrong call was made, and we corrected it as soon as we noticed that. And again, as the leader of the department, I own it, Mr. Witherspoon, and I take full responsibility, and I apologize.
Thank you.
Mr. Fogelnolly?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. And I've said this before, it feels like we're talking in code a lot of times instead of being forward, but I understand an investigation is going on. You know, and I want to just give a comment and a note to Chief Auditor, Superintendent. There are a lot of people in this district, and at times I'm one of them, that feels like the outside organization that we talk about controls this one and steers a lot of people in this building. So when we talk about this and we talk about an investigation and want answers, or see an employee receive a phone call and being told not to come to work and all these different things, moving pieces, I just hope with this investigation it makes it very clear that that's not how things work here. We have to make that loud and clear when we talk about transparency and trust in this district, because that's how a lot of people feel. When you have somebody outside making calls of how things work here, that's not how things work. When people come in and find a way to control how public comment is done here, that's not how things work or how they should work. So I just hope that we can make that comment very clear. With an investigation, with how things work, nobody runs this district but people right here. Make it loud and clear. That's just what I hope to see in this investigation. Thank you.
Mrs. Hickson?
Thank you. And sort of to Mr. Alston's point, I would ask the superintendent moving forward that there is a clear process. When Mr. Witherspoon called me and I said, well, what are you under investigation for? He said, I don't know. So if there's a phone call that's being made, because I said that doesn't make sense, they should be telling you what the issue is. So if there is a phone call because it's a safety concern instead of the letter first, I think it's really important that the employee know what it is they're being asked to not come to school for, so they know immediately what the concern is. Because if someone had said, you know, because inappropriate action with a student, he would have had a much quicker way to say, that absolutely cannot be me, I don't know what you're talking about, instead of, and it might have solved some of that problem earlier on than those hours that he had in between trying to figure out and then having things happen. So there should be a better process of, you know, the employees should know what they're being investigated for. And if they're doing it quickly because there's a safety concern, which I don't disagree with, there needs to be better information and to be set to say to them, a letter will be given to you in the next hour or two, but we just need you to know that, you know, you're not expected on campus today. So if we could just make that a procedure, make sure we say that to the principals so that they understand if this, you know, if there's another situation where someone's not to come in, that they know immediately what it is, because that was really unfair to Mr. Witherspoon to have him not know what was going on in that situation, and he could have resolved it much quicker. Thank you.
Ms. Leonardi?
Yeah, completely agree. And I want to be clear, I do have the exact wording of the statement that was made doing the public records request. It says, requesting all communication between the head of the teachers union and any district employee on the days in question, the day or two before and the day or two after, emails, text messages, phone calls. So I just want us to be very clear about what's being requested, so that when staff does come back to us with those records, that it is what was being requested, so that there's no confusion and no accusations of people trying to hide things or not being transparent.
Okay. Any other comments, discussion? Final points? All right. Next, we're going to do the superintendent update.
Thank you, Chair. A real quick update, just want to talk about some visits and attending some events. I had opportunity to attend the PTA Council Leadership Conference about 2 Saturdays ago on September 14th. Just want to thank all the moms and dads and guardians and supporters who are part of PTA and PTSA organizations at their schools. Very exciting group. They had a lot of fun. I probably took 1 million pictures with them and made some commitments that we're going to ensure that we continue to scale out PTA and PTSA and also PTO and PTSO organizations in all of our schools over time. So I know the value that they add to schools, and surely appreciate what they do day in and day out. Also, last Friday, I had the opportunity to visit 2 schools, Heron Heights Elementary School and also Riverland Elementary Schools. Just want to send a big kudos to the administrative staff there, the teachers, the supporting staff. All are doing a yeoman's job in providing the best learning opportunities to our kids. As superintendent, I do pay attention to a lot of detail and notice some disparities when it comes to some facilities concerns that I know we're continuously working on in the district, just to kind of close that gap to make sure all of our students have the same type of experience on their campus when it comes to their learning environment. So we're continuously trying to work on that, but just want to send a big kudos to both of those schools for doing a great job in preparing our students for the future and helping them meet and exceed their potential. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Sullivan?
Oh, yeah, and just the superintendent wanted me to remind him to the fact that the hurricane looks like it might be hitting some of our neighbor school districts, and Broward schools, as we always have, stand ready to send our PPO to assist if requested.
Okay, does any board member have a student success or something they want to bring forward to the board? Ms. Sixon?
Thank you. I wanted to thank staff and parents and guardians and principals and teachers for coming out to our different community conversations. We talked about the first one Monday when we were here last week at Dillard, and that was a great conversation. The community did a great job sharing with us things they wanted. We missed the second one because we were all here very late. And then we had one at Coconut Creek, which was very well attended and great conversation. And then last night we had one at Everglades, which had over 300 people from the community come out. And that was also, you know, great conversation. So I just want to remind everyone, we still have 3 more, right? 4 more. 3 more to go. There's one tomorrow night. There's one Thursday night,
Monday night.
and then Monday at South Broward, which was rescheduled. So please continue to come out and share your thoughts with us. Were some really great ideas, and I just want to say thank you to everyone for participating. Thank you.
Mr. Fogelholing?
Thank you very much, Chair. There's 2 things I want to share. So first, I was actually hanging out in your district, Chair, at Millennium Collegiate Academy, where we had the opportunity, Superintendent, a lot of people out there with the Media Center makeover. Just wanted to give the shout out to all the partners there. Orange Bowl, college football, playoff committee, Broward Education Foundation, but it was awesome to see everybody out there. But also, Chair, I did want to share something, and it was a concern of mine. Been having a lot of conversations regarding Baker Acts. And one of my concerns was the amount of Baker Acts that we are getting in our district is alarming to me. All any of us need to do is just put it into your email and just type the words Baker Act and see how many are coming in from different schools. And that's a conversation I really want to have. I really do want to see how we can do it. One of the things, Superintendent, I don't know if you have the answers on hand, is in that situation when a child is going through that, and we look at a child being handcuffed in a situation, it's something that concerns me as well, right? I understand that when a child wants to harm themselves and we want to protect the child, but I want to talk about there's some cities, some districts that are doing things differently. I know that there's a pilot program possibly going on right now in our district, one going on in Tampa Bay, that instead of having handcuffs being placed on a child, we're having ambulances to come out and help and take them to the hospitals. So can you talk about that a little bit and maybe something that can come in front of the board as well?
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Fogelholing. Yes, we are implementing something a little different just to make sure our kids don't go to the trauma of riding back of police cars and as we traditionally do. And you know, just trying to do things a little bit different. We can bring something forward as a part of one of our academic workshop items to give the board an update of how we've transitioned and to help improve how we conduct Baker Acts. And really understand how does a kid end up into the situation of being Baker Act and who makes that final decision and all of that, because oftentimes that is not a final decision by the staff at the school. It's usually law enforcement steps in and say, hey, I have to take action. So we can bring something back, but we are implementing similar to Hillsborough, Palm Beach County does something similar also, where we're not putting our kids in the back of a police car, because that's an additional layer of trauma when we're trying to actually help them with some strategic support initiative.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And I think one of the things, and it's 3 things, right? Number one, we're talking about the process, but also we talk about consistency, right? Every single school, every single city will have a different process, and that's something I'm concerned about, because if we're talking about a child, and I want to talk about the process, when that comes up and that happens, it shouldn't be right for a child to be waiting 3 or 4 hours to get help also, right, for help to arrive. So I want to talk about that, but also I would love if we did come to a workshop, and we always joke around about things in workshops, but also talking about data, because parents need to know when we talk about Baker Acts in these situations, we may think it's only in one certain neighborhood or nobody's safe from that. And we want to talk about, parents being aware of that. And when we talk about the number of even high-achieving kids being in that situation is alarming to me. So I really want to have that conversation. I'd appreciate it for it to come to a workshop. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And I would also just add, Dr. Hepburn, if you could provide that data for the board, per school, what is the number of Baker Acts in the last year?
They have that.
Yep. Ms. Leonardi?
Yeah, I wanted to address something, as we continue to talk about redefining. I've been asking about some facilities improvements that were postponed or put on hold over the last few years, and a lot of the times the answer I'm getting is, well, because of redefining, this is a school that is being considered, and so it was put on hold. But some of these facilities improvements were planned for years and years and years ago. So again, I'm wondering, why certain schools were put on hold before the redefining conversation even started. And I think it's important to note that, the facilities are exacerbating the under-enrollment issue. When you have a principal who wants to show parents around a school and there is not a functioning playground, and we've put that playground on hold for years and years and years, supposedly for this redefining discussion that wasn't even being had at that point, you're making the under-enrollment problem worse. And it's becoming a self-fulfilling prophecy for some of these schools. So I'm really, really concerned about the responses that I'm getting, and I'm wondering if, where the accountability is around that.
Yep, thank you for the question, Ms. Leonardi. So we can look into that. I don't know about prior to redefining or doing the first phase of redefining, where some of that language has come from about certain schools on hold. So we'll have to dig into if that's whatever happened in the past with redefining and prior to redefining, if that's holding up certain projects. So we can look at that and peel back that onion, because we do have kids in the building, and you're right, especially if there are safety issues or constant leaks and things like that, we need to get them fixed. Right, so we'll look into that. That shouldn't be a holdup for things that kids are experiencing right now.
Thank you.
Yep.
Ms. Pham?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Hepburn, I'd love to get that data that you're getting on the number of children being Baker Act. As an appointee on the Children's Service Commission, we're working on a project. One, it's to have it where children are not removed by police cars and by officers, where a team shows up in plain marked vehicles, or if have to be ambulance. And in addition, I'm surely that's going to extend to removing handcuffs and using some type of alternatives to de-escalate the situation. So I think the City Children's Service Commission works very closely with the City Commission. So I think we could partner on this and really make some much-needed changes. Thank you.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I'm sorry I forgot to mention this. So I just want to say congratulations to the Broward County student athletes who competed in the 2024 Special Olympics State Bowling and State Volleyball Championship in Orlando. Nicholas Chavez from Walter C. Young Middle won a gold in bowling. Micah Keller at Coral Glades High School won a gold in bowling. They do different age levels. So Karina Ottens Rivera from South Plantation High School won a gold for bowling. And Olivia Warner Pernez from Indian Ridge Middle School won a gold for bowling. And then two unified volleyball teams from JP Taravella. One won a gold and one won a silver. So congratulations. And state swim meet is this weekend. So next time I'll update you on the state winners for swimming. Thank you.
Ms. Rupert?
I just wanted to ask for prayers for one of our family. Marcus Moore was in a terrible accident, and I just found out this afternoon. And of course, I had the privilege of being his teacher at Piper, but he's also someone that brightens your face every day that you come into this building. So I personally send out a big hug to him and would love to be kept up on the situation so I could visit. But I also know how much he enjoys being in this building and being part of our Broward County School family. So I just ask for that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I have question, or I know this, I brought this up a few months ago about the scooter policy. So I was wondering if when that is going to come forward to the board. Dr. Hepburn?
Would help if I turn my mic on. Mr. Sullivan?
We will try to bring that to the board during the November workshop.
Okay. And then another policy I was thinking that we should start is called the observable concerning behavior policy. So, you know, there's a lot of students that teachers or staff, you know, they think that this child, there's some concerning behaviors. And so I think there's an opportunity for us to create a policy which would give our staff the tools, the proper tools to be able to report that behavior, that they should report it. You know, sometimes maybe people keep things inside and they don't say anything. And so that was something I was wondering if my colleagues were up to doing. Yes, 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 okay. And then, Dr. Hepburn, you were talking about the PTO, PTA. So I had a community meeting the other day, and some of the PTO, PTA members, they brought up a concern that when they get donations, they don't know the proper, necessarily like channel of being able to execute a project within their school in a timely manner. So if there could be some more clarity given to our PTAs, PTOs regarding that process.
Okay, we can follow up with the PTA, PTSA council members and provide them that information. They can get that information to the rest of their members.
Okay, perfect. Anything else? Dr. Zeman?
Thanks, Chair. It's been an issue that doesn't sit right with me for a long time, and I've been talking to the superintendent and others, even outside of this. I asked Ray Hart, the president of the Council of Great City Schools, to give us some more data about it. But it's around student deaths and our protocol about dealing when we lose a student. If we could reserve some time, maybe on the November workshop, to hear back from the superintendent, Mr. Sullivan, on that. Without objection, I just would like to spend a little bit of time on that at a workshop and make sure that we have protocols in place that remind people how much we care about every student in Broward County Schools, and do more than just send thoughts and prayers and have a moment of silence, but in fact to just make sure that we're communicating to everyone in Broward County Schools how much we care and love and feel for all the students of Broward County. To me, it'd be worth a small segment at a workshop in mid-November, if that's without objection. Thank you.
Yep, thank you, Dr. Zeman, and I have a lot to add to that to weigh in.
Amen.
So I appreciate you bringing that up. And one last thing I forgot to add, I was at the FSBA training with Ms. Hickson last week, and thank you to Max Schachter, who came to talk to us about the Safe Schools for Alex, the dashboard. And I encourage my colleagues to go on there. You'll be able to find different incidents, discipline information by school, by district, and also you can compare the districts from Broward to like Miami or Palm Beach. And so that's a really important resource, safeschools4alex.org.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no other questions, comments, concerns, the scheduled order of business for this special school board meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no obligation, I now adjourn the meeting.